In this novel, written between 1983 and 1992, German Espinosa, considered by both the Colombian and European critics, as well as the Latin American critics, to be one of Colombia's all-time great authors, revives, with the changes required by the genre, one of the key episodes in the history of his homeland. By changing names, merging characters, adapting circumstances, Espinosa simplifies the complex anecdote and gives it a tense, anxious suspense. As he carefully expressed in a well-known essay, all historical reality, falling within the coordinates of aesthetic treatment, becomes a fable. Furthermore, the pastime contains our seeds, our roots, the splendor of our trunks, the most vital thing that we have to live in the present. In it is what really are, sprouted from what we were. In it is our face. In it was born the matter of the eyes with which we look in the mirror, our face. The Basilisks' eyes presents, in a rapid recapitulation, the essential of Latin America of the 19th century. The title refers, of course, to that fantastic animal. The basilisk, which was attributed the property of killing with the sight, and that Espinosa turns into metaphor of that unstoppable monster which is the society of men. German Espinosa, The Eyes of the Basilisk Epab, Rhone Titulus, 1521-2022. Original title, Los Ojos del Basilisco, German Espinosa, 1992. Cover, George Gross. Oh, chill-out world, lucky cabinet of anomalies. 35 ho, 26 centimeters. Sheet 14 of Ise Homo, 1923, digital editor. Titulus Epab, base R2.1 to my detractors, whose number is prometheously growing. Also those beings with tomb souls who have the power of veto and to order silence and forgetfulness. They soften me their persistent failures. Preambulum, in different times. Men similar say, or tell things similar. Cicero, in the I century B.C., advises, everyone makes mistakes. Only a fool persists in his mistake. Philippi 12:2. San Agustin, between the 4th and 5th centuries, discerns humans err. To persist voluntarily in error is diabolic. Sermones, no. 164 sec. 14. Fernando de Rojas, in the 16th century, clarified, it is human to err, and bestial to persevere, Celestina, Act I. I merely add that it will always be healthier a piadoso error that supports us than an implacable wisdom that destroys us. For those reasons, I abstain in the present tale from taking sides with any of her characters' founds. Free me from writing an ideological novel. Novels are written to amuse, or they are not written. However, it wouldn't be thin to repeat here that an error is much more dangerous the greater amount of truth it contains. I will, however, take care to send the reader a suggestion distinct from that of Cromwell to the General Assembly of the Church. I implore you in the bowels of Christ. Consider the possibility that you may be wrong. Any resemblance between certain events and characters in this book, and events and characters in what was once real life, will not be mere coincidence or chance. The imagination, in a good exercise of its rights, has of course desired, by and large, to paint them, and only up to a certain point to interpret them. Ultimately, the stories are always the same. It is only that the narrator changes. G.E. Human brothers who will live after us, do not have your hearts hard for us. For if you feel pity for us poor ones, God will thank you soon enough. You see us here attached 5, 6. How much flesh we have nourished too much. It is a piece devoured and rotten, and we, the bones, become ash and powder. No one laughs at our misfortune, but pray God that he wants to forgive us all. Francois Villon's only error is life, and knowledge is death. For, by German Espinosa, I silhouetted against the first light of dawn, the weather vane on the belfry was gently blown by the early morning wind. The robust building of the San Agustin convent, all in stone and brick, could give from certain angles, with its adjacent church, the impression of a fortress. It was like the great facade of the southern neighborhood of Santa Barbara. The gateway opened onto a rectangular plaza, crossed by the whisper of a stream of polluted, putrid water. At that hour, not a soul was to be seen in the fog-shrouded city, which seemed to tremble in a desolate state for which they were certainly not innocent, those gloomy years of the first regime of Evangelista Niebles. Inside the building, the cell of Prior Facundo Arambari had a door leading to a cold stone corridor. In the semi-obscurity there was a man with a lantern, and an acolyte in Augustan habit who called Father Facundo. The prior woke up fully clothed in his order's robes, without blankets, on a rickety bed. He was an old man with a messy and untidy beard, and his face had a look of indifference on it. His arms were crossed over his chest, supporting the bottle of wine, to be consecrated that he drank as he fell asleep. His awakening was sudden, and coming, he groaned. "What's going on?" When he entered, he poured some wine on his habit by accident, and this made him grip the bottle harder and drink a sip before placing it, along with a piece of chewed bread, on the sideboard. The cell, with empty jars scattered on the floor, proclaimed the empire of negligence. A large silver cross on the wall might pity, yes, the padded toilet seat, not the broken cupboard or the huge wardrobes, which should nonetheless harbour untold treasures. On the table, a jug and basin established the monk's sparse hygiene habits. Outside, they could hear the priest. "We are claiming last rites for a dying child." Arambari sat on the bed, still dizzy from the wine, with a mouth full of a metallic aftertaste and an infinite apathy towards life. He needed to recover from an attack of bronchitis that had almost made him vomit before announcing, "I'll be right there." With great effort, he finally stood up. His trembling and uncertain hands, in the dimness of dawn, reached for the jar and poured water into the bowl. Then he dipped his head into the liquid, leaned forward, and refreshed his troubled head. He took a towel from the foot of the bed and rubbed it over his face before throwing it away without knowing where. He stumbled upon the piece of bread and gave it a tired bite. He came again to jump at the new call of the acolyte. He spoke with his mouth full. "I said I'm coming," he grumbled firmly. Then he went toward the silver Christ and knelt in the recliner. He put his hands together in a praying attitude, but before doing so he looked to one side at the door and concluded, "I have to say the morning prayer first." Began to warm very weakly in the morning mists and misty air of the hills, after the heavy sleep of March 1849. The door of the right wing of the gate opened, and finally Prior Arambari emerged, in his hands with the chalice containing the Eucharist, and on his feet an uncertain gait. He was followed by the acolyte who rattled the bell of the Viaticum, and Gregorio Marin, the man of the lantern, which had now been extinguished. They walked silently through the desolate alleys, half haunted by the mist and by the barks of planetarian dogs. The sound of the bell woke Tomasa Bacchilieri in her dim room. She was an old, arthritic, and temperamental woman, with a sour face, too shaken up by poverty and diseases. She raised her head, listened, sighed. She shouted, "Wake up, Michaela! The communion is on its way." Michaela was lying awake in her bed, gazing at the bleached beams on which hung a candlestick with a burning candle. She was a young girl of no more than 16 years old, with a rough country look, but also some striking beauty. With her eyes still fixed on the rafters, and from room to room, she replied, "I hear you, Aunt Tomasa." The old woman's voice made her take her gaze away from the beams. "Stand up and kneel down." The young girl, covered by a sleeping sack, pushed back her hair and reluctantly obeyed. On the street, whitewashed houses struggled to hide the poverty they contained, and a dog was digging in a rubbish bin. Suddenly, his scowling face turned towards a second dog that was lurking about. They barked at each other and bristled as if they were about to clash. It was then that the procession emerged from the corner. The sight of the trio in front of him made the gooses get the better of the dogs. The procession passed by a door where, huddled together, a serene figure shivered and coughed. The man blessed himself. From her room, Tomasa Bacchilieri heard the distant bell stop ringing. She ordered, "Now, go back to sleep." Since the girl didn't respond, she spoke imperiously, "Let me know when you're asleep." As the weight of logic brought him back to the familiar realm of his bedroom, Saturnino Torrealba's eyes grew less alert, taking on a grey, compassionate look. From his position on the bed, with his head buried in the feather-pillow, he could now feel the reassuring bulk of his sleeping wife lying next to him, and coming through. From the outer rooms, through the lead-glass door, the yellow, musty glare of a lamp. Of course, it had only been a dream, a jolt to his consciousness. Within one, it was said, there is another one which is against one, and that doppelganger boasts of being the oracle of God. The reflection, although only half convinced him, made him restive again. Why did that dream return? Some 10 years ago he had come to be accustomed to it, to make intimate mockery of it, as he used to do with everything that sought to contradict his deep convictions. The vision chose not to reappear. Today, on the contrary, it had risen more clearly than ever before, as if it wanted to restore its old domains, sink back into itself again, and thus spoil the taste of it. Happiness for him in these days, when his fame was blazing. He got up on the bed, with that vague desire, despite himself, sometimes besieged him to find explanations for all things hidden. It was the word conscience that moved him, perhaps. In his youth, not so distant as he would like to think, he had pacified his own by accustoming himself to the idea that the Catholic doctrine, which he drank so much from his parents and schoolmasters, from his teachers in the lycée and from the university lecture rooms, could be replaced by a more general Christianity. In this last one, according to its pacifying programme, both Voltaire, Diderot, and Volney could fit as well as Bentham and Stuart Mill. He pleased himself in judging himself, at the end of the day, an individual above the old mumbo-jumbo that Spain imposed on these lands, above the confessionalism that had brought so many miseries to his compatriots, an individual, in the end, civilized, who had cleared his mind of all fanatically weeds, and had rubbed it on empiricist premises, in accordance with his time, and with the only philosophy possible, according to which only demonstrations of particular sciences must be considered philosophical. And, nevertheless, a zone of his mind still remained, without doubt, engaged in the search for hidden explanations. In trying to decipher the possible meanings of dreams, among other things, those anomalies of images that disturb peaceful sleep, and which time and again disturb us more than that, reality itself, and even make us anticipate that reality, sometimes even making it come true, the more worrying images persist and double up, that they don't sink in the last instance with awakening, but rather linger in the imagination and resurface 2, 3 months, or 10 years later, perfectly equal and synchronic, like a painting we'd forgotten and suddenly saw again, and which renewed all our anxieties in our brain. It was the case of the dream of this early morning, buried a decade ago, and now exhumed by an undoubted mysterious caprice of the brain mechanism. In that dream, he in person ordered the execution of a city, which little after burned on all sides. The agony of its inhabitants, devoured by the flames, caused him an unhealthy pleasure that, little by little, was becoming a weakening, which in turn became a satanic laugh. At this point, the disgust he inspired himself, writhing in a sudden dung heap while listening to moans of children and women, induced a violent return to reality with magnified alarm in his eyes. The vision did not seem to agree with his feelings, which were usually measured and reflective, he would say even humanitarian, but possessed the malicious virtue of making him doubt his genuine nature. If she was being driven like that, didn't it suggest that in the depths of her nature beastly instincts were stirring, those same ones that he seemed to sense in so many fellow countrymen, and which led him to believe that a strict social discipline was needed in these newly emerging districts corrupted by the colony? There was a prediction, which the ancients had caressed and consented to with delight and comfort, for which dreams constituted a divine oracle. In Suetonius, I could verify how decisive events of Roman imperial politics were preceded by tumultuous dreams. In the sanctuaries of Asclepius, the sick begged the god doctor to grant them a dream that would bring a revealing sign of the evil they suffered. Aristotle and Cicero wrote frightening books on the subject. This is the translation of the text into English. But let's not even talk about Gideon, who in his dreams received the order to build the sanctuary of Ophrah, or the young. Samuel, who, while dreaming in Shiloh, knew the horrible fate that awaited the house of Eli, the priest. Didn't his own wife, the free-spirited Augustina, know in her dreams that she would give birth to twins? He turned towards her, who occupied the right side of the bed, and verified his placid breathing, an indication that she was visited by a pleasant dream, or that, perhaps, she was not dreaming at all. Nor could even the most tenacious empiricism spare him from this unease. The recurring dream wanted to warn him of something. Also, perhaps it was just a leftover from the past. 30 years ago, when he was only 14, Saturnino Torrealba took part in a feast which then seemed to him just, and later knew it as abominable. A jubilant impulse inspired by the triumphs of the liberating troops determined the student to enlist with the victors. In his retina a kind of premonition of glory flickered. In order to protect his life, since he was the son of prominent people, he was not sent to the battlefield, but instead assigned to one of the capital's garrisons. In fulfillment of his duty, however, he had to be part of the squad that executed around 40 Spanish officers by order of the patriotic government. The action was the subject of an extended debate, with some considering it inevitable and others deeming it a massacre. This dilemma was not what beset his sensitivity. Neither was the ghastly memory of the shattered skulls and bloody brains resulting from the discharge. Although he could not get them to leave his wounded memory, it was the fact that those soldiers of the king had died between the acclamations of an intoxicated crowd, filled with joy, that tormented him more. If only that had been a day of tears and mourning. But no. Singing joyfully, "Long live freedom," the rambunctious popular cheer heightened the agony of those healthy dying men, and then cried out the dry sound of volleys. The corpses were abused as they left the San Francisco square packed into garbage carts. For this purpose, fanaticism had corrupted the emotions, so that he himself remembered having participated in that awful joy, that horrible sin which left him today only with her. The bitter residue of having been possessed by guilty passions. Decided not to pick up the dream, not to let it insist on the images which he intuited that happened after of the devastated city, he got out of bed in haste, and, seeing the yellow and white dawn, more than the fog already filtering through the window, he went to the bathroom. Then he heard, from afar, also him, the bells of the Viaticum. It was a quarter without windows, which only communicated with the shoemaking workshop. On an old tattered mat, which served as a bed for the entire family, lay the body of a 10-year-old child, with already blurred traces of chicken-pox. There were several shattered pots scattered here and there, a bath without enamel, and a chest of drawers on the verge of collapsing. Francisco Boccanegra, standing with a harsh look on his face, observed the lifeless body of his son. He was a poor cobbler who covered his rags with a dark poncho. On her knees, and with tears streaming down her face, Mary Salome, his wife, was begging, "By God, take him in your merciful hands." With a clenched fist, Boccanegra savagely beat the frail wall that oozed moisture in a gesture of impotent rage. At the shoemaker's, seated in crates or on this wooden bench and that, 3 men and 2 women, hunchbacked, with signs of not having closed an eye all night, were surprised by the arrival of the Viaticum. The candles lit still flooded the place with a smell of tallow. Arambari allowed his silhouette to be cast for a moment in the half-light on the doorway, as if to assert before all else the weight of his office. The first to speak was a man who, despite his gloomy appearance, was the least cunning of those present. He wore on his head a worn top-hat, grey fur, and on his shoulders a frayed Spanish cloak with a dogskin collar. He was wearing some heavily ornamented shoes, and the toenails of his hands, which he moved with some slow declaiming gestures, were black-rimmed. His clothes gave him a bat-like or vulture-like or undertaker's assistant air. In any case, it was a man who desperately tried to retain even a hint of exterior decorum. A careful observer would not have missed that his solemnity and affectation came, without a doubt, from a crushing shyness based, perhaps, on an unyielding pride. "Father Facundo comes late," he said. "He died about half an hour ago." It was the man with the dim lantern who replied, paled. "I went as fast as I could." The father was late in coming out. Arambari, now free of his sacerdotal vestments, and probably more interested in making use of his status as the brother of a heroine of fare. Homeland, the school-teacher, and Marta Anastasia Aramburu, who was passing information to patriots about the movements of the Realistas during the Independence War, tremblingly looked around at the artisans, Jesus Calzadilla and Sigismundo Otero, as well as Edelmira and Erna, his wives, who were watching him with reproach and chastisement. Their attire was no more than faded patches. He then looked at the man with the top hat, his sharp, bird-like face, his huge yellow eyes, and his loose chincapin that trembled when he spoke. He would have liked to drown Gregorio Marine's words. He said out loud, "I'll give you oil." He walked towards the room where the child lay. Boccanegra stood now at the inner doorway, and stepped aside to let her through. "Who would have thought it?" she murmured then, as if to dismiss her distaste for the minister of God. "Just a simple measles." Boccanegra was seething with silent rage. "It wasn't the measles," he finally blurted out. "He died of hunger. Miserably poor, he died without medical attention," Calzadilla thought to himself. The roving eyes of the man in the top hat sparkled. With a shrill voice he said, "Misery is a gift from the government." It was Saturnino Torrealba who killed him. The trembling hands of the prior anointed the child with holy oils. Mary Salome watched incredulously and idiotically. She followed the father when he returned to the workshop. As he turned the door, he heard Otero grumbling, "We will have to become strong, Francisco. The Society of Craftsmen must be able to prevent such things from happening again." The prior made a gesture of derisive disdain. God, he pronounced, would prevent such things from happening again if they were not the fruit of sin. The man with the top hat retreated his head, perplexed. "What do you say, father?" he exclaimed. Arambari didn't pay him any attention. He scolded Boccanegra. "You, Francisco, and you, Maria Salome, have you already blessed your union?" The addressed people answered with a negative and ashamed gesture. So the Augustin concluded, "Don't blame anyone for your son's death." He made his way out and walked towards the street, followed by the acolyte. There was bewilderment and perplexity in Mary Salome's eyes. Ira knows of Francisco Boccanegra. At the door, the prior turned towards the man in the hat for to add, "Tell him yourself, Baccellieri, that he has all his life acted as a lawyer for lawless men." Satan! He had not built the house, but it bore more resemblance to all those he had succeeded in imagining than any of them. Stubborn soot permeated every nook, as if attempting to reproduce or commiserate with the gloomy outline of the inhabitant. Beams, charred by lamp combustion, crossed the ceiling of the room, where rustic and old sofas and some wooden bookcases, stained black, sought to establish unequivocal decor. A pendulum clock, that on the cracked wall now indicated 8 o'clock in the morning, held a dissected owl which he had once received as sole payment from a bankrupt client. All the bedrooms gave access to a tiny dining-room, which in turn opened onto a little oratory of Our Lady. From this, a damp black ladder led up to the attic where the lawyer lived, and there a perfectly absurd second staircase was, under a trap-door, the only communication with the cellar, full of enormous rats, where on the damp stone floor I stored a decayed and chaotic pile of books. Anyone, without further suspicion, would have been able to think of that half-hidden basement as a hiding-place for a conspirator, but it had been built more than a century ago, and its purposes were now certainly unknown. Ovidio Ramon Baccellieri had just entered. He took off his hat and coat. In front of him was his Aunt Tomasa, who had come when she heard that he had arrived. She gave him a familiar look of hatred. He was wearing a robe with a turban. Guillermo, the son of Francisco Boccanegra, died, the lawyer dispassionately reported, while smoking one of his few cigarettes of the day. "I won't have time to sleep any more. There's a meeting at 10 o'clock in the society." Bela came in at that moment, bringing them coffee from mugs placed on a pewter tray. She was wearing the same sleep shirt, half transparent, revealing her teenage nudity. As he brought the fire closer to his cigarette, Baccellieri looked at her with just the tip of his eye. "For you, that scumbag's tip always comes first," Tomasa scolded. "Michaela and I don't mean much to you." Baccellieri didn't look at her. He was drinking coffee. "Everybody matters to me," he said. "What an idiot you are, Ovidio Ramon Baccellieri," the old woman insisted. "I've lost my voice asking God for you. Where do you think we'll seek refuge when they kick us out of this house?" The lawyer answered solely to help himself contain his anger. "In the graveyard. The premises had been cleaned up over time." At first, when the Society of Artisans was founded in October 1847, it was merely the residence of a carpenter who, at the instance of the draconian leaders, agreed to lend it, so that the new institution could operate there. Alejandro Puebla remembered that for this reason the political bigwigs did not even condescend to help the poor man with the rent. With a panther's and a crocodile's blood in their veins, it was said, with that air of sulky childlike that sometimes characterized him. The cabinet-maker died in ruin. His children spread across the country, and the society held on to the building, whose owner at every moment brought legal resources to evict them. Man of harsh countenance and oppressive stature, Puebla did not agree to this kind of Spartan injustices. For many years, as a tailor more or less well off, he had defended the cause of artisans as his own, but that only brought him misery. On the one hand, his own clients ignored the substance of their rights, which were little inclined to justify themselves by fulfilling their proper duties. On the other hand, they were incapable of discerning between the liberal ideas he proposed and the communist bloviations with which resentful and romantic people flattered their ears. On the other hand, his own party's chieftains could not shake off their selfishness. They always pulled for their own catabas, and at the hour of truth no one could get them. To recall the promises made in the wind during election seasons. There he was today, however, ready to push forward his defenders at this critical hour. Very few of the congregated in the once tattered mansion were, of course, in a position to understand the significance of the day. "Deceive yourself, Sir Puebla," they told him, "that for us there is no happiness. Those who today have a name will strip us, and others who have another nickname will squeeze. Us to deceive fools, and the yoke will always be the same." It was possible, yes, that they were right, but for him the biggest failure was the blossoming of inertia. It would be necessary to test the liberal bosses on this date, how, supported by the guilds, they could return to power, based on a few commitments. These were crucial years, and this day, too, was crucial on the street, by mantelinas, domingueras, and hats of squashed tarp. He let his gaze wander through the strict little room where those who made up that thing, called with the horrible word leadership, were gathered together. Smoking and taking brief sips from a cup of coffee, there was Dr. Bacalieri, the good, proud, and ruined Dr. Bacalieri, with his comic hat imbued with an importance that few accorded him, filled with Greeks and Latins who served him nothing, his life now at risk for so many services rendered to artisans. There he was, he who in any other place could have practiced his profession of lawyer in peace. In Puebla it seemed unfair to continue dragging that man into social struggles. His only pleasure in this world came from reading Aristotle and Descartes. But of course there was no question of doing without his undeniable resolve now. He corrected or mitigated frequent embargoes and evictions of members of the guild with undaunted legal argument. Hello, without him seeming to notice, he earned powerful inquiries. Puebla wondered if, despite his human letters, Bacalieri would really be aware of the core of his struggle. To the people of the soil, it was useless to try to explain that serpentine plot. Even the same headmasters of the craft barely perceived the form in the period between the end of the 18th century and those mid-19th centuries, free trade. Doctrines, whose economic concepts were summed up in the classical expression laissez-faire, laissez-passer, had taken off, deadly to the eyes and understanding of the tailor, as a reaction against the traditional mercantilist policy of the states. One thing he recognized: if politics is a form of dishonesty, at the same time it may be the only civilizing force. A tailor like him could get himself into an acceptable knowledge of such matters. Although born in the wretched home of a tailor and a winemaker and baker, Alejandro Puebla was able to complete 6 years of primary school in a downtown neighborhood. The death of his father disrupted that plan and pushed him to join a band of artillery soldiers as a novice musician. A revolution then took him out, allowing him to make friends with conspirators and rebels. In them he nourished his intellect in abundance before fully dedicating himself to the trade inherited from his father. Then her first friendship with General Evangelista Niebles, and later with General José Valerio Gómez, opened up to her the world of politics, which now, to tell the truth, made her sick. By Gómez it had come to light that mercantilism, which had dominated the European landscape for centuries, claimed to have advocated a severe customs regime based on protectionism, i.e., not buying from abroad or reducing purchases to the bare minimum necessary in order to favor trade balances, and prohibiting the export of precious metals, as a means of preventing the evasion of public wealth. On the other hand, according to Gómez, he had hurried to clarify this to him perhaps with the desire of creating in him a sort of cult of the mean, first the physiocrats and then the economists of the classical or liberal school had already begun in 18th century France and England the anti-mercantilist reaction. Puebla was able to find out for himself that the most extreme expression of this last one was precisely the theory of free exchange, according to which the exchange of goods should take place with full freedom, without state intervention. It was said that it was an iniquitous and damaging theory. Free trade demanded almost libertinism of competition, which he saw as an enormity. He abhorred any state intervention in commerce, which he saw as an absurdity, and he considered monopolies and closed factors hindrances to the development of industry and commerce within and outside nations, which he judged a vital organ. Soon, however, he saw how England's collaboration in the Spanish-American independence wars, as well as its image of an impulsive civilization that it and the United States of America radiated, were becoming key figures in the vast influence that both powers were beginning to wield over the young republics of the New World, advanced the 19th century. With despair, I saw how, in general terms, everything that, like the theory of free exchange, came from the British Isles was considered convenient and progressive in Latin America, especially by the most aristocratic factions, and, according to him, the most stubborn of the political parties. A sharp attitude, it was said, for having sketched out plans in the 1840s to reconquer Spain's colonies in America, to which end he tried to win the sympathy of some nostalgic chieftains, such as the commands of the old nobility in Peru. To your surprise, General Evangelista Needles, in whose ranks he had once served, became suspected of secretly encouraging Spanish ambitions. This unfounded suspicion, as it seemed, prompted him to sign a treaty with the United States in 1846, providing for mutual assistance in the event of foreign aggression, which was like a cleansing of hands. The United States and England were thus rising before the eyes of these swashbucklers, whom he compared to panthers and crocodiles, like the great wall of containment that was to serve to keep away all Spanish pretensions on soil of the country. Therefore, it did not surprise him that the free trade winds which reigned in Great Britain seduced very in particular to the rich class, eager to adopt, according to the fear, image that had formed of it, European positions and whispers of great culture. Thus, a doctrine that in their view could not benefit spelling-impaired industrialized republics was raised as a grand truth for Criollo economists who saw in classical liberalism the most civilizing current of the time, and in free trade its most refined expression. The former Minister of Finance in the regime of Evangelista Needles, the former conspirator and Anglophile Saturnino Torrealba, had corresponded to defend before Congress the fee law of free economy that established free trade in commerce, and in taxation the abolition of all taxes, monopolies, and bottlenecks. The fiscal measures had failed, but the abolition of protectionist tariffs, once championed by heroes of the Republic, had succeeded. Alejandro Puebla had not hesitated to shout at Torrealba from the parliamentary benches, "You, minister, are a traitor." He truly believed that. On the same day he vowed to advance the founding of the Society of Artisans. It was evident to me that there was discontent in the guilds of tailors, shoemakers, and leather workers, whose products would have to compete with those of the most refined European industry. Now, the unpopularity of the new laws had already precipitated a division within the governing party, and offered the indigenous liberalism, closer to the popular strata, an exceptional opportunity to seek a favorable electoral debate. At first, Puebla judged that, since he was the most popular character among liberal circles, General José Manuel Montalvo, an irreductible Southerner, made up the ideal candidate. But the resentment that this stirred in his neighbor, the President Needles, forced his co-party members to run for office of General José Valerio Gómez, his old mentor. Our candidacy conditioned, of course, to an earnest analysis of national problems, with the aim of launching an adequate election program. He therefore based himself on three fundamentals: the re-establishment of protectionist customs tariffs, the return to the Indians of their ejidos or community lands, abolition of slavery, and the expulsion of the Jesuits who had taken up residence in the country following the papal bull Solicitudo Omum Ecclesiarum by Pope Pius VII, in line with the violent dictums of enlightenment, so that their assets passed into state ownership. Around this candidacy, with a view to the elections of this year, the two fractions in which liberalism was divided had come together, that of the Golgotas, who claimed to preach ideas of freedom, equality, and fraternity, and that of the Draconianos, who sought support above all from the masses and had the backing of the artisan societies, which were proliferating across the country. With alarm, Puebla learned that on the day of the primary elections, liberalism had not obtained in the ballot box the required majority, for which the election of president was left to an extraordinary session of the National Congress, which would take place on this same day that he saw Ovidio Ramon Bacchilieri, having already finished his hills. Coffee direct him from the other end of the salita with a worried look and suggest, "Let's go." It was about heading a march of artisans to the convent of Santo Domingo, standing in the middle of Calle Riel, the chosen place for the Parliamentary Assembly, which would cover both chambers. There we had to go to pressure the choice of José Valerio Gomez, thus defeating Freemasonry. Alejandro Puebla noted that the gathered demonstration in front of the headquarters of the Society of Craftsmen had taken on, to some extent, a festive air due to the fest. Provincial delegations that wore either the bright-coloured flagella of the Nyapangas, the embroidered taftans with threads of colour from the Mocolanas, or the Mostacillas, Opitas, and especially because of the riders who made their horses prance while drinking aguardiente from a bottle. Almost all were accompanied by red-ribboned hats that said, "Long live Gomez, the popular candidate." In the company of Bacchilieri and the dishevelled Julio Cesar Avanza, he joined the crowd. It started to cheer him up, although many of the protesters didn't even know who he was. With arm movements they encouraged him to march toward the Dominican convent. For a moment Puebla felt a shiver in his soul as he saw that, in the confusion, he could see artisans who carried, as weapons, tools of their various crafts, such as shears, needles, sewing scissors, and even butcher's knives. He calmed down, thinking that, one way or another, fortune would forever turn. Social good would find a way to get through the wicked obstacles. As is usually the case, he didn't even consider for a moment whether, in his apostolic position, he might be wrong. With its Venetian mirrors, Murano webs, and roll sofas, the room was luxurious and dazzling. Dozens of politicians, dressed in wide-bottomed frock coats, filled it heterogeneously. The female sex was strictly excluded from this reception before the Congress session. In his warrior with flags and dragoners, he stood out in the middle of the premises General José Valerio Gomez, a man of splendid port, proud owner of some dyed and polished moustaches of Handel. After some time he was joined by, in form for the most somewhat inexplicable, they represented an opposing position to his, Senator Filiberto de Onzaga, a Periclean chief. Bald, 60-ish, with a sinister gaze, constantly playing with his golden-fist cane, and former minister Saturnino Torrealba, whom Bacchilieri blamed for the death of Gilamito, a 40-ish man with generous features, a very short beard, and eyeless, languid but penetrating eyes, whose manners exuded an inevitable British air. Torrealba wanted to make his positions clear. "As a Liberal, I can only accompany you, General," he declared. "It's a pity that you've entered into commitments which I would call undesirable, or, at the very least, unsought." "Those commitments called me, Saturnino," Gomez said. "In a way, I'm an instrument of popular will. It's not for I represent a program, I represent one, and duty, for liberalism, is not to be overlooked. I always believed in the impossibility of renouncing in a day the habits of 3 centuries," the former minister confessed, "as a simple way of retrenching for the attack. But at least we should leave a chance to modernity, try the mean." Gomez hesitated for a moment before responding, "I applaud the middle path. However, I cannot ignore the popular demands, which are the essence of our party. I am aware that your reform, Saturnino, has led to the ruin of most craftsmen. I regret having to tell you this, but your name and hunger are synonymous to them. They are moving under a law of inertia, Torrealba thought. What they want is really the colonial regime. Look at it. Independence, the Republic, exchanged the names of public servants, but did not change contributions, monopolies, everything that prevents the development of natural resources. The oppressive laws of the industry remained standing, exerting the same sinister influence that they had before, and although the native obtained a share in public affairs, and from a passive colonist became an active citizen, until recently he had gained nothing but the satisfaction of his political vanity. In wealth, in comforts, in well-being, nothing had he gained. Instead of focusing on learning how to use our natural advantages, how to destroy monopolies, and how to apply economic principles to the management of our interests, we lost time in vain discussions, in distorting representative institutions, and even in killing each other from time to time. General Gomez began to feel uncomfortable. Their eyes wandered in search of someone among the crowd, as if they were looking for somebody. I wanted to diminish the dialogue's relevance, but Torrealba was sharp-tongued. As we often show so much valor to slash and burn each other, we should also show it when it comes to implementing the reforms we need. If mine sinks, we will have returned to the oppressive laws of the colony that stifle production and commerce. That tobacco monopoly, for example, not only does it continue to deprive the population of a wealth to which they are entitled, but it also demoralizes, turning the work of Os, the virtuous man, into a crime. He doesn't believe that, Filiberto? So it is, agreed somewhat mechanically, without appreciable conviction, the conservative senator. José Valerio Gomez felt despair. In a way, he understood that his comrade was disrespectful to him. He couldn't, unfortunately, let his free trader partner know this without detracting from his splendor, and without seeming slightly infatuated. That matter of free imports will always be with us, he said. General, Saturnino sighed. You know more about it than anyone else. In every country where the government consults the general good, taxes are established in such a way that the poor classes pay least. Here, the rights to import foreign goods were an indirect tax paid by the consumer. Everywhere, the items most consumed are those that pay least, because they are meant for the poor class. But among us, the products of highest demand paid higher duties. The reason that served as the foundation for that system was the promotion it gave to our factories, argued, half terrified, the general. But it is not true that there are factories among us. These small establishments, in which a portion of the population employ themselves idly in doing nothing, without machinery or any other aids, do not deserve such a name, nor can they ever hope to compete with foreign industry. Don't hesitate, sir. The man who weaves a piece of canvas does so with the object of making its value in money to buy canvas, or foulars, or any other foreign article. Let us therefore allow him greater means of buying that article by making him work on more productive affairs. And to do so, let us break down the monopolies and allow the free cultivation of those fruits that have an early and advantageous realization on foreign markets. The candidate was aware that he was overwhelmed. Inside him, he didn't care about theories. He had raised a popular flag, and that was all. As long as necessary, he would oppose with all the fervor of his soul the reforms of Saturnino, whose English ways he did not like at all. At that moment, to his relief, he entered the hall amid a great deal of admiring noise. Metropolitan Archbishop Juan Sebastian Nibels, a brother of the president, who had been a domestic prelate of Pope Gregory XVI, who had founded the Conciliar Seminary in town, and who tired out pulpit with his fiery oratory. Gonzaga and Torrealba quickly leaned in to kiss his ring. The pompous hierarch was wearing an imposing image of a cardinal of Florentine origin on that day. General Gomez began a bow to kiss the ring, but the archbishop, whose hand suggested a blurred gesture of blessing, stopped him in mockery. "Without fussing, José Valerio," he warned. "Not a year ago you accused me of conspiring with Spain." He gave her a few affectionate slaps on the back before adding, "There's a huge demonstration supporting you. Outside, I guess you feel victorious." Gomez smiled, trying to seem modest, but Gonzaga took the opportunity. "With just the support of Golgoths and Dragonians, I doubt it," he allowed himself to comment. The general dodged his gaze. Meanwhile, the archbishop now seemed to be out of touch with everything. He greeted people at random. His presence had incorporated a kind of angelic jubilation in the hall. Trying not to be heard by him, Gomez ventured, "Well, The independent congressman, Torrealba, implacable and with every intention, cut him off. "Illusions, General, of course our group." The Arcis Onzaga was speaking as if distracted. Looking here and there, he stopped abruptly from the group to greet a plump politician with a scrubby beard. Without stopping to smile or wave at everyone, the Archbishop then spoke. "Do not ignore that voice, José Valerio," he advised with the most perfidious of tones. Onzaga returned to the group. Gomez, pretending to meditate, suddenly asked, "What foundation, Senator Onzaga?" The intended one smiled. His eyes vibrated, as if struck by drumsticks. As a tobacco cultivator, he thought, "I see no obstacle to the abolition of slavery, sir. It will free cheap labor." But he was distracted by greeting another person. "But to reform the customs regime," Torrealba added, "would be to plunge us again into the darkness of the colony." Gomez hesitated. Something had just broken his balance system. "Saturnino," he ordered. "Viejo program," the Golgotha supported us. It was Onga who answered, this time in an absolute tone. "Think it over well, General." "Our solicitor voted for you." A shadow passed over the General's face. Onzaga and Saturnino Torrealba exchanged intelligent glances. A servant approached with cocks of cognac in a tray. Onzaga took one for himself and held out another to José Valerio Gomez. The crowd, led by Puebla, Bachelieri, and Julio César Avanza, was progressing down the Royal Street toward the Dominican convent. Incessant slogans flew and, at times, were chanted from the glazed windows of main houses. One horse here and there, scared by the shouting mob, cried out a loud nicker now and then. Daggers, knives, scissors gleamed among the crowd. Somewhere, someone was strumming a guitar. Behind the demonstration, where groups of timid onlookers dared to throw comments, two men of different ages and appearances followed her calmly, without haste. From the loads tied to the horses, it could be seen that they had just arrived in town. They brought with them the dust and fatigue of sweaty leagues. Arturo Troches was a very handsome mestizo with an amber-hued complexion that, at times, gave him a dashing air of rough noble. Abelardo Ladino was a tall man, with piercing eyes, and a sneaky look reminiscent of Bachelieri. There was a certain sordid scar that ran across one cheek. Both carried pistols secured to their waist belts. They were now standing atop the San Francisco Bridge. "There's no time to sit around a pension," Doctor complained Troches, who was the younger of the two. "The vote is about to start." The other spoke with a tired voice, more like a croak. "My Lord Montalvo was right," said. "This could get ugly. First we need to make contact with the craftsmen," recapitulated the other. How were they called again? "Bachelieri. For a long time he has been an advocate of the guild," confirmed Ladino, defender of their rights. "So he has great influence over them." In a side street, beyond the bridge, a coach appeared at that moment, pulled by two horses, with the hood up, with obvious intentions of heading towards Santo Domingo, taking her the crowded Royal Street. He made several attempts to push his way through the crowd, but it was too dense, and, on the contrary, tended to squeeze. Suddenly, one of the protesters, half pushed by one of the horses, looked inside, and his eyes lit up. He was a young naked man, in his 20s, tall, robust, with an Indian race, with slinking and sparkling eyes. She shouted, "Come and see! That's the woman who sells her country to the enemy." A group of agitated people surrounded the carriage. From inside, Graciela Fernandez de Onzaga and her young black slave, Oliva, watched the events with concern. The charioteer tried to whip the horses, risking running someone over, but it was all in vain. The protesters were holding on to the reins, and managed to make the carriage look like it was sinking in the surf. Graciela stuck her head out of the window. She was a very beautiful and sensual woman, around 18 years old, with her hair parted in loose braids and dressed in strict elegance. She accused the charioteer. "Charioteer, what's going on? Get us out of here." The slave, a girl of around 16, had lost her mind over her enormous African eyes. The coachman desperately tried to get the carriage moving, but the excited faces were already appearing at the windows of the landau. "There she is!" shouted the boy who had made the revelation. "None other than Filiberto de Onzaga's wife." "Where do you think she's going?" asked the demonstrator crudely. "Let's teach him a lesson," another suggested. Scum liberta tourist, the boy incited. Trotches and Ladino had noticed the situation and spurred their horses. "Did you see this eye-catching doctor?" the first said. "Let's give him some help." They slowly rode their horses through the crowd until they reached the car. The charioteer tried to whip the attackers, who were already struggling with the door for fear of the women. Graciela pleaded, "Get out! Don't bother us!" Trotches approached the vehicle on the left side, where Gonzaga's wife was, and Ladino on the right. The first one caught the rowdy boy by the back of his shirt collar and dragged him away from the trap door. The badly beaten victim reacted with anger, but also with impotence before the unexpected attack. "Go mind your own business," he protested. "This exploiter we want to teach a lesson. I'll teach you Trosses corrected. The party's over." Other demonstrators turned angry toward him, and he drove them away on his horse and threw them over the cobblestones. Turned around, Ladino had lifted another of the enraged from the neck, through the air, and smashed it into those who followed them. Finally the pair of saviours pulled out their guns. "It's overwarned, Trotches. The one who insists, I will fracture the skull." "How do rich people become defenders of the people?" commented the boy who had started the commotion. "I'm protecting a lady, idiot," warned the other one. "Get out of here." The attackers dispersed among the crowd. Trotches and Ladino took the horses that were pulling the landau by the reins and started to clear the road. Once the carriage had glided smoothly through the crowd, both approached, each on their own side, the windows and leaned in to talk to the occupants. They were talking as they walked, although, what my eyes tell me, I have rather protected a goddess Trots. "What? She is fine, madam." Graciela returned her a glance of gratitude and sympathy. Oliver was still trembling in the carriage's rear. "I don't know how to thank you for what you've done for us, sir," said the woman from Gonzaga. "Arturo Troche is at your service," he identified himself. He had set aside his hat in a sweeping gesture. The oblique Ladino was also revealed. He spoke from his horse. And Abelardo Ladino, better known as Dr. Ladino, not for his books or his pom-poms, but for his tricks. The lady displayed a general smile of gratitude. "Thank you both," she declared. "Who gives them?" inquired Trotches. "Graciela Fernandez de Gonzaga, sir. He won't forget what you've done." Arturo gave her a burning look, which she knew was timidly returned. Then she winked at the slave, who returned a very white smile. The rich colonial architecture of the Santo Domingo convent deserved those eyes on that day, not just aesthetic ones. The crowd seemed to have gotten stuck in front of the building's facade, in a frenetic wave of arms and a menacing flash of white weapons. Anguishfully, Ovidio Ramon Bacchelieri, helped by Boccanegra, Calzadilla, Otero, Marin, and a certain Froilan Diaz, the last five armed with pistols, tried in vain to clear a path for the congressman, dressed up among the poor people who were trying to enter the church by the main entrance. The lawyer always wore his worn-out top hat and tattered cloak with a dogskin collar, almost lifted off the ground, General Gomez to get inside. Behind him, Gonzaga and another group of senators shouted and threatened the mob with their canes, who delighted in taunting them. Bacchelieri was seen coming, putting things in order and facilitating the progress of the conservative politicians. Even before reaching the church door, Gonzaga scolded the crowd, "Uneducated fools!" An anonymous voice replied, "Goddamn bastards!" as he painfully made his way through. The crowd, Graciela's horse-drawn carriage, reached the front of the church. Trotches and Ladino continued to ride by his side. When the carriage stopped, they got out, opened the boot, helped Oliver down first, and then the lady. Actively they pushed them down the street and between protests to the temple atrium. Basilia came to their aid. His words were, that day, orders for the mob. Graciela thanked him with a smile. "Doctor," she exclaimed. "Dear Dr. Bacchelieri," the lawyer recognized her tenderly. "Graciela, Graciela, my little girl," he said. After he took her by the shoulders and stayed looking at her, "It's been so long. But tell me, are you happy?" Graciela looked at him with a smile, but didn't answer. Gonzaga had noticed the scene amidst the crowd that had already filled the atrium, and was making his way towards them. Collocated a hand on Bacchelieri's shoulder, who turned around. Senator Gonzaga, but he only received an insulting response. "May I know who you are, sir?" asked the senator with insolence. Disconcerted, Bacchelieri replied, "But, don't you know me? Gonzaga tried to pull him away forcibly. He said, "If he is the one I think he is, I don't understand why he's here disturbing my wife." This is the translated text. She was extremely confused. She stuttered, "But, Filiberto, what are you saying? He's one of those equalized ones from the Society of Artisans. Get away from here," the rich man proclaimed. Baccellieri couldn't find the right words to respond. Gonzaga grabbed Graciela by the arm and almost dragged her away. "Filiberto, he's my old teacher," she protested. He forbidden to address words to beggars, he reproached him with pride. They entered the church. Before entering, Graciela looked anxiously at Baccellieri Ladino, Arturo Tropes. To him, the scene seemed to have amused him. He commented, "Well, so we have. Good. Thus we will know what mud is stepped on." He went up to Baccellieri, who was still humbled and amazed. "Are you Dr. Ovidio Ramon Baccellieri, Avergonzado?" he replied. "Yes, and who are you?" he inquired. "Arturo Tropes, from the South Artisan Society. This is Dr. Ladino. General Montalvo sends us to observe the election." They shook hands. Baccellieri was still pale with astonishment and sorrow. The 3 large ships, with marble columns and floors, were a spectacle of colonial magnificence. Large oil paintings, with prints of saints and martyrs, or with sacred scenes, ivory and ebony crucifixes, a sublime main altar full of volutes, and a baroque pulpit, on whose staircase nervous students gathered, wrapped in their classic capes of Calamaco, did not want to miss the show. All this imposed in that scene, usually reserved for worship, which today, by work and grace of politics, was consecrated to the most profane of human needs. The congressmen tried to settle into the seats with reclining backs, where day after day less arrogant and more contrite believers would take their places. There was a table of authorities, placed at an oblique angle from the main altar, so as not to be faced with the most holy. The matrons of the capital had placed themselves in the benches closest to the doors, accompanied by their slaves or servants. In the choir, the community of Dominicans was getting ready to contemplate the events. Between the chapel and the cloister, a wall had been raised to separate the congressman from the peasant labourer and farmer. It was a vibrant cloister that on this chaotic date blended with them into a crowd of energetic men who hurled wild cries. Baccellieri had made his way to the very railing and, with arm gestures, tried to bring order to the mob, who continued to show off their shiny knives, scissors, or razors. Alexander Puebla followed him. Among the crowd, Bocanegra, Diaz, Calzadilla, Marin, and Otero were yelling slogans in support of Gomecism and calling for death to Evangelista Nibbles, Saturnino Torrealba, liberal capitalism, and the Jesuits. As the session was officially inaugurated, there was unrest and whispering among the deputies. The president stood up and pleaded with anguish. "Silence, please, silence." Thanks to Baccellieri and Alejandro Puebla, the noise gradually subsided. From her seat near the exit, Graciela and Alva heard the customary opening words, abundant in resounding clichés. A crazed mob still pressed against the gate, which was closed heroically by several Dominican acolytes. In the last second, just before it was closed, Troches and Ladino managed to get in. The first one stood very erect, right behind the bench occupied by Gonzaga's wife. Now there had been an eager, extremely silent expectancy, thicker as it was broken from time to time by some passionate cry. The presidential voice, blasted by the arena, reported on the result that the tallying officials had given to the primary election in the electoral assemblies for 1702. Ballots had been cast. At that moment, Troches leaned over toward Graciela and, with some boldness, whispered into her ear, "You'd rather have a new friend than a petty relative, I think." The sentence surprised the beautiful woman, who didn't know Troches was behind her. However, she didn't turn around. With a faint reflection, she took charge of the situation. Without taking her eyes off the president, she said, "I bear the burdens in my heart, friend." The president reported that by General José Valerio Gómez, the primary elector had cast 735 votes. Troches couldn't hold himself back. He said, "You are very beautiful, and you are very rude." Graciela smiled. For Laureano Arcila, the votes were 384. Troches explained, "When I convinced myself that good money made the weddings, The concept had not been at all gallant. Arturo waited calmly for the reaction of the very young lady. Irene Caro, the elemental constituent, had voted in the number of 304. Graciela limited herself to saying, "I'm afraid you're wrong. Cristo Herrera Velez had received 81 ballots. I don't make mistakes. Were you once Dr. Bachelieri's pupil?" And in 1774, General Joaquin Maria Cabezas. 10 years ago, replied Mrs. Gonzaga. He had a study house. The same Saturnino Torrealba had been favoured with 71 votes. Trophies was encouraged to comment. A man admirable, they say, and General Eusebio Pinilla with 2, Graciela corrected. An apostle, I would say. There had also been a blank vote. Arturo Troches unravelled his heart at that instant. Graciela, I'd like to speak to you. Alone. She did not reply. The President's voice declared now, "Since neither of the candidates has reached the constitutional majority, the Constitution orders us to perfect the election by choosing, in absolute plurality among the 3 candidates who have obtained the most votes, namely Gomez, Arcila, and Caro." The commotion again raged in the bars, which began to press against the railing that separated them from the deputies. Heard the roars of the crowd for General Gomez. The President asked for silence. Then he announced, "We proceed to the first vote." This was carried out, surrounded by a violence repressed in spirits, which were externalized in the form of a muted rumble of maracas. The urn swept through the 3 ships amidst a cacophonous silence. Then the bald and submissive secretary received it at the table. As the counting began, threatening screams erupted from the flowered cloisters. These grew in number until they terrified the voters who had sought refuge in the ships. Finally, the secretary announced the result of the first vote: 37 votes for Dr. Caro, 37 votes for General Gomez. I note that there is a tie between the first 2. An explosion of anxiety and a phenomenal hiss occurred in the bars. Bachelieri and Alejandro Puebla were trying to appease the mob, which was putting too much pressure on the railing. It was in vain. With a terrible sound, the railing collapsed in front of the astonishment of the parliamentarians, who jumped out of their seats like springs, convinced that the flood of old people would fall upon them. However, the incident seemed to shame the mob, which retreated in fear. Frustrated, Bachelieri implored, "I beg of you, for the sake of your families, to show moderation." "They will accuse us of mutiny." The people gradually calmed down. A deputy stood up and addressed the President. "I asked to speak because no sovereign body has ever been in a comparable situation. We groaned under the vicious knife of a mob. The governor of the city was in the cloister, President Niebles, a few steps away in his palace. But no one was defending us. Senatore Cristo Herrera Velez agreed. "They are forcing us into it," he shouted. Francisco Boccanegra had climbed onto the ruins of the rampart and was howling, "It is you who have reduced us to the necessity of winning or perishing." Bachelieri stood up, grabbed him by the arm, and put him back in his seat. General José Valerio Gomez rose from his seat in the front row, his face pale with worry. He walked over to where Filiberto de Onzaga was sitting. In a whisper, he said, "The deal is done, Onzaga. Let's end this." Or, between the ayers and the venayers of the urn, an indeterminate tide passed. The bars had entered into a crescendo of violent delirium. Boccanegra, Marin, and Diaz, without heeding Bachelieri, shamelessly displayed their weapons to the deputies. The lawyer wiped away with a musty handkerchief a nervous sweat. Behind the women's bench, Abelardo Ladino stripped his pistol and fired a shot into the air. In the choir, the Dominicans were terrified and ran in all directions towards the back. The women screamed. Even from behind Graciela, who was looking around in panic, Troches fired at where Ladino was standing. He berated him with scorn. "Very well, Doctor," he said. "Do you want to turn into a killer again? Don't you know how to control yourself? Go away as soon as possible." He pushed him towards the gate, whose shutter was open so that the man with the scar on his cheek could come out, and was quickly closed by a terrified acolyte. Herrera Velez stood up, puffing. "Let it be on record," he declared, "I voted for General José Valerio Gomez so that the deputies are not murdered." The President, also standing, pleaded for silence with gestures. Result of the third vote, he intoned. Slowly the silence descended. The Secretary spoke. 42 votes for General Gomez, 39 for Dr. Caro, none for Dr. Arcila. 3 blank votes that are added to General Gomez. The enthusiasm broke out in the bars. In demand of silence, the President waved his arms. General José Valerio Gomez has been elected President of the Republic, announced at last. Bachelieri and Puebla hugged each other in a sort of childish fit. The jubilation took on an odd and oppressive form. General José Valerio Gomez was being congratulated by friends and foes alike. The crowd in the cloisters and before the temple cried out to welcome him. He had to struggle to cover the distance between himself and the open gate to receive the acclamations. Gonzaga and the President of the Congress accompanied him. Their arrival in the atrium transformed the initial cacophony into an apotheosis. Graciela and Oliva met with Gonzaga under the scowling gaze of Arturo Croques. All seemed to move like a flotation device among the crowd. From among them emerged Bachelieri, who extended his arms to congratulate the elected president, and was warmly received by him. Gonzaga watched, taking careful note. "We did it, General," the lawyer exclaimed. "You owe me so much, Dr. Bachelieri," the anointed one thanked. Taking advantage of Gonzaga's distraction, who held his cane against a miserable man who had stained his footwear with a stamp, Croces approached Graciela. He whispered in her ear, "I insist on speaking to you alone. Don't deny me that opportunity." Graciela pressed her way through, disturbed, towards the carriage, which the coachman was attempting to keep immobile among the crowd. Before getting in, she turned her eyes towards Arturo, who was looking at her passionately. The alliance with Gonzaga and Arcila had worked the miracle of the triumph of that afternoon, enjoyed the honor of being invited to the evening celebration at home of José Valerio Gomez Portart. This began around 7, adorned by the presence of personal friends as well as handsome opponents. Although he had seen it, he would not have found it difficult to observe that most of the competitors were members of the Conservatism, or the Golgotha wing of the Liberal Party. After all, the draconian condition of the general was only a matter of opportunity, and he belonged to that unassailable aristocracy who gave money, arms, and Hispanic ancestor. By his absence gleaned, no doubt, some stubborn adversaries, like that Cristo Herrera Vélez, for whom the permanence of the Conservatives in power should have been raised to a rank of theological dogma. But there were present to refute him the Archbishop Niebles and the Cordillo Laureano Arcila, who used to reap papal blessings. All moved very casually through the vast and old house, with no difference between the leggy furniture, the mirrors between columns, or the quail-like wood sculptures in it, polychrome. The women who had dutifully attended the dreary spectacle of the Dominican convent were now partaking in the celebration, where poems with rhyme and wisdom were to be recited, and music played on the Erhard piano. Neither Saturnino Torrealba nor his wife Agustina had shown up at the Dominican cloister. At the rank of former minister, it was not appropriate that they had remained in the back seats, which were equivalent to bars. That's why they arrived a little late, and a bit more dressed up than the others. She wore one of those primers of European tailoring, with plenty of frills, inheritance from the years of exile they lived in England as a result of Saturnino's poor political steps. The admiration that the capital society had for Agustina was felt under the multiple light spiders, an admiration that split into a kind of prostration. After all, Torrealba's wife had been famous since childhood for her sharp beauty, which prostrated at his feet even the Libertador himself. José Valerio Gomez accepted Torrealba's congratulatory embrace with good grace. He made everyone believe that, from then on, their differences would be gently settled. With power in his fist, the general was now a man who had to be flattered and persuaded, not attacked. The competition applauded with that calculated joy that usually arises from the reconciliation between rivals, as long as it involves one of them bowing his head. 2 trials, one for conspiracy against the liberator, and another for disturbance of public order, clouded Saturnino's past, a reason to avoid in the future being at odds with all the owners of the plot. He wanted above all to suggest that several years in London had at last refined his spirit and made him incapable of the cruelties of the Criollos. For a long time he was talking with the general, with his wife, and other forced ladies, with the archbishop, with Arcila, and with Gonzaga. He did not give up on the need to pave the way for the export of agricultural products, either by eliminating obstacles that hindered their abundance he clearly referred to, monopolies, or by reducing returns duties. But he was not imposing. It was a suggestion. Drinking excessively was a habit that could be attributed to him. But that night he was overwhelmed by a feeling of cosmic failure. The reform he embarked on with the protection of the Evangelista Nebel's regime was for him an aureate dream he had nurtured since his days in exile in London. Having participated, as an early politician and even as a precocious leader, in all intrigues, conspiracies, and conspiracies in which the local politics abounded, the contact with the European sphere gave him a sense of dazzling. He abhorred the selfish and secretive and harmful customs of his country. She understood that by protecting, under the pretext of preserving the folk industry, poncho manufacturers, alpargatas, and chinkoro makers, it was nothing more than a populist gesture or a consoling sophism. In fact, there was no folk industry. However, it was imperative to build an economy in which domestic products could compete in foreign markets based on opening our customs to products from these markets. When he finally returned home, thanks to an amnesty promulgated by the new legislature, he found himself overwhelmed by the authoritarianism of the Nebel's government. Despite being an outsider, he had tried his hand at business in London with some success. So he did not hesitate to set up, in keeping with his new ideas, a store of imported goods on Royal Street, which was intended not only to provide for his family, but also to demonstrate the superiority of European industry and the sheer ineptitude implied in wanting to compete with it in its own domain. Political impatience certainly made him restless, and he soon began writing articles in the newspapers in defense of free trade. To his surprise, General Evangelista Nebels became very quickly his most devoted and convinced reader. Without Torrealba's knowledge, the citizen president was a man biologically born for power, with all the doses of high fantasy that this requires. Unable to confine to partisan commitments that stifle his free will, Nebels did not hesitate to associate his mandate with the ideas of that journalist who seduced him. He also hurriedly realized, by the way, that the man he needed in the Treasury Ministry was Torrealba, and the appointment took place without even consulting him. As a minister, Saturnino Torrealba had to hard sell his reform in Congress, which was hated by the injured and rebellious artisan guilds. Those artisans had scored a disastrous victory against him that afternoon. From there, that cosmic failure feeling, only slightly mitigated by the tolerance that elected José Valerio Gomez showed towards him, which made him sip with steadfast bitterness the host's cognac. Agustina warned him with a radiance of surprise, but her friends convinced her not to intervene, given the circumstances of that grim day. For the same reason he preferred not to move from his chair, a Freiluna chair in the midst of a group of women, when he saw Saturnino, already lost in the mists of alcohol, leaving the room and wandering like a somnambulist towards the back of the house. What he had been searching for with anguish was right before his nose. But all the doors seemed alike to him, and in 3 consecutive tries he opened a small one and ran smack into a cupboard full of treats. Incapable of going back to the hall, he decided to venture down an unknown corridor, hoping to find a bathroom at its end. He was spurred on by the stubbornness of the drunk, who resists asking for help. Suddenly he found an open space without doors, and instinctively slipped through it. He fell into a murky area in which the faint aroma of blooming azaleas and a smoggy odour that was sweet and sour mixed together. Just by taking a few steps forward, he felt as if he had inhaled the cold of the Altiplano night, and far away he heard the confused murmur of popular celebrations. She descended some steps and felt the dampness and moistness of the grass under her feet. Swarms of stars seemed to greet him, not devoid of some Sciottereno irony, from a clear sky, only in pieces. The moon was being swallowed, at that very moment, by a dense cloud rumbled. "God, you worship the stupid," he blasphemed aloud, dragging out the words. "Otherwise you wouldn't make them so pathetic." One of them, the man, he told himself. Sometimes, as dog-like habits, he approached to air his smooth fallo de aristocrata and dry it up without further ado. He didn't care about how inhabited the neighborhood might be. Alcohol made him believe he was alone on a planet populated by stars. Suddenly He was alarmed by the presence of a rectangular light to his left. Undoubtedly it came from a window, but not from the house, but rather from a path intended probably for servitude. Now there was no need to worry, for servitude by force must have been arranged, all of it to attend the guests. Nevertheless, if so, why did they leave a lamp burning there? His shame again alarmed, and worried about giving his back to the rectangular light. When the operation was completed, he worked out the uncertainty and, instead of turning back where he had come from, inevitably desired to approach the window and spy what was happening in that mysterious and attractive interior. Stealthily he clung to the wall of the branch and ventured half a face into the light. He would not have done so if he had been sober, of course. Neither was the peeping considered a habit of his, but today habits had gone to limbo. What he saw did not want to believe at first, although when she broke she knew her heart-beats were altered. There was a young girl of dark skin and only 15 years old. It wasn't just a joke or mere assumption, because she was absolutely naked. In the Highlands it was not frequent to see nudity, and less so such splendor, so that Saturnino Torrealba became overwhelmed by a dramatic bewitchment. He resisted believing in this Edenic appearance. What the hell were you doing naked in the middle of the room, with the lamp on and without drawing the curtain? It seemed like some sort of visual gift sent by night, which was supposed to be blurred. The vision of a naked woman, she said, can entail some sort of possession, but it doesn't satisfy. It was perhaps that thought that encouraged the knuckles of her fingers to pound on the glass. She did it without barely realizing it, and felt grossly clumsy. Now the teenager would cover those parts of the body whose vision brought her a major thrill, and also a great relief, but it wasn't like that. The girl did not cover herself because there was nothing in the whole room, not even blankets on the 2 strategic beds with which to cover herself. She found herself, therefore, defenselessly naked by order of someone. This last sentence struck him and filled him with wonder, while the delicious young girl, without even resorting to the mechanical gesture of blocking the barely shaded sex with her hands, scanned the window in vain with half-starved eyes, and went closer to it. "Is anyone there, or are you?" "Nyphus," she asked. "I am Torrealba," audaciously answered. It was time then for the girl to crouch or shout or what he knew, but none of that happened. On the contrary, she simply opened with all simplicity the tiny leaf of the window and was overcome by the chill of the night. She had such intense breasts that Saturnino felt an urge to them. Everyone knows him. What are you doing naked in a lit room at this hour of the night? There are no curtains. My mother always leaves me like this, so I don't escape. There's nothing to cover myself with. I'm used to it. Who is your mother? Her name is Irene. She's one of the slaves in the house. I'm Milena. Then he noticed that she was not black. She was mulatto, the product of a loose relationship between some Creole and a slave, and from a passionate mulat, since it dealt with one of the most perfect creatures he had ever contemplated. "Okay, Milena, can I come in?" "There's no lock. That's why they undress me," she said elementally. A firework was set off by Abelardo Ladino's hands. It rose swiftly and burst into a variety of lights in the night sky. By then it was after 11 p.m., and there were great celebrations in the main square. The election of José Valerio Gómez had stirred up a general euphoria among the common folk, which was made more so by the buzz created by dogs, hand drums, and drums and titles. Some revellers, spreading their blankets on the road, engaged in gambling. Others set off firecrackers. Arturo Troches, soberio, conseguiu avistar o duto ladino, que agora dançava desbragadamente com qualquer mocetona da terra. Ouviam-se, vivas ao presidente eleito e pertinazes, abajos ao governo e à companhia de Jesus. Bacalieri, que também não havia provado licor, encontrou-se com Troches no átrio da catedral. O duto ladino parece ter encontrado on the passada night, said Arturo. "And you?" inquired Bacalieri. "Did you find a place to stay? You have one at home if you want." Troches agreed and thanked him. His companion could bring the luggage later. They made their way through the crowd and walked in the opposite direction of the party. The young southerner carried a wise air. Finally he spoke. She, Dr. Bacalieri, was his disciple. "How did you come to marry Onzaga?" The other smiled with his rotten teeth. His friend's interest in Graciella must have seemed funny to him. He found himself, and bowed too eagerly to greet some gentlemen who passed by. "Your family has gone down since your father's death," he informed. Gonzaga became obsessed with her. "You understand that it was an opportunity they couldn't waste." "Do you mean that she got married for money?" "I'd say rather that. She was forced to do so." Troches shook his head, scarred. Now they were walking down one of the streets that led to the square. That where the mansion rose, that was once of the beautiful and intricate Manusha the Liberator, as you— No, they hadn't gone halfway down the block when a figure suddenly emerged from between the complications of a facade. He was a cloaked man, wielding a knife. "Watch yourself about going for the gun," he warned, revealing that Troches had won. "And quick with the knife." Obeying the assaulter's signs, Troches handed over his pistol, taking hold of its barrel. Now the bags insisted the stranger. He sheathed the knife and pointed the gun at them. Arturo answered with a giggle. "You must be joking, my friend," he said. With a swift movement, while the assailant fired the empty pistol, he withdrew the knife and held it in front of him. "You've made a bad choice." But the other was agile. He let go of the gun and lunged towards Troches, knocking him down. The knife flew a considerable distance. Now the attacker tried to stomp on his opponent's face, but he grabbed his ankle and forced him to fall. Then he stood up, picked him up by the neck, and gave him a scientific punch. The other was stunned. Troches shook it off and uncovered his face. He was the boy who had stirred up the ruckus with Graciela Fernandez de Onzaga's carriage. The southerner poked around in his own pockets and pulled out the bag, swinging it in front of his eyes. "This is the second time we've run into each other today, boy," he said. "Are you really that desperate?" "What's your name?" The young man spoke in a strangled voice. "Acuna. Domingos Acuna." "Mercy, sir. I have a wife and 2 children. By profession I am a blacksmith, but the situation is very bad." Troches dug his fingers into the bag and pulled out a gold coin. "That's enough. Make do with this," he advised. "And get in your head that the third time we see each other you will have to behave, or else I won't answer for myself." Acuna nodded in agreement. He took the coin. When Arturo let it go, he fled in fear. Basilisks, terrified and clinging to the wall, stared without understanding what had happened. He wanted it to be a fun fair, but in reality it was a large meadow on the slopes of the hills and near the Hill of Egypt. There people from all walks of life gathered on Sundays to warm themselves as best they could. Everywhere there were casks of chicha and jars of damajuanas of brandy. There were 2 long posts, 6 meters apart, joined by a joist, one of whose ropes passed through a pulley so that it could be drawn taut or loosened as desired. In the joust there was a rooster hanging upside down, which was raised or lowered by an executioner according to the distance of a horseman. The game consisted of passing at full speed between the posts, and before the rooster was hoisted, to succeed in ripping its head off with a machete blow. A first rider passed swiftly, whose machete whistled in the air without achieving his goal. The second man immediately beheaded the rooster. Blood splattered across the crowd, a dozen or so gaunt, ragged, drunken men who had been drinking chicha. As they received the bloodbath, everyone laughed and shouted in mock delight. While reclining against a fence, Troches and Ladino calmly watched the barbaric scene as they drank from bottles. A few meters away there was a shooting range, where Saturnino Torrealba, Filiberto de Onzaga, and the Englishmen Purnell Williamson and Cliff Hone, dressed sportily as if were attending a horse competition in London, practiced. There was also a table with a pyramid of fruit and 4 glasses of cognac. Graciela de Onzaga and Agustina de Torrealba were walking protected by parasols. The younger one wore a loose outfit of muslin, with frills that made her look like an aerial dancer in her white silk shoes. The other showed off a London style in maroon velvet. Torrealba's hand, holding a beautiful percussion pistol with nacre stocks, rose to a mid-range shooting position and fired. The projectile opened a rosette in the very center of the target. "Bravo!" Onzaga exclaimed, whose intimacy with the Golgotha leader was not recent. "I didn't know you'd be so accurate." To pour himself some cognac, Saturnino placed the pistol on the table. Onzaga leaned in and took her hands in his. He admired her, caressed her. "A beautiful pistol," he praised. Torrealba pointed to Hone. "The fine Cliff Hone, on behalf of the British tobacco industry, he revealed. Very beautiful, Gonzaga reaffirmed. Graciela and Agustina moved closer to the table where Saturnino was drinking. The first took one of the brandy glasses. Gonzaga asked, "May I have a sip of your cognac, Filiberto? I am feeling a little thirsty." He then snatched the glass from his hands. Irritated, he whispered in his ear, "Drinking cognac in public like men? They will mistake you for a prostitute." He drank from the very same glass. Graciela glared at him with disgust. While Agustina was starting a conversation with the Englishman, he turned his back and set out for the place where the pluma cutters were waiting to be beheaded. Now, the man who climbed up and down was watering blood from a new rooster over a group of pale-faced people. Arturo Troches followed Graciela with his eyes. "Do you see her, Dr. Ladino?" he asked. Gonzaga, upset, had also joined the Englishman. Saturnino Torrealba felt it appropriate to specify. "Filiberto is one of our biggest tobacco landlords. Did you know that?" "Yes, that's right," replied Williamson. "But I'm surprised that with his political power he still tolerates the existence of a state monopoly." He spoke, as did Hone, a difficult Spaniard with a pronounced accent. Gonzaga seemed surprised. "Ustedes, los ingleses inquirió, no ven conveniente esos monopolios." Discretamente, Arturo Troches se acercaba a Graciela. La mujer lo había sin duda advertido, pero no se daba vuelta. Simulaba interés en los galos. No he logrado olvidar. Nuestro encuentro, reconfesó él. Aún desearía hablarles a solas. Sin mirarlo, ella respondió, "Comete error, Arturo. I am a kind of reserved hunting ground, a national shrine." "Altars to be kissed," he retorted in flight. Graciela observed warily the place where her husband talked with Torrealba, with Agustina, with the English. "All advanced politics boils down to the free growth of private trade," remarked Saturnino. Doubtful, Gonzaga inquired, "What do you think, Mr. Hone?" "I agree with Saturnino," said Hone. "The state should not take the lion's share, especially when there is room to press," added Williamson. "The tobacco monopoly brings us the greatest income to our treasury. In England we say, 'Money is what you earn,'" objected Williamson. Graciela had stopped watching them. She was very tense. Without looking at him, she told Arturo, "I usually go to San Agustin in the afternoons, around 6, and she continued on her erratic path. A light shone in Arturo Troch's eyes. Meanwhile, Cliff Owen approached the table and took Saturnino's gun. "If it were up to me, do you know what I would do?" he asked, point directly at the monopoly. "Like this." He pulled a gold coin from his pocket, national mint mark and all. He threw it high in the air and lit a fire. The bullet opened a little hole in the middle of the cigar. Gonzaga examined it and saw how his country's shield had been defaced. Hone smiled at him shrewdly. Another rooster was beheaded. In the lateral nave of St. Augustine's Church, Graciela and Oliva were praying to the Virgin Mary on their knees in a confessional. "Alleluia, alleluia! Happy art thou, sacred Virgin Mary, and most worthy of praise. For from thee is risen the Son of Justice, our Lord Christ God. Alleluia!" They stood up and lit, with the light of another, a votive candle that suddenly flickered and ghosted their faces. The church was deserted at that hour. Just an altar boy extinguished the lights of a shrine with the help of a crossbow. Dressed in the style of knights pro, Arturo Troches slowly entered, observed, took a discreet distance from the women and the blinking ex-voters. Graciela warned him and asked Oliva, "Do you want to continue? I'll catch up with you." Oliva obeyed. She passed in front of Troches, who was moving towards Graciela, and she directed a smile that was a mixture of nerves and sympathy, and which, at the same time, established a definitive complicity. Now, Graciela was also on the lookout for Arturo. "I spent the night awake, wondering if you would come," he began, with a bit of effort. She looked down. "Arturo, I'm so confused," she stammered. No less faltering seemed now the well-bred southerner. He said, "Graciela, I've thought so much about you. I love you, Graciela." They were very close to each other. In a nervous fit, she threw herself into Troche's arms. "Arturo, I'm so miserable, and I'm so scared." Taking her by the chin, Troches gently raised her head. Their looks met without hiding the passion and anguish. "I love you, Graciela, and my greatest suffering lies in knowing that you suffer." A tear ran down the woman's cheek. "There's nothing you can do," she said. "I'm not exactly a man of resignation, Graciela," he objected. "There's always something I can do." The Gonzaga lady turned her gaze to the main altar. She sighed. "I am bound by an oath." "The marital oath," Troches interjected, "must be refreshed daily with love. And you don't love Filiberto de Gonzaga." Graciela lowered her eyes to the church floor tiles. "I loathe him," she declared. "But that's not the oath I'm referring to." Arturo questioned her with his eyes. Drawing hers again, using the same gesture of hand on chin, "I made a vow to my mother on her deathbed," she notified. "I promised her that I would reclaim our family name by marrying Gonzaga." Troches looked at her intensely and lovingly. For an instant, all his disbelief in moral conventions flickered in her eyes. She said slowly, "You have no reason to keep vows that should never have been made." "Don't add to my confusion," she begged. "You—" An unyielding anguish painted itself on the woman's face. "I wish I could be free to love you." Now their gazes were captive of each other. Sweetly and wisely, Troches was bringing her lips to Graciela's. Last but not least, their mouths joined in a long kiss. In vain Saturnino Torrealba had been wandering around these days, looking for an appointment with General José Valerio Gomez. Since the day of his election, the agenda of the draconian chief was overcrowded, and he had not been able to see him again, despite gnawing on it an insufferable impatience. Oddly enough, the general could only receive it in the morning of the day of his investiture, when he already had one foot on the carriage's bar that would take him to his new palace residence. He did so in the strict office of his old house, already decorated for the assumption of command. When Torrealba finished explaining the or lack of reason for his visit, Gomez had wide eyes and a sharp wonder across his entire visage. "But, Saturnino, if he said, what fly has stung you? No one wants to buy slaves these days. Everyone knows I plan to abolish slavery." "I don't care," Torrealba replied, adopting an heroic calmness. "I want to buy her. Can you tell me why? To be honest, I don't think it's appropriate to separate her from her mother." The former minister of the regime that was coming to an end today measured in all its complexity the playfulness he was making before the elected president, whose acumen couldn't escape his true intentions. It was clear as day that Saturnino wanted to buy a sexual object. As dark as night how I had gotten to know Milena. By her weight fell had to be telling himself the general that everything must have happened during the evening celebration of his choice. And didn't it equal a violation of residence? "We ran into it in the market a few days ago." Torrealba hurried to lie, and the twins got attached to her. She would be, besides being the ideal aunt, a game companion. "It is not for sale." The general cut him off, filled with suspicion. "I ask it as a personal favor," the other begged. In that case, the elected president, already eager to finish this murky matter, proposed, "I would rather free her from her slave status, and you freely hire her. That would be better than nothing thought, awkwardly, Saturnino, but I insist on acquiring it as a slave, a title that will lose in a few days, because I am going to make all slaves gain freedom and become citizens. I intend to do it at the earliest. How much does it cost, General?" Gomez scanned him fiercely with his eyes. His gaze would seem almost of reproach. He walked to his ivory-inlaid desk, took a seat behind it, noticed paper and a quill, and began writing. Torrealba was filled with anguish by all that. He ignored what reaction the general had provoked. That night, the night of the election, alcohol had given him the courage for one of the most daring actions in his life, perhaps only comparable to his break-in at the presidential palace many years earlier with the intention of assassinating the liberator. When Milena let him see that her door was unlocked, she didn't make him repeat it, and he entered the room in a flash. Now he had her by his side, face to face, completely naked, an unparalleled vision for his loving eyes, devoid of modesty down to the marrow, enticing as perfection itself, with her sex not quite shaded claiming it from her apparent vulnerability, exposed by him with sublime shamelessness, possibly beating that divine crevice in sync with his heart, his pulse, his feverish temples. "No te haré daño, redijo, pero Deja me toccate. She nodded with only the intensity of her eyes. Saturnino felt like he was throwing his life overboard on a boat, but he knew that a chance like this would never come again. It was like the call of open existence, of raw being. He approached Malena, hugged her with his arms, groped her hard buttocks, caressed them in a paroxysm of arousal, and then could not believe what he felt, because the young woman's hand had sought his fly, unbuttoned it, and pulled out to the warm and intimate air of the room his erect member, and on the other hand caressed it with a taste of a taste of a taste. Ancient wisdom. He led her almost tenderly to one of the beds. He kissed her madly, running his lips all over her body. When he penetrated her, when he shattered her inexplicable virginity with the wise sorcerer of immemorial love, he thought for an instant that he was embracing the universe. And then he knew that on that occasion he would, against his custom, be a miserable lover, because he ejaculated much earlier than he had wanted to, and did it in a very copious way, so as not to leave any doubt about the consummation of that magnificent sacrilege. Then he hid the wet member that she had been staring at in awe, and perhaps gratitude, and managed to say before retiring, "I'll buy you, my Lena." So we do this every day until the very day of death. All was now, however, in the hands of the general, who scratched on the paper. Suddenly he placed an emphatic point that punched through the page. L point with which his stamp ended, and he extended it to Saturnino. He freely passed the young slave on to her conscience. Thank you was all that Torrealba said, and he went. That afternoon the Black Irene took her daughter home to the house of her new owner, who before Agustina had cooked up a simple scheme to do not rouse suspicions and justify Milena's presence. I had told her without lying that it was a gift from General Gomez, and lying that as a thank you for secret favours during the campaign. Agustina gave no indication of smelling something bad. When Irene rang the doorbell on the street, it was such impatience that burnt Torrealba that he opened it himself. She then saw the mulatta in a strict maid's uniform, including a headscarf. This slightly unnerved him. It was the first time he had seen her dressed like that. During all those inaugural days of the regime of José Valerio Gomez, Saturnino Torrealba took his time to calm down his unnerving. Milena, for the sake of it, had to be joined to the rest of the servitude, whose rooms were located at the end of a garden filled with geraniums and azaleas. It was difficult in these circumstances to frequent them, and much less to fulfill the promise of daily carnal union, a promise that obsessing the owner of the house until the had extremes of alienation. It was not possible, on the one hand, to evade the eyes of the two old servants, on the other to escape the innocent surveillance of Agustina, who exercised an irreproachable authority over every corner of the house. Torrealba racked his brain in search of a ruse by which to avoid those ironic perils. I had acquired Milena the simplest way, but as soon as I brought her home, I had established an almost insurmountable distance between us. I saw her now dressed always, and with her hairnet immaculate. I followed her with my eyes, trying to guess her, full of mute anger when she would bring me coffee, when she would play with the twins. Milena, from time to time, would shoot him with an intense and perverse gaze. An probable and mad solution came to his head the afternoon when he and his wife decided to go shopping at the Spanish store, a tutti quanti, a battiborillo, a brick A, brack that tried, despite its essential chaos, to emulate the import shop that Saturnino maintained years ago. Foreign and domestic merchandise, old stocks, French perfumes, and Creole stink bombs, all mixed together in dusty shelves. It was obvious that the finest items were confined to a zone of azacis, categorically separated from the area of provisions and hardware. In this last one there were heaps of dusty bags, dirty ledgers in which loans to gamblers were carried, chests, drawers, food remnants on the floor, and on the counters, whereas two scales. From a box, a fat, snotty cat watched impassively everything that happened. A few parishioners held a chat in some corner. Losada, the owner, was a tall and very thin peninsular, with a sharp face and a parrot nose. Despite his wealth, he wore a frayed and miserable tight suit and some patched-up tight trousers, tied at the waist with horrible leather suspenders. He had a reddish beard full of food scraps. "When will my order of Burgundy wine arrive?" asked Saturnino, waiting for the right moment to slip his real question of concern. With a strong and persistent accent, Losada reported. At most 3 months, Mr. Saturnino. It was Agustina who now inquired, "Have perfumes from Paris arrived?" The Spanish man went up to one of the display cases and returned with a tiny bottle in which an amber liquid was stirring. "Look, this one," he said. "It's Azahar essence." Outside, in the crowded street at that hour, went and came a daily, weary flow of gaunt men in alpargatas, who yoked burros, carried heavy loads on their backs, or begged heavy load on their backs, or begged for alms. Here and there the women waterers, with their long canvas skirts, went about their trade, going and coming, bearing on their shoulders the clay pots. Agustina thought, "I prefer the ones with rose petals, so long as they don't use grey amber as a fixative. Are these shirts made of cooked silk?" "I'm investigating, trying to bring the owner over to me," he said, trying to attract the owner's attention. "I mean, without gum or varnish, that they don't make bumps on the skin." "They're English," the merchant clarified, gesturing expansively. And suddenly, as if enlightened, he added, "By the way, a shipment of English shoes just arrived." Let's see, Saturnino agreed, following him back to the store front. Agustina was now busy tying fabrics around her body in front of a huge mirror. The political interposed. "You, Mr. Saturnino, come on. You won't be able to withstand the Creole shoe. Your foot returns Zambo. Boot, say the French." The politician illustrated, adding in a whisper, "Listen, Losada, listen attentively." The Peninsula looked at him with its typical stupidity in his absurd eyes. "Does he still rent those rooms in Las Aguas? I mean, those discreet?" The merchant's eyes lit up. He murmured, "Well, Mr. Saturnino, you have quite the little adventure here." "Nothing of the sort." The other cut him off, full of anger. "Besides, it doesn't bother you. Are they renting or not?" She saw the shaggy cat watching her with lightning eyes, and felt a kind of nausea. "I can assure you that they are," said the Spaniard. The answer carried a secret complicity that revolted Torrealba. Never had he been unfaithful to Agustina, and if being so for the first time was going to mean conniving with this thief, he preferred to quit. "That's why," I replied. "Forget it, Losada. I don't know what you're talking about." The Spaniard was puzzled. He tried to make amends, but only managed to mumble some awkwardness, which Torrealba cut short with a, "I'll take this pair, get them home." After finishing her inspection, Agustina then clarified, "I think I'll take this crepe. I'll make a dress that they'll die then before." When they came out, Torrealba was grey with disgust. It was said that there must be audacious deeds to compensate for these sigils of vituperation. "If you want to feel the damage that mercantilist doctrines did to my country, it will suffice you to leaf through this book," declared Cliffone, extending to him 3/4. "Volume in octavo, bound with British care. Filiberto de Onzaga received the gift with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion." They were in the living-room of the senator's residence, where Graciela was giving them treats that she had soaked in a delicious red Vermejo brandy. Outside, a grey rain made the afternoon apathetic. "His author is not yet 40, the Englishman continued, but he is one of the most famous of my country. He was the second of 8 children of a domestic servant, and he made his living as a clerk when he was young. He is therefore not entirely unfamiliar with the subject matter that he has chosen for this novel, in which he attempts to describe the poverty of the slums in London and fair workhouses, where workers drink death slowly. There you will see the horrors of orphanages and how children are exploited." "Which one of the two is the author's name?" Onzaga asked, perplexed. To be honest, he was very little interested in foreign literature and languages. And here was Hone offering him a novel in that unlimited language which is English. Dickens is the writer's name, and David Copperfield the title of the novel. It is the latest one he has written. It just came out. You will also find there the unjust treatment of prisoners, the slow-moving nature of justice. I thank you for this gift. In fact, all the information I possess about England comes from Saturnino. He placed the book on a console, with no intention of ever opening it again. Torrealba lived in London, near my house. Home with him and Agustina we spent a summer in Cumberland, delightfully exposed to the moist ocean breezes. Victoria was newly crowned, and we began to believe that British citizenship in the modern world equaled the Roman civis Romanus. The senator ignored encyclopedically what it could be that I am a Roman citizen, but she feigned a look of passionate interest. Although as ignorant of English as her husband, Graciela took the book in her hands for an instant. She turned lightly the well-printed pages. Then she put it down again and went out of the room. On his way to the kitchen, where new snacks were being prepared, he looked over there, across the garden, at the gentle rain, and wondered if literature would be infinite, and if every literature, in every language, would also be so. The image of Arturo Crotches crossed swiftly through his imagination, and he told himself that in him literature and love were one and the same thing, because only idyllic themes. Had Ovidio Ramon Bacchilieri made him read in his study-house, novels that spoke of child exploitation would never interest him. Would there be anyone who could be distracted by such horrors? Love, love, love was the only theme. A man and woman who love each other can exhaust the letters of humanity. They loved as she thought that she loved in everyday life and in solitary, growing-up Arturo. Suddenly something came to her mind. Draw the bowstrings across the arrows, love. Your shots are enough. It is strictness, if not meanness, to take a life of a surrendered one. These were verses that she had learned by gentle suggestion of Bacchilieri in her childhood years. Hard to believe, her author was a nun from the convent of the Immaculate Conception in Toledo. She was called Sister Mary of St. Isabel, but for literary purposes she signed as Marcia Belisaria. O love, your mercy, let me be, for you are God, who is unworthy to boast of such a high deity to punish noble crimes. O poor Marcia Belisaria! Why did a nun write love poems, and not of love to Christ, as John of the Cross, but of sexual love for the man? Ah, yes. Bacchilieri told him that those verses, with their deep and melancholy nostalgia, were written on commission. But, on the one hand, who could commission them, since it was not usual for women to send poems to their lovers? If so, where did this defined erotic vein come from, offered as a sincere sacrifice at the altar of Eros? Had I thought, poor Marcia Belisaria? No, poor Graciela Fernandez. She lacked the skill to versify in order to relieve herself, and her love for Arturo Crotches was burning her soul. Marcia laments, no ignores in them, tangential kisses, nothing that could be called enjoyment. In them an exhausted frustration, in them an limitless anguish. To love or hate, a few minutes are enough. Those encounters had been enough to love him so much that it hurt. Piedad, O love, piedad another, and 1,000 times I beg you, or end my life's soon rigour of sharp killers. I memorized the verses, and did not realize that, mechanically, I had entered the kitchen, taken a tray of snacks, and returned to the living-room. Suddenly I saw myself entering this last one, with the plate firmly in my right hand, and felt surprise. From wonder came the feeling of having lived or dreamed before that moment. He almost whispered the words in his mind, which he then heard uttered by his husband. Decidedly, concluded Gonzaga, tomorrow we will leave for my tobacco estates home, and, addressing her, see that my baggage is prepared. I am leaving for the country with Hone, and it will take at least 2 weeks. Then, with a victorious gesture, let us celebrate. I will be attached to the triumphant carriage of the British tobacco industry. With course by Joseph Valerio, who has promised to present the bill to suppress the monopoly. Graciela's heart leaped. A few minutes later, in the fragrant solitude of her room, she wrote the note with hurried handwriting. Oliver took him to his destination at dusk. There was still a chance that Crotches would pull some trick to avoid gossip, thought Graciela to herself. A sleepy charioteer had crashed his carriage into the bottom of a stable. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, there were only a few passers-by in the central part of the foggy city, where the pestilent water from the gutters had been overflowing. That afternoon, due to the rain. One of them, with his cloak and top hat, avoiding the pools of stagnant water between the cobblestones, entered with some nervousness into the premises where a well-kept pharmacy was working. At the back, a wall clock displayed the time in Roman numbers. The pharmacy's pomander, a jar teeming with bloodworms, a copper scale, and a hanging quintessence were the most eye-catching features of the shop, whose owner, clad in a white clavachoses, smock and stockings, pulled up over small bright eyes, sat reading a newspaper at the immaculate counter. In the apothecary's shop, There was an animated discussion going on among a few idle men who were drinking there in a rather furtive manner some amaro, rum, or coffee. When the lawyer came in, the pharmacist hastened to say, "My congratulations, Dr. Bacalieri, one of the regular customers, a nasty-looking man whom they called Face of Hop." A thug joined in the compliment. "Me too," he said, with the bisyllabic accent of the Highlands. "It's a good choice to appoint him as a parochial judge." Serious declaimer-like, Bacalieri thanked them and added, "You already know what I think, gentlemen, that in order not to have to make the strong one be the right one, we must make the right one strong." Thanks to the prosopopea with which he said it, one would have thought that he had been appointed President of the Supreme Court. As soon as that was done, he turned away from the competitors and whispered to the owner, "My Aunt Tomasa says that her Laudano Andrade does not contain even 1,000th part of morphine. It's all white wine and saffron." Bautista Andrade lifted a bottle and, adjusting his goggles, examined it. "By God," he defended himself, "we are subject to an international treaty. 100 grams of 10% opium per litre. You can drink a teaspoon more," the pharmacist prescribed. At that moment, Cara de Coin, to whom the philosophical answer of Bacalieri had left a touch of envy stuck in his soul, innocently pretended to ask, "Which parish made it?" "You a judge?" Innocently the lawyer answered, "La Candelaria." Then Cara de Coin no longer hid his cynical intention. With a crisp laugh, he thought, well, José Valerio pays well for the errand boy, doesn't he?" He looked at Bacalieri with sly defiance, but the lawyer retreated in silence. A tile, lifted by the wind, rolled daringly and turbulently across the pavement that it crossed, barely 2 meters from him. The bell rang shakily. Oliver remembered how Filiberto de Onzaga used to say that whoever knocked on the door with such vehemence was either coming to cancel a debt or to ask for alms. The slave did not consider a third possibility, that he came to collect, since Onzaga did not usually owe anyone anything. He advanced through the courtyard, full of flower-pots, unlocked the tramps, and opened it. The light flooded the room in an instant. 2 friars, with hoods that hid their faces, appeared at the doorway. The one who was closest to her greeted her with this explicit and undeniable invocation, which was common in medieval documents. "In nomine Dei," he said. Oliver no longer had any doubt. Those were beggar friars, that is to say, they allied themselves with the alternative of Onzaga. Therefore he answered, with a careless air, "Mr. Onzaga is not in town, he is on his estates." Now the friar who had spoken sneered rudely at the voice. "We don't want to find Onzaga," he said. The slave experienced a slight shock, stumbling. "I don't know if Mrs. Graciela can." Arturo Troches then took off the hood and revealed his face. He made a sly wink at the young black woman. "Of course you will be able to," he assured with a smile. Oliver smiled, in turn with cunning, and let them enter. A dog was playing with them in the foyer. The fake friars crossed, cloaked and anointed with adventitious wax. A garden, inner with red flowers in spike, drowned in their own fragrance, and with hyacinths or flowers of love. He was guided by the girl, who barely could contain her laughter. Under the other habit came, without doubt, Abelardo Ladino as an indomitable escort. Without a single hesitation, they climbed the stairs and made their way down the hallway. While Dr. Ladino stayed outside, standing guard, Troches was led into a lavish chamber adorned with majestic chests of drawers, a Venetian moonslinger, and a vast, soft, and unkempt bed. There were images of saints adorning the walls here and there, contrasting with the overall decor. Also vases with flower figures and nymphs, and Danaids that gave a pagan touch to an atmosphere that, in any case, wanted to be Jumar between intimate and holy. The lattice of the window allowed a familiar and soothing light to enter. The hooded man and Graciela de Onzaga embraced in a kiss. Oliver came out and closed the door. Already in the corridor, she passed Abelardo Ladino, who unexpectedly pinched her nipple. With a start, the slave protested. "She did." The oblique doctor winked at him. Under the habit, which he himself had made, as well as Troches and other disguises, face masks and costumes gave the impression of an abbatial gorilla. "A beauty of ebony," he pronounced with his grey voice, all that of a crow, while the tip of my index finger he transferred to a kiss. Oliva gave her back with a snarl. In the chamber, the habit of the friar already rested on the floor. Graciella's clothes were on a chair. On the bed, Legaterano, Troches, and the beautiful married made a fool of themselves as naked as they put them in the world. Graciella squeezed with true passion the erect masculinity of the southerner. Used to Gonzaga's languid love, it was the first time she had observed the genuine vigour of a man, and that seemed to her a passionate splendour. "I'm seeing your virile penis, Arturo. I can hardly believe it. What beautiful and what huge and what elastic is." He, in turn, explored the tangled sex of that woman with whom he had dreamed night after night. He finally penetrated her, and in a matter of seconds made her go wild with pleasure. Once calmed down, between one kiss and another, she kept saying to him in a broken voice, "With how strange clothes can come happiness." Why, only the passage of time showed Torrealba the unexpected or instinctive strategies he should adopt if he wanted to satisfy his desire for Milena. Without a doubt, the fit he experienced before those young meat had completely broken him down. It had disarmed within him the building of loyalties that his love for Agostina, Yanez, had erected. Love that, incidentally, made history in the city, and which constituted one of the several engines of the famous conspiracy against the Liberator. From behind his wife, under the blankets of the conjugal bed, Saturnino began to feel itches of conscience. It annoyed him to think that, at just a few steps away, in the servants' rooms, he lay helpless, stretched out like himself, that body which had so shaken his own innermost fibres with such supreme power. And yet, through circumstances that made him feel unhappy and ridiculous, it was beyond his reach. That thought clashed with another no less irritating, the knowledge that he was betraying the wife to whom, in other times, he had enthroned in his spirit. His relationship with Agostina dated from his student days, years when he alternated reading banned texts by the church with attentive follow-up of public events. The young Torrealba at the time, he took pride in no being what used to be called an enlightened believer. On the contrary, he was nothing but that, for in his mind there only buzzed a swarm of doubts. Sometimes, as I remember, he fell into the excesses of impiety, and other times he knew himself overcome by the terrors of superstition. With much money to pamper Agostina's vanities, and knowing of the affection that the Libertador had for her, he did not hesitate to participate in a conspiracy culminated with the intrusion of several armed young men into the presidential palace, and the subsequent escape of the hero through a small window. That episode, I prefer to bury it in oblivion. At last, and in the end, the jail he endured, and subsequent death sentence, which was later commuted to exile, that never came to be since the Libertador was deposed, were enough to keep him away from gruesome audacity, but the animus toward the hero remained indelible in his heart. Spite of his encyclopedic passion, an aversion arose that night. His conscience told him in clear words, from the fact that he knew from the start that Agostina's only love was for the Libertador, and that, once Saturnino had obtained a law degree, she married him, because at that point the Libertador was already floating in the abysmal ether of death, while his memory was contemptuously scorned by those who survived him. That certainty visited him that night, and robbed him of sleep with carefulness. Yes, he had known all his life, but a remote point had compelled him to bury that knowledge in the uncultivated places of his consciousness. A question remained standing. Did Agostina come to love him over the years, perhaps with the arrival of the twins? Or was it that in the depths of his heart he still kept intact the love for that epic ghost? How obscure, he thought, the case. He could not recall ever having heard her say, "I love you." At most a trivial, superficial "I want you," which is not very frequent after all. The French had usually made a decisive distinction between the two sentences. Torn, Saturnino Torrealba suddenly understood that he was beginning to experience the secret and dangerous delights of self-pity, which did not agree with his well-tempered. So, from his English readings, I recalled the pungent Elegy 7th of John Donne, in which the poet memorized having taught to love a woman unwise in things of nature, or, something worse, nature's lay idiot, who had never come to understand the difference of size in the air, nor the alphabet of flowers. He refined her with loving tenderness, and transformed her into a delightful paradise, into a blissful paradise. Thus his graces, his happy words, are creatures of the poet, who planted in her knowledge and the tree of life. And he will not tolerate the cave having warmed the wax, so that others conceal it, having chafed the wax, so that others conceal it. How Torrealba would have liked to practice this noble profession, even if it was just for the pleasure of others. But no, Augustina had been born aware of the diversity of size and the floral alphabet that fulfills orders silently and mutually, only that she was born for another, for that other whom he instinctively hated from the day he saw him parade with his victorious troops. Well then, what about Milena? Maybe with Milena he could practice John Donne's arts, teaching her the magic of love and poetry, feeling the volcanic pleasure of initiating someone into those priorities. Quite some time had passed since he tried to teach his country the arid truths of economics. It is time to quote Petrarch again. May love urge me on, love guide me and peer out for pleasure. I lay in bed silent, entering a feverish state bordering on madness. In contrast to the cold of the high plateau, which that night trickled through the interstices of the house, his forehead and temples burned with an uncharitable fever. Without thinking about it, he pulled his legs out from under the blankets and sat up. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to warm some milk and drink it, just in case sleep came. In the kitchen, one of the stoves was still alight, and all it would take was to stoke the coals with the bellows. He stood up, covered himself, and left the room, its dimness, warmer than that of the outside rooms, no longer pleasing him. He lifted the lamp from one of the hall tables, and tried to make his way toward the rear of the house, haunted by the flickering firelight. Suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine. As he tried to cross the dining-room, he had noticed in one corner a white bulge and an uneasy breath. The memories of ghostly accounts that his nurses had tormented him with during childhood came back to him. Now it seemed he would finally have to face one of them. The empiricist, the wanderer, felt his vertebral canal trepanned. He tried to speak, but only a sort of gargling came from his throat. It was then the white shape that broke the silence. Waking up, Mr. Saturnino? Inquired an adorable voice. For all those months, the sky of the capital acted like a moist sponge, squeezed at times by violent frosts. Sitting on the threshold of his miserable workshop, Francisco Boccanegra was stitching a piece of leather with a hot iron. He saw a severe woman approaching him, and inquired about the price of a pair of shoes. He preferred to quote them humbly, as he had not made a single sale in more than a week. Nevertheless, the visitor glared at his face with her umbrella. Furious, "Swindler!" gritó el melindroso German Espinosa. "Pedir ese precio por un par de zapatos ordinarios?" "Mi calzado." "No es ordinario, señora," repuso él sin mirarla. "No lo es," se obstinó ella. «¿Va a decirme que puede compararse con un par de zapatos extranjeros?» Boccanegra sonrió y apuntó, con la lesna al cielo hosco. «Pésimo día. Hemos tenido hoy, ¿verdad, señora?» I said so. Can't we manage to make sure that God arranges for us to meet an exotic day? The woman made a desperate gesture and ran down the street. Maria Salome, who had heard the argument, came up from the back of the den to her husband. He spoke as he served her a cup of sweet water. "Whatever you say," he argued, "it has been some time since the election of General Gomez, and the borders still remain open to everything foreign." With an air of despondency, Boccanegra confessed, "I don't know what happened with the General's promises. I can't make sense of it, Maria Salome." For that the promises were made, she mused, to please the fools. Confused, the shoemaker reminded him, "They're not a pair of fools, Ovidio Ramon, Bacalieri, and Alejandro Puebla, woman." She looked at him with a sarcastic expression. "No, the fools are us," he concluded. "But, Dr. Bacalieri, you cannot put this woman in prison or order a summary against her." "You can't." Commander Petronio Preciado, police chief, was pale as he stood at the judge's desk in La Candelaria. Bacalieri looked him in the eye and asked, "Why can't I, Preciado?" "Tell me why not." "I've already told you. Why is this woman the troublemaker of the Minister of Finance?" "If we get into any trouble, it would be because of her," the judge replied. pointing with his pencil at the one a few meters away, bundled up in a purple blanket, cursing fee. Justice this morning. She stabbed and almost killed a neighborhood vendor, just because she was charging him her debts. This woman is a walking danger. My duty is to lock her up and provide against her all the evidence that may be demanded. But, for the love of God, don't you see she enjoys the protection of the government? Precious spoke, almost in a whisper of entreaty. That doesn't matter, Commander said Basilisks. I was named judge to enforce the laws. No citizen should enjoy greater protection than any other. From that position, you are not going to get rid of me, even if you make expensive. The police chief twisted his face in an angry expression. This village lawyer caused him despair and contempt, for whom the law above the minister's wish. People like this were responsible for all the confusion and falls there were in the world. What you say will be done, Basilisks, he declared. But you'll take all the responsibility. Save me from headaches, and go with your obsessions. The lawyer adopted without wanting to that sickening gesture that always accompanied his smile. Listen to me, Preciado said. At first, from the verb to obsess, the noun obsession was derived. From this, a superfluous verb was derived to obsessify. If you derive therefrom obsession, soon will give way to a third verb, obsessioner, and a third noun, obsession. On this path, where are we going to end up? I don't give a shit about your grammar, he defended himself. What interests me is keeping my job, with which I meet the needs of my family, do you understand? I understand, accepted Basilisks. I take all responsibility. The woman came out, escorted by Preciado and 2 other policemen. Alejandro Puebla entered as a flash into the small office that Julio Cesar Avanza held at the Society of Craftsmen. He was breathless and agitated. He almost shouted, "What's this story about changing our organization's name to Democratic Society? Is that what they think we don't know what's behind it?" The well-groomed man, whose suit showed off his waistcoat and who was wearing an eccentric waistcoat, looked impassively at him. With a smile, he invited, "Take a seat and calm down, Alejandro. Don't imagine ghosts at night to make them corporeal during the day. There's nothing behind it." Puebla took the seat, but didn't stop talking. "You, Julius Caesar, play into the hands of conservatives and Golgotas. Or, if you want, General Gomez, who agreed with Laureano Arcila and Filiberto de Gonzaga on the day of his election. Now they are proposing to deprive us craftsmen of the only instrument we have." "Calm down, Alejandro," insisted the other man, leaning back in his swivel chair and trying to buff his shabby moustache with his fingers. "A name change is just a name change. It will be adopted by the South Society as well, which, as you know, is run by impatient José Manuel Montalvo. He hasn't even got upset. It's just about expanding our base, allowing access to other sectors. There is none such, the tailor pronounced. Behind that maneuver lies the subsistences of the free trade measures. It comes betrayal of the program agreed with José Valerio Gomez." Avanza let out a slow and deeply sarcastic laugh. "If so," he argued, "do you think I'd be up all night trying to get the government to expel the Jesuits?" "Por Dios, Alejandro!" "Mi parece una bruta expulsión de los jesuitas, cuyo problema debería resolverse por principios del derecho común y tolerancia universal", gritó Puebla. ¿Cree usted que los artesanos vamos a conformarnos con volver al reglamento de Carlos III, mientras el mercado sigue abarrotado de mercancías europeas? Me sorprende. I am surprised that you do not know that this fanatic militia incites political crimes and takes advantage of illegal means to make fabulous profits by exploiting the people. I am surprised that you overlook the warnings of Aranda, Choiseul, Tanucci." "That does not interest me," the tailor insisted. "I want to see the promises of Gomez fulfilled, but in full." Avances adopted a fatalistic gesture. The smug tailor, who dared to believe he was more liberal than him, scion of dignitaries, produced mere masks. "This week we will promulgate the abolition of slavery," he said, with emphasis, "and seriously consider the restitution of certain encomiendas." Puebla miffed. "Seriously, that restitution was a bargain, Julius Caesar." "Now they paint it as partial and optional," asked the other coldly. "It's fine," agreed Puebla. "I think that from now on my dispute will not be with the Society of Artisans or democratic, as you want to call it, but personally with General Gomez. As you wish, concluded, Avance. The law abolishing slavery was passed unanimously on a gloomy evening, which veiled with rain-cloth the dreary mansion where Congress used to meet. Filiberto de Gonzaga tried to prevent the young Oliver from joining in the impromptu party in the streets, where black people were playing drums and guacaracas under the rain. But Graciela managed to convince him that it was better to allow her the joy. In the end, she said to him, "It is a joy that will be limited today." The black people cheered all along the royal street, dancing and jumping in front of the only apparent indifference of the rest of their compatriots, an indifference that wanted to take away from them any importance. Despite some unofficial attacks by conservative press, most citizens considered the measure reasonable, because it would reduce labor costs. However, he didn't want to say that Africans should be visible. Among their splendid rights was also the one of rejoicing. As could be expected, the rain raged during the celebration and spoiled the intention of lighting candles for fun. The vendors refrained from selling liquor to the few men who came into town, pretending that the law had not yet received the presidential signature. Some of them started to cry, seeing that being free did not bring them great liberties. When they tried to take over Plaza Mayor, whose cumnets were overflowing and seemed to bubble under the attack of water, a countermarch, a little less emaciated, closed their path. It was headed by Abelardo Ladino, who was practicing air shooting with his pistol. "Down with General Gomez!" shouted a few ragged ones. "We want protective measures." The police didn't want to disperse the blacks, but they had to in order to also disperse the craftsmen. Ladino's gun was confiscated, and the biased southerner had to spend the night in jail. After José Valerio Gomez's desk, in a study with French tapestries and empire furniture, there was an enormous silver crucifix. In front of the official, seated on chairs, Baccellieri and Julio Cesar Avanza were entangled in conversation. Gomez firmly hit the desk. "You, people of the craftsmen's societies, have finally disappointed liberalism with your coercive practices," he asserted. "I don't feel comfortable at all under the pressure you're putting me under." Avanza tried to make peace. "But, sir," he said, "expelling the Jesuits would be a very liberal move. That Democratic Republic of the South, for example," the general continued on his own. "What's going on there? Artisans, workers, and farmers behave like thugs. They rob estates belonging to Golgottis and conservatives. They conspire against life and property." Baccellieri found it opportune to interject. "That has an explanation, Your Excellency," he countered. "They are asking for protectionist measures. However, Gomez didn't seem willing to consider reason. He was in his own lane, steadfast and unyielding. To be reminded of his campaign platform could only be perceived as an impertinence by him. What have democratic societies, as they are now called, served for but to enable the conservatives, besides all the attacks they rained down on me, to set up that? Counter-attack, friends of the people. You, Baccellieri, speak of protectionism. I invoke your promises, remembered objectively and sincerely, the lawyer. Do you not understand that protection must also include those who provide us with watches or precision instruments from Europe, and not only manufacturers of woolen blankets and bicycle saddles? In 2 dishes I will expel the Jesuits, Doctor. Avanza, so that they do not call me conservative, but I will insist that the increase in customs duties can only make goods more expensive." Baccellieri said now, very tense. "You speak like a Golgotha." Gomez stood up, red-faced. "Gentlemen, the interview is over," he boomed. "I don't think you're the man to make claims against me, Baccellieri." The guests rose. Avanza extended his hand to bid farewell to the president. Baccellieri's eyes blazed. "I'm not the one who will make claims from now on, Your Excellency," he said in a very dry tone. "Who is going to do it in the future is behind you." The figure of José Valerio Gomez was cut against the silver crucifix. His face was now gloomy and vengeful. Ovidio Ramon Baccellieri was lying on a sofa, meditating with his face obscured by concern. Their eyes seemed to turn inward as he slowly and reluctantly inhaled the smoke from his cigarette. Michaela crossed the room with a lit fan, and with it lit a tallow candle on the centre table. He then began to leave. Already turned away from Baccellieri, he suddenly said, "Don't stare at me like that, Uncle Ovidio." The referred to remained motionless without blinking. "I'm not looking at you," she replied. "You're always looking at me," she insisted. Now, in fact, he was staring at her. The girl's nudity was transparent through the camisole, as if by a barely visible mist. The lawyer felt the swelling of his virility against the clothing tense. Very late at night, in the middle of an incessant drizzle, Arturo Troches and Abelardo Ladino were making their way along the left bank of the San Francisco River, which was fringed with large houses that gave off a gloomy appearance, towards the environs of the so-called Old Mill, a bizarre construction that stood at a slight angle and almost obscured the old Luna Street. It was an old wheat mill that, according to legend, had once belonged to a certain Don Miguel Moscoso, one of those wealthy criollos who seemed to try to impose their arbitrary will on the fair layout of the city. Now to the Moon Street, a name that honoured a surname that had inescapable romantic connotations. Everyone now called it Old Mill Street instead, thereby elevating the most fantastical construction of all those they possessed. A poet from the dawn of the Republic may have sung, perhaps, the Selenic implications of the old name, but he made the mistake of calling it equally a bat roost, and this caused, for poetry in general, indignation among the neighbours. The noisy waters of the river were also pestilent and arrogant, and swelled here and there in balloons of iridescent putrefaction. Troches and Ladino were moving furtively, like masons or conspirators, along the semi-gravel road, with their water pipe darkening its centre. There were some poor houses and seedy brothels next to the mill, which gave off a glacial light. "That's where the couple headed," Ladino said. "That's the abandoned house." "There she is waiting for us," confirmed Troches. "Come on, Doctor." It was a ruined building, which already threatened complete bankruptcy. Inside there were only straw bales, a crude table with quinked chairs, a stove for cold, heaps of scrap and a pile of firewood. A ladder climbed up to an unknown second floor like the mouth of a wolf. Boccanegra, holding a copper lantern, with a smouldering wick in his hand, let the newcomers in. Seated at the table, in the humble light, their faces were ghostly. Froilan Diaz and Gregorio Marin awaited. "Are we all here?" asked Troches. "Those of full trust, Arturo," replied Boccanegra. The southerner took one of the toppled chairs that were around the table and sat down facing the backrest. "And, well, boys," he began, "you know what this is about. Treason has been perfect. Although he abolished slavery, the constitutional reform not only did not suppress freedom of import, but allowed the alienation of Indian ejidos. Even worse," Arturo Marin added, "he will leave the public treasury in ruins by abolishing the tobacco store." Boccanegra showed a desolate expression as he added, "It seems that the old society of artisans, now turned democratic society, is more interested in expelling the Jesuits than in protecting our interests." "No lack of trials," Diaz said. "We'll have to act on our own Troches," continued. Ladino made a gesture with his fingers as if firing a gun. "Speak the only language they understand, the oligarchs," he said. "Boom, boom. Be quiet," Dr. Arturo ordered. "Why?" The caricatured man was surprised. "We broke Mendieta 20 years ago in Palma. There your parents and brothers died. We defended Montalvo with blood, you and I, in Hilquipamba. We survived with blood," the other clarified, with visible disgust, "but we didn't ask for it. They did. Now let's get to the point. We'll organize our defense." "Will we tell Bachilleri about this?" Diaz worried. "No dictamino, Troches. Mi preocupa incluso emprender esta aventura mientras permanezco alojado en su casa. Podría perjudicarlo y él. Él es un pacifista, un intelectual." The lips of Graciela meticulously passed, kiss by kiss, the furry skin of Arturo's chest. The couple, under the blankets, hugged naked in the bed like Artunian, thanks to Onzaga's busy travels, even more exhausting, now that he was dealing with the English industry of biting pipes and frail habits. They enjoyed the happiness of making. Love in full day, like the naive beasts of the Lord. This daily practice, he did not hesitate to declare, usually gives sex a more radiant quality. So therefore, and for the unconscious remorse that she was incubating in her, Graciela, while she kissed the loved one's chest, was recalling in jest the advice of the guide, to sinners, which Dr. Bacalieri had made her learn by heart at the seminary. "Because," said Fray Luis de Granada, "Lusto el hombre from all honest study and exercise, and so I completely immerse myself in the depth of that delight. at the extreme where he no longer cared to think, nor speak, nor try anything other than those beautiful genital organs capable of marrying, entangling themselves with each other. He made the youth mad and infamous. But not satisfied with this damage, he spent and consumed all the wealth and treasure in an instant, because the stomach and private parts, the shameful members, according to the Galician Dominican, were neighbours and companions, and helped each other with illicit favours, which meant that men who indulged in carnal vices were usually also eating and drinking, and so they spent whatever they had on banquets and clothes, out of the way that women never tired of jewellery and rings and holland and perfumes and things like that, not to mention virgin purity that this vice destroyed. Crotches laughed out loud at the parody while gently touching Graciela's tough-looking arse. I couldn't imagine Dr. Bacalieri teaching such depraved texts. On the subject of virgin purity, he lifted up his habit from the floor, and, pomposamente, without mentioning its origin, brought to mind that pastoral auto by Gil Vicente, which he had learned from the very lips of General Montalvo. How does a friar lose his mind and indulge in women's company when he prays with such fervour? At that moment, on the lover's shoulder, she hit upon the scar of an old war wound. More than praying prayers, I think, my friend, you have spent your idols in mundane affairs. Is not this a proof thereof? He asked, indicating the fibrous connective tissue. Trotches drew her face towards his own. Herkipamba, he memorized. It is about 12 years ago. Dr. Ladino and I pushed our way through to General Montalvo with our bayonets. I saved his life. 12 years? The woman was surprised. Is that how long you and Ladino have been together? Much longer, the Montalvista continued, evoking memories. Doctor took me in when my family was killed in Palmyra. The story was dazzling to Graciela. No sin concerned, she noted. But now, you give the orders. I impose the break, he preferred to clarify Trotches. If by me it were not, God knows what mischiefs the doctor would be engaged in. Astonished, she placed a tickling kiss on his neck. I love you, she declared. They loved each other, but precisely at that moment Gonzaga's carriage made its bells ring as it turned the corner. His returns were not always predictable. The carriage had taken a corner while announcing itself, and came to stop in front of the gate. The charioteer jumped down from the cart and opened the portafoil for Gonzaga so he could get off. Graciela had perceived those unmistakable bells and the peculiar rattling of the carriage. She got out of bed naked and looked through the lattice. Despite her alarm, Trotches still delighted in the vision savoured of those splendid buttocks. She possessed an adventurous spirit, and was not put off by the sacramental nearness of the husband. Through the slats she saw him with anguish lower from the car. When she turned around, not saying a word, she found Arturo already in the habit of a friar. Before leaving the room, perhaps to try a gallant boldness, he leaned one last time and applied a deep lingual kiss on the vaginal lips of the woman, whose mind flared with Anne. Immediate orgasm. Gonzaga had gotten out of the car and was waiting for the charioteer to lower the baggage. Suddenly he noticed a big drunkard who was standing on the sidewalk in front of him, and he pointed to him with his index finger and improvised with a pasty voice. God save! From the cold, to whom, according to reports, is left to put horns by a priest without tonsure. The magnate opened his eyes wide, surprised and alarmed in his look. Trotches, on the other hand, was coming out of the room like a hurricane. Dr. Ladino, always dressed in rags and under the hood, pushed him by the arm. Take it easy. This way, he gestured. Oliver, who had been promoted to a domestic servant by her former masters a few days ago, had undone the locks and was opening the gate, biting her thumb. Gonzaga entered, followed by the driver with the luggage. The dog greeted them with a wag of its tail. They walked through the garden, which was now filled with the lemon scent of the geranium's foliage and the call of the bright red roses. They encountered 2 monks who were perhaps beggars from a minor order, come to seek an alms, and who, in a contrite attitude, murmured, Corpus Domini Nostri, Filii Dei Vivi. Gonzaga turned away to watch them go. His brow furrowed, his eyes sparkled. The police agent tore down certain heavy, worn curtains from some windows, dragged them along with him, and went out with them. In the yard, a pottery workshop with a wheel, mixers, mills, rasps, and other machines of the profession, There was a multitude of vessels, and also 2 other agents, and a judge in an imperious closed levita, and a shiny Chesterfield. They were doing an inventory. After the police officer with the curtains, Edelmira came out unscathed. She hastened down the long and steep uneven street in a downward direction. The slum was miserable, and there were children playing in the mud at the stream, along with the water-soaked channels of the canal. In seconds, the insistent wind covered the distance to the spot where the many potters in the neighbourhood commonly used a lime kiln. A movement was reported by the furnace. There Jesus Calzadilla and other artisans applied the first firing to containers shaped with iron scrapers. The woman rushed in, shouting loudly, "Jesus! Jesus! It's ruin!" Calzadilla waited until she was next to him. "What happens, woman?" he asked. "Come soon," was all she got right to say. The man abandoned the work and followed her bewildered up the street to in front of his house. The other 2 policemen now emerged from it, carrying all the jars that they could manage on a mule cart. Behind them, the first policeman was struggling with the heavy mill. "What's going on?" Jesus Calzadilla asked, perplexed. "Nearly an embargo. Don't worry, one of the cops," replied with cynicism. The judge himself also didn't want to get into excessive explanations. Soon the workshop was completely empty. The officers left, carrying the last piece of furniture, an old patched-up chair. Calzadilla watched with clenched teeth at the hapless judge taking final notes. With tears, Edelmira inquired, "What are we going to do, Jesus?" The man rubbed his face in desperation. "Calm down, he's simulated. I'll talk to Dr. Bacalieri. He's a judge as well." But the judge present was not one for mercy. As he put on his hat to leave, he said, slowly and calculatedly, "Believe me, I'm sorry, but I doubt that Bacalieri's friendship can serve him for anything now." A tiny bust of Aristotle looked out with its empty eye sockets from one of the cases. There were many old books, dusty but clean and well bound. Standing out above all was the Ethics of Nicomachus, in a Variorum edition, also a desk filled with paperwork. It was the part of Bacalieri's library that had escaped the damp iniquities of the absurd cellar. The lawyer lay smoking on a sofa, his eyes unfocused and half lost in space. Arturo Trotches, sitting in an armchair opposite him, watched with concern. A candle, trembling on a table, cast eerie or diabolical shadows on the faces. "This is the translation of the provided text from Spanish to English. This will be paid for, Dr. Bacalieri," said the Southerner. The lawyer, without looking up, replied hoarsely, "I always tread back insults with justice, and kindnesses with friendship. But in this case I don't know what to do." "You have us," encouraged Arturo, "but I've let you down," the owner sighed. Trotches tried to stay positive. The text translated to English is, "Precautions in the air may be something like an aberration of hope, but sometimes it's all that can save a man from moral collapse," he thought. "You've only lost one battle," he said, knowing that he was probably lying. Bacalieri waved his arms in the subtle night air. "How could General Gomez—" He began to protest, but his entrance was interrupted by Michaela, who stood in front of him. She was wearing a nightgown, and the flickering candle cast intermittent shadows across her body. "Uncle Ovidio," she said, "send Tomasa's aunt to say that we need to pay for the milk early tomorrow." The angry face of Tomasa's aunt emerged from behind a door. Trotches got in front of Bacalieri's answer. He pulled out money from a bag and gave it to the girl. "No bother him right now," she begged. "Take no more." The aunt emerged completely. "Ovidio Ramon Bacalieri," she announced with her usual bitterness. "Do you think I didn't know that you were removed as a judge? The whole city knows it." Bacalieri had lowered his head to hide his face. "I warned you, the old one," shouted, "to stay away from those losers. You don't even have one friend who's worth anything." He then went back to locking himself in his room, banging on the door. But before 15 seconds had passed, he opened it again and finished. "What friends does a loser have?" A certain garito owner with an oafish face was rolling the dice, in front of 4 or 5 enraptured peasants at a gaming table. The stakes 3 to 1, pinks or pairs were set by way of the Montuno game. The man shouted that morning in the true sun, "Roll the dice maker!" He threw the dice, and formed a pair of sharp signs, which seemed unbeatable under the benevolent sky. She was playing roulette. A little further on, there were convenience stores with all sorts of fruit and spices from the land. attended by waitresses in baetons, braids, and masculine hats. Boys with ropes were unloading bales in front of a shed. Somewhere a pig was being dismembered. A peddler with a huge snake wrapped around his neck and chest was preaching the virtues of his product. "No bite that it cannot resist," he shrieked. Nor snake bite. Graciela and Olida were shopping at one of the stalls. The first looked grave, stern. The slave ordered the purchases in baskets. Arturo Troches approached with infinite caution. They spoke to her without looking at her, as if she had even noticed them. "I know something has happened," he whispered. "I haven't heard from you," Graciela, pretending indifference, replied. "My husband has fallen into suspicion." "How do you know?" he inquired. He was feigning interest in some fat avocados which were emerging from a chusk basket. "These things are known or no." Arturo moved away from them, either because of nervous reaction or as another form, also nervous, of concealment. He bought any trifles and put them in a paper bag. He came back closer. His face was obscured. "What could I tell you?" He felt distressed. Suddenly Graciela looked at him and approached him without reservations, as if he had nothing to lose. The Chibcha face of Machima was observing her, perplexed. "Arturo," she pleaded, "if we could escape together from this nightmare." A wave of heat passed through the southerner's spine. Courage had never been lacking to him. "But there were so many other things. There's something that keeps me here, Graciela." She tried to explain something you need to trust in order not to doubt my love. The woman's gaze was both questioning and defiant at the same time. In a whisper he continued, "I have taken on the mission of raising funds to provide arms for new Montalban guerrillas. I will not falter on any account." Graciela watched him, nervously. "Are you sure you want to do that?" she asked. He lowered his head. "No, but I prefer to err on my own than hit the mark for others." "It's dangerous," she conceded. "How long will it take?" "The least possible," Arturo assured him. "Then we can flee to the deep south." "It's a promise." Now Graciela de Gonzaga hesitated before she finally decided to speak up. "There's something I should tell you," she said at last. "What is it?" he asked anxiously, but she meditated on it and preferred to abstain. "There will be time for you to know it," she said at last. Between them and Oliver they raised the baskets to set out on their way. There was pain in the eyes of the three. Graciela bid farewell with a "Take care, my love." She retired, almost sneaking away. The merchant observed Troches with 1,000-year-old enigmatic eyes. Troches was desolate. Polcherus, almost audaciously attired, a young and jolly Ovidio Ramon Bacalieri, strode across the massive west galleries of the Plaza Mayor, which, despite the soft light, appeared solemnly solitary and spectral. He headed toward the atrium of the cathedral, where a grey, impersonal group was waiting for a wedding ceremony. It was his wedding. Bacalieri ascended excitedly the staircase of the atrium and saw the lady he intended to marry dressed as a bride, but turned completely back. In the peak of happiness he approached her without noticing the rigid and sinister attitude of the bystanders, who more looked like mannequins than people. Then the bride turned slowly, with parsimonious slowness, and Bacalieri saw, with horror, that under the white suit there was only a human skeleton, with a huge hole in it, skull and a candle lit between the bony hands. A supernatural terror froze his veins. He let out a scream, which he never managed to utter, but which brought him back to reality, lying in his bed, surrounded by shelves full of books. In front of him, in that chaotic attic, wearing a nightgown and holding a fan in her hand, Michaela Bacalieri whispered, "Don't be afraid, Uncle Ovidio. I'm praying for you to get over your bad luck." Bacalieri let out a muffled moan. He was drenched in sweat and had horror painted on his face, as if the false Danka hung over him. 12 Augustine monks entered 2 at a time into the monastery, governed by Father Facundo. From a lobby adjacent to it, Abelardo Ladino's face emerged with its impure scar. The man followed the path of the friars and entered the cloister, the same courtyard that emerged the appearance of Francisco Boccanegra. Ladino returned to see the conventual door and made signs to the other advance. Boccanegra imitated, then to the doctor. Within the dim courtyard, Arturo Troches, Froilan Diaz, and Gregorio Marin were waiting tense. Suddenly, Troches, with an arm gesture, announced, "Let's go." The 5 men crept quietly through the cloisters, hiding behind columns as much as possible, until they reached an uninhabited wing of the building. In a dark room of bugles they took refuge. "We will stay here until evening falls," said Arturo. At that twilight hour, unaware of all this, and in the rustic dining-room of their home, Bacchilieri and Aunt Tomasa were eating a modest snack, but enhanced by the rich aroma of chocolate. In front of them, standing, Edelmira Calzadilla and Erna Otero, the latter with a newborn baby in her arms, whom she was breastfeeding, were presenting a string of sad events. Edelmira was wiping away tears with the baton. Aunt Tomasa was serving her meagre snack. "I won't say there's food for everyone, because there isn't even enough for us," she said. "Don't worry, Aunt Tomasa," Anne reassured her. Bacchilieri continued the conversation with the women in a murmur. "And have they both been arrested?" he asked. "They've been thrown into a dungeon," solozó Edelmira. "¿Cómo quieren que paguemos las deudas? Si embargaron nuestros dólares? El de Jesús y el de Sigismundo", ratificó Erna. Bacchilieri levaba pensativo los alimentos a la boca. Tomasa lo observaba de hito en hito. Finalmente el abogado habló. "Está bien. Tranquilícense", dijo. "Me haré cargo de su defensa. Ay, como para sí mismo. Encarcelar por deudas a los artesanos. Was there any need for you to bring with you grotesque masks with enormous noses, which you then put on your faces?" They went past the cloister in the direction of the staircase leading up to the upper floor. When they got to the landing, Troches pressed himself against the balcony and gazed warily around him. He was carrying a gun in his hand. Then he gestured for them to continue down the upper passageway. Here already. It was Diaz who saw the flash of light coming from an ajar room. With violence, as if presuming a disagreeable encounter, he pushed open the door and entered. It was a small chapel. He drowned out a cry when he noticed a coffin surrounded by candles. He approached and saw in him an old Augustine, whose face was disfigured by a long agony, which was already coming to an end with the intricate nightmares of death. A few steps away, in his cell of damp walls and crumbling plaster, Prior Facundo Arambari, with his habit on, rose from the recliner, slowly walked toward the bed, nibbling a piece of bread, and sat down on it. He looked haggard and dirty. Once seated, he would crouch from that position and pull out a wine bottle from underneath the furniture. He would uncork it and drink directly from the bottle. Then, with a creak, the door opened. He saw Troches, masked, facing him, pointing a gun at him. The prior dropped the bottle in shock. She shattered into pieces on the floor, pouring wine. "Salud, Father Prior," greeted the masked man, whose huge nose suggested to the Augustin friar more a negative manifestation. Flustered, aware that the devil was coming to collect his sins and arrogance, the brother of the immortal Anastasia stammered, Who are you? What do you want?" "Objection, Troches. I will ask the questions," he argued. "Are you any more or less than Prior Arambari, brother of Tasha, our national heroine, who was never well regarded, and is lying there, saving the homeland?" The prior nodded, his head terrified. "Well, then, don't make yourself a hero, or you'll lie down too," the visitor warned. "Come on, monks," Enterum Ladino and Boccanegra, all wearing masks. The others remained on guard. "If he behaves," continued Troches, "he'll have nothing to fear, venerable friar. Tell me, does he have the key to the closet?" Only now did Arambari realize that his guests were mundane characters from the material world. He defended himself. "Why? There are only devotional items and objects of worship in there." "I'll do it myself," Dad Troches exclaimed. "Give me the key." The priest handed over a rusty key. Arturo extended it to Ladino and gestured for him to open the cabinet. The doctor obeyed, and little by little brought to light what was inside, rich and varied objects of cult, various worldly jewels, and finally a bag filled with gold and iron. Silver coins, which Abelardo made to jangle on the bedside table. "See now, Father, words of saint and claws of cat," he said. Boccanegra had been poking around in the cell. He found, under the spread, the nice supply of wine bottles. He raised one. "Look no further. The wine is the tips of the old man." Arambari looked at them with eyes of desperation and plea. "This is a sacrilege," protested. Boccanegra felt he was avenging the insolent dusting that Prior had given him and Mary Salome on the day Guillermo died. He applied for the post in an arrogant manner. A little priest who sells beeswax and has no hive. Let's see what the altar contains. They opened bottles and drank. To your health, father. And what is that chest? Old habits, replied Arambari, terrified. Drunk on wine, Boccanegra retorted, Liar! The tea. The prior handed him the tea. Boccanegra unlocked it and opened it. He extracted the magnificent pectoral of St. Augustine, of bright and emeralds from the furniture. Beautiful habits, he said. Prior, Ladino, whose beard stood out under the ugly nose of his mask. Troches made him a sign to come closer with the crucifix. Ladino took it down from the wall and brought it close to the face of the prior. Kiss it, Father Facundo, he ordered the first. The priest obeyed, in the face of the pistol's threat. Now swear by him that, whatever happens, you will not sound the alarm until dawn, and if I refuse— Dared to ask, the thus threatened. Then you won't see the dawn, elementally replied Arturo. Aramambri swore. So be it, father. Now accompany us. They forced him out of the cell, and to wake up the whole community, which gathered very early. Then they made monks and novitiates, about 20 of them, line up in the hall on the second floor. The Augustinians trembled with fear at the masked men's guns. Troches estimated their heights, chose 5 of them, and ordered them to strip off their habits. The monks stumbled, but Arambari urged them on with his gaze. They stripped off their monks' robes and remained in their underwear. One of them lacked the latter, apparently, as he appeared totally naked, scrunched balls and trembling penis. 2 of the oldest men, Troches ordered at gunpoint, after the assailants had put on the Augustine habits, to enter the chapel where the body of the old friar was resting. I see that you did not have the kindness to cover him, he said. He made us cover it for 3 months. We were going to bury him before dawn. Put him comfortable in some bench. We need that pine coffin. The friars blessed themselves, but obeyed. Then Ladino and Boccanegra poured the stolen treasure into the coffin. In their religious vestments, and carrying the funeral box, the 5 assailants went out onto the royal road, as if it were a burial. This was not an unusual circumstance since it was customary to bury priests at night. With great care they pushed open the gate. A sereno saw them pass by, and blessed himself. They didn't spare themselves a procession of mourners through the eastern part of the Plaza Mayor, all bathed in moonlight, where the cathedral stood. One of them went ahead, holding high the crucifix of Facundo Arambari. It's the dawn, when he confused Milena in the mist with a ghost. Saturnino Torrealba understood the banality of truth, according to which one of the ways to hide something is to place it in a too evident place. Confined in the servants' rooms, or in the scandalous retreat of a garret, his love for the young mulatto would have been discovered without delay, whether by the other 2 maid-servants, or by the greed of the envious, or by the suspiciously predictable suspicions of Agustina. In fact, Milena herself, despite her inexperience, had served him in the perfect secrecy of the main room of her house. They devoured him a few meters from the bed where his wife lay, without her, on the surface, having any reason to militia the cat, and without the rest of the servants noticing, either, who at that time were forbidden to leave the wing of the building which had been assigned to them. Milena was adept at slipping away quietly in the middle of the shadows. To meet her, Torrealba had to simply get up with all naturalness, around 2 a.m., like someone who proposes to fulfill a stomach design. The rest was left to the distance or depth of Agustina's sleep. The mulatto was waiting for him without fail in some corner of the darkness. They were falling in love with each other, not less impetuous than more timid, armed with exasperating silences, and watched, to use a word, by immobile eyes of an oil that had tried to reproduce the proud expression of the host, and presented, if anything, its premature death mask. Saturnino was certainly beset by a horde of fears. No sooner had I begun, within the girl, the contractions of orgasm, a stupefied guilt seized me. I hastily covered her nudity, and, without one more caress, without an adieu, without a see you later, I turned my back on the lover, and returned to the apprehensive solitude of my chamber, at the side of the wife, whose innocent condition pricked served only, perhaps, to justify Virgil in the opinion that odd numbers please God. The risk of leaving Milena impregnated troubled him, not so much because of what it was, for it was common for black women to give birth unmarried, but rather by the fee. difficulty that everyone would find in explaining it, given the servile isolation. In addition, he wondered what future could be expected for that love, if it really was love. Was it really love? When he first possessed Milena in the servants' branch of José Valerio Gomez's residence, he felt that he was entering an unknown sphere of life. That exaltation was most likely due to a combination of the cups she wore between her chest and back, and the wild sensation that night, the events of that afternoon, the sense of the courtyard, and the unexpected nudity of the girl had wrought upon her. Afterwards she was inhabited by an unrestrainable frenzy, the feeling of having crossed a limit, of having trespassed forbidden territory. Indeed, he knew it had resulted all the more exciting since in his previous life he had been careful to observe with the most relentless rigour the matrimonial vow. To assert that this combination of feelings could be called love would be utterly questionable. Is it love without the slightest chance of dialogue between two beings, separated from the rest by age, education, and social status? Is it love, those clandestine meetings in your own room, just a few steps from the Mock Agustina, resolved in fleeting encounters that only that mulatita, who was almost a child, could satisfy? Love that betrayal of the woman who truly loved, by whom I would have killed the liberator. However, he could not now free himself from the increasingly shameful coquetry, which, at a certain hour of the night, obliged him to know that Milena, by her own free will, for she was no longer a slave, was there, a few steps off, in white and dispensable pyjamas, waiting or watching for his caresses. Each time he tried not to attend, he looked sadly at the serene mass of Agustina, sleeping on his right side, and understood that he was committing an ignominy. But the ignominy demanded him from the depths of a sensuality, without doubt a failed one. Her sensuality, her awareness of possessing a virile, beautiful body that she never allowed herself to look at with desire. None of these thoughts were valid, of course, once her cravings were satisfied, but they returned the next night with authoritarian punctuality. One of those nights it startled her the suspicion that Milena knew about her vacillations. How could? A girl just. The truth was that, outside of physical contact, almost no one had maintained with her. She didn't possess means to penetrate the twists and turns of her mind. Why, just when he was about to enter her on the couch in the living-room, afraid as it was already a habit of his wife to make sudden entrance, she whispered into his ear, "Fee." Air expelled by her words tickled him, warm and tingly as staggering suggestion. She wanted, in short, to be sucked lingually. "I should have to conclude, Your Excellency, that for you the criminal himself is better than the innocent pursued." When Baccialieri spoke thus, he ought to have known what he was getting into, but it is possible that in reality he did not know it. In his inside hung a simple soul, of those who believe sincerely in the inexorable triumph of justice. José Valerio Gomez watched the street through the glass of his office window and turned his robust back to it. In the chair he occupied, Baccialieri, by the long silence, had believed that the answer would never occur. However, it did occur after a few minutes, and it was angry. Without abandoning his post, the president spoke slowly. "Why do you imagine that you can behave impertinently and insolently towards me, Baccialieri? Since when has a prisoner who fails to fulfill his duties considered an innocent man persecuted?" Baccialieri turned his hands in circles under his deplorable top hat. She trembled with hidden arrogance as she retorted, "I am not attempting to be impolite, Your Excellency. I merely raise my voice on behalf of those who cannot speak. You, out of political convenience, have previously issued pardons. A casual example. The barterer of your Treasury Minister. Why not do so now, in the interest of maintaining good relations with those who brought you to power?" Gomez spun on his heels, out of breath. "He's trying to extort money from me," he cried. In face of such accusation, Ovidio Ramon Baccialieri turned pale. He never thought that his candour would lead him to this situation, and even less so with someone who, in his opinion, was indebted to him. In the end, I still believed in that old saying that a noble man's duty was to never abandon his principles. He had personally contributed to making the General of the Republic a president, and he expected him to remain true to those ideals. Lady Macbeth's cunning was unknown to him. That is why he, who used to be so subservient at times, even abject, In his casual way of greeting the powerful people, he abstained from humiliating himself now before the first leader of his country, and stupidly chose to open his heart to him. "A man without a name like me," he said, in his inevitable declamatory tone, "could hardly hope for such a thing. I simply support, Your Excellency, the justice of the cause that I defend," and he does so before a Republican magistrate, who will not ask who asks, but whether what is asked for is fair. The general looked at him with searing contempt. He walked to the door, he opened it, and called the usher. When the latter had presented himself, he ordered, "Please show this gentleman the way out." Anger boiled up inside of Beccaleri, but the wonder in his eyes was not dimmed. He couldn't figure out why the truth was almost always such an unpleasant sound to everyone. The doorkeeper tried to guide him by the arm, but he pushed him away and left with his head down, without adding a word. In the anteroom, standing, their hands full of hats, awaited Filiberto de Onzaga and a very polished lechuguino named Pastor Quesada. Disrespectfully they watched the lawyer pass by, who said, "I know the way." Before entering the presidential office, the two turned back towards the place from which he, for them, had come out, a disgusting leisure. "Let the general be convinced," said Onzaga. "That man is a nuisance, very well dressed," smiling, Quesada suggested. Calm down. With me at the helm of the Democratic Party, little will annoy him from now on." The morning bell tolled beyond the roofs, softened by the pink of dawn. In front of an owl-shaped mirror in her room, which tasted rancid, a woman, apparently 30, with loose blonde hair and dreamy beauty, was putting on her mantilla to go too. Alfonsina Urena de Holmes tried in vain to make the maid come. "Ingracia!" And as she got no answer, "Where will that gopher go?" Ingracia, Mass must be starting soon. She was unaware, of course, that in a tiny cupboard, in the dark, Ingracia was struggling tied and gagged. There was a noise. In the mirror moon, that same one where, during the golden evenings with politicians and poets, candles placed in bronzed arms resounded. Alfonsina saw the image of Arturo, Troschi's, who carried a mask like a Venetian ball mask. She breathed out a short cry. The intruder made a perfectly 18th-century bow. She trembled and cried, "Please do not disrespect your lady." Her terror was magnificent. Quesada, for years, with a descendant of the brave men of the British Legion, who fought against Spain on the side of the Libertador, having no children, had only increased her love and dependence on her husband. The trip he had made to Europe, in son de negocios, had been leaving her for months a sort of temporary and vague widow. "Serenesse, madame," said Troche with a smooth voice. "Come and help us to prepare a good breakfast." "A breakfast of the first order, you will see," replied Ladino, whose skill in sewing and cooking might well constitute one of those side adornments of natural bent. He went towards the kitchen. For a moment Mrs. Holmes's Urania questioned if these carnival visitors, instead of outlaws, might not be some of her evening guests who had played a prank on her. But she remembered the droll news that the newspaper brought her of the assault, still more carnelious, on St. Augustine's convent, and a new chill ran down her spine. No doubt remained in his mind, otherwise, when Trotches signalled the remaining three that they would take over the house, the men obeyed. After putting on their hoods, with exquisite courtesy, Arturo then invited, "Now, my lady, while my hard-working companions make a small inventory in your jewellery box, would you do me the favour of accompanying me to the garden? It's going to be a beautiful morning." She invited him out with a plea. As the garden was at the back and was completely enclosed, the woman, terrified of an imminent rape, remained motionless and bit a silk handkerchief. With a cynical but polite laugh, Trotches took her by the arm, and, with feigned gentleness, led her to where he wanted. With the first rays of dawn, it was already a garden filled with vibrant geraniums and intricate hydrangeas. The fragrant vines and diminutive trees filled the air with a subtle fragrance, capable of dispelling any suspicions. The begonias were bronze on the upper leaves and reddish on the undersides, with pink calyxes. They constituted a sort of aurora polar under a dew that was like water dust. Discreet azaleas, good-luck mirth and roses and carnations lit up the Oloroso enclosure even more, open to the sky of the Altiplano, clear that morning and irradiated by the field. Pink splashes of the dawn which spread out from the side of the hills. He repeated the famous Antanaclasis, which I had heard from my teachers at primary school. Shields paint shields, dukes buy dukes, and very naked. Threes play with dice too, make counties. As children, and even as young men, he thought, these popular wisdoms seemed like mere pinches or pulls, as he used to say, what jesters or fools would amuse those who had come to see them. Years changed one's perspective. Now he saw that princes and politicians, they were not in truth anything more than half-cracked men in their businesses and professions, mediocre men of no morals and vast vulgarity, who placed touch before principles, and whose pompous words and mysterious secrets conveyed something like prestige to the ghostly. Never had politics concerned themselves with the truth of phenomena. It was simply the art of getting the best out of any situation. I thought this as I trimmed my small garden in the semi-enclosed patio and whitewashed walls of my house with 2 sloped roofs. The species of crocodiles and panthers. What had this rascal of José Valerio Gomez done but pacify them, like babies, by ensuring that he would protect the indigenous industry? He found him even more despicable in that, eventually, societies of artisans were employed as instruments to strip the Jesuits and, in the process, disrespect the diocesan, bishop, and the church. That was expressly forbidden by the regulations of 1847. But those who were the tribunes of the people, such as that person called Julius Caesar Avanza, or that one Pastor Quesada, they amused themselves promoting these useless debates so that the audience would clap as if it were the enlightenment of a century. So everyone was stunned by conviction, and no one concerned himself with the onerous contracts that he signed. The state was not one of the monopolies with which the contractors had so much profited. Their ideal had been very different. In his eyes, the liberals were to be generous and pure men like glass chandeliers, not steps for cockroaches and fish. Bloodsuckers, crocodiles, and panthers who wanted to grow without doing anything for anyone. But faithfulness is punished, he thought. It is so similar to naivety and madness. Now he felt more guilty than the very own José Valerio Gomez. More guilty for having believed in José Valerio Gomez. But did the artisans realize that those who still attended the meetings of the society were founded precisely to put distance from all this impudent tip of scoundrels? Determined by employment, Aunt Avanza and Quesada always skipped direct dealings with the craftsmen, out of fear of accommodating to the mob. How were their leaders now? He showed no more tolerance for the true ideals of society than General Evangelista Niebles, a staunch conservative, did. Yet President Gomez was willing to kowtow before him, merely because he was labelled draconian. Since the last elections, the habit of gossiping, clapping and shouting vivas and miras, disrespecting national and provincial representatives, had become generalized, and craftsmen didn't seem to realize that they were playing a ridiculous and humiliating role that served them nothing, and that they had stopped being free to sink again into servitude. Why did he have to put up with that Church of Santo Domingo's chaos, the origin of these behaviors? The preparations that were carried out for that day, the myriad intrigues that were woven, everything tended, yes, to instill fear in the majority conservative, push forward Gomez. But it was never thought to truly bury knives in the chest of congressmen, not even in shooting into the air, as it turned out to be. However, when recalling the incidents of that day, I could not help but see a bald spot for free hearts, a vituperative, horrifying attack on the freedom of suffrage. To remember that he had contributed so actively and gesticulated to that atrocity, that coercion, made him feel ignorant and even criminal. Because, as I'd heard, whoever can do such a thing not only does not stop the crime from being committed, but also encourages it. And worse, if that crime was tolerated by the Niebles regime, which could have prevented it by intervening with the garrison just because they didn't want to shed workers. Blood, who were always considered innocent in legend, and who that afternoon carried all kinds of white and firearms. In the seat of presidents there was a king, and the republic sank in hurrahs and cries and rockets and speeches and music, in the streets while a gang of flatterers spent their fill and were trampled underfoot liberty, equality, philanthropy, fraternity, and democracy. Alejandro Puebla felt the cholera bubbling in his chest. He felt it so strongly that he unconsciously manipulated the scuffler and allowed a pit in his spine to get stuck in his hand. Alfonsina Orenia de Holmes was now sitting on a swing, barely moving while her adorable hands held the ropes in the idyllic and enclosed setting. The woman seemed to have set aside her fears and built a kind of resignation, the kind that allowed her to enjoy the comedic part of that peculiar and crazy situation as much as possible. As she carefully gathered a bouquet of flowers here and there, Trotches indoctrinated her. A man, madam, cannot conquer truth, but he can possess poetry. Yet I say unto you that a bundle of flowers or of stars has more poetry than all the verses in the world. Take it. The woman received it with a sad but dignified smile, which deepened the pink light of the begonia. Are you a poet, Sir Thief? Arturo made an irreverent gesture with his hands. Oh, no, madam, he sighed. Thief, no. Confiscated private property for social use. That sounds better. But it contains very little poetry, she objected. It depends on how you look at it, my lady, he retorted. For me, the word people is the most poetic of all I've heard. Inwardly, without changing in any way her Cherubinesque gesture in ecstasy, Alfonsina laughed and laughed. The people, it was said, a thing soft and mouldy as wax, always waiting for the hand that would impress its seal upon it. What was worse, he asked himself, a tyrant or a perverted people? To his learned mind came a line from Shakespeare, perhaps from one of his historical plays. Anne, habitation giddy and unsure hath he that buildeth on the vulgar heart. Good days, yes, intellectual games, but from there to the word people was a long way off. This is what he thought when he saw another of the masked men enter like a cyclone into the courtyard. Boccanegra murmured something to Trotches, who hurried towards the house. The woman again experienced the cursed consternation, but remained swaying as if bewitched on the swing. Trotches shot at the cupboard where they had bound Ingracia, and he did so in time to catch Ladino by the back, who had forgotten the culinary chores, and, after lifting her skirt and lowering her petticoats, tried to force the maidservant, whose screams were drowned by a gag. "You warned me, Doctor," he threatened, raising his fist. "Take it easy, Arturo," the other one replied with a lame smile. "Simply, I got distracted. I don't know how I ended up here. The next time the distracted one will be me, and you'll lose your teeth." Trotches cut in, out of control. A little before 11 o'clock, the 5 masked men dined with Alfonsina in the Spanish-style dining-room, adorned with many bunches of flowers. "A most admirable lunch, gentlemen," the housekeeper acknowledged. "But won't it be enough?" "Not yet we have finished," Arturo promised. "We'll leave you in peace, madam. No sin praise the good taste of your jeweller, who so well you wore, but that now will serve a cause as beautiful and priority." "I am resigned, gentlemen," she replied, still unaware of the doctor's attempt. "Believe me that I never thought to find in a group of outlaws men so gallant." Raising a glass of wine, Ladino celebrated. "Patti diffusos we are, lady." He was watching him with contempt as he tried to quickly eat, while the mask prevented his mouth from opening wide enough for his mouth. Exhausted by exercise on the extender and taking cold baths at night in an effort to ward off lust, German Espinosa was no match for Milena's powerful silent appeal. The 2 morning bells of the clock sounded in vain at midnight, signal of Milena's mute call. Claiming to be much more tiring, since it no longer contented itself with being penetrated, but rather demanded fellatio with the same naturalness that in turn was performed on him. In this way, nights had acquired a quality of umbrellic infiltration, edelimina, on the outskirts of debasement and humiliation. Now he could not feel it. Those positivist contemplations, instead of making him more free in respect to sensual liberties, had fixed him on the stern criterion with which he had regarded any license of the flesh. Drowning his tongue in the sex of the former slave had inspired him with a double feeling of exaltation and pain. It was an exhilarating and intimate contact with her between legs like the marshes that had inflicted on him the outrage of knowing himself a conquered and submissive master. Perhaps such duplication worked in the posturing and the impatience with which he reacted to the event that awaited him that night. Milena, of course, had been brutally punctual. He was less so, for though he heard her breath in the gloom, he wavered in showing himself, hoping that the little mulatto would return disappointed to the branch of servitude. It was foolish to think it. Milena knew very well the ascendancy that she had acquired over the host, and would not, perhaps for any reason other than the appearance of the scorned wife, Oh, though Saturnino believed otherwise, she was afraid of as God's own justice. When, at last, she appeared before him, Torrealba swore that he would not, that night, consent to anything other than the current city hall. Useless promise, because when he made her feel that way, she whispered in his ear, "Don't be a jerk, and please your beautiful whore," plea to which, due to the excitement that it incubated within him, was not able to refuse. Milena, with her back on the sofa and her camisole raised to her neck, spread her legs at an obtuse angle, and made a valiant effort, as she always did, to keep her dangerous tresses in check while he buried his face, which would have been majestic in daylight, in her pulsating mane of hair and pulp. They both closed their eyes, and the moment completely dominated them. But not for that did they forsake to warn of the tenuous scrape against one of the chairs. Saturnino turned around, bewildered. For a fraction of a second he had the certainty of finding there, terrible, his wife, demur the gesture by a mixture of incredulity and scandal. But it was not Augustina that he found. The blacksmith's forge had a door that opened out onto the street. With a leather apron fitted to his body over the shirt, Dominguito Acuna was working on car shoes. He blew into the forge with the bellows suspended, heated the metal clamped by pliers, and hammered it on an anvil. The glare of the forge magnified his movements on the wharf. Dolores, her frail young wife, came from the back of the house with a baby in her arms. "Are you getting ready the doctor's car shoes?" she asked him, with an air both suspicious and worried. "They should be ready before the end of the week," he said, with something like a dash of remorse. The woman turned back a bit erratically along the path she had come, as if afraid to continue to investigate the inexplicable neglects of her husband. Along the sidewalk in front of the workshop, Ovidio Ramon Bacchelieri and Arturo Troches were walking and talking. Since the day he arrived, the Southerner had been staying at the home of the former professor. That day they had met outside. Bacchelieri was commenting. Not only did they behave like perfect knights, but they prepared an exquisite lunch for him and presented him with flower bouquets. Troches was, laughing to his cap. "Wow," he feigned, "it's straight out of a novel by Eugenio Sue." Now they were standing right in front of the blacksmiths. Under the timid gaze of Acuna, Troches and Bacchelieri said their goodbyes. The first, unexpectedly, crossed the street and headed towards the workshop. Acuna saw him coming with suspicion and anxiety. The other approached him in a somewhat defiant tone. "Are you here on honest business, Domingos?" The boy spoke in confusion. "I'm broke, Mr. Arturo," he stammered. "I'm not here to charge you, son," explained Troches in a paternal tone. "Better open your wallet." "What do you mean?" asked Acuna, startled. "That you can make a nice sum of money," postulated the Southerner enigmatically. The boy was looking at him with great suspicion, but his eyes shone. Troches felt a bit nervous. He looked from side to side before placing a hand on the blacksmith's shoulder and asked, "You're very clever, aren't you? Do you know a fat merchant named Second Losada?" On the stage of a neighborhood theater, very much in the style of the century, a long table had been set up on which sat the executive committees of the Democratic. In honor place was his new president, the mummering pastor Quesada. Next to him were Julio Cesar Avanza and other fops, very English, with waistcoats of fantastic pipe-boards, flowers in the buttonhole. The bulk of artisans occupied the lunette, where, mixed into the heap, they were barely visible Troches, Ladino, Boccanegra, Marin, and Froilan Diaz. Bacchelieri was standing alone in one of the upper boxes. He stood there, chattering and trembling, his hand fidgeting with a shawl, and went on with a speech he had begun some time ago. From several points in the room his puffed-up gestures were observed, with feral looks, by goons on Quesada's payroll, who were standing guard with pistols at their waists. The artisans were miserably deceived, said the lawyer. They were promised that the duties on imported manufactured goods would be increased so that their own could be sold, at reasonable prices, and now they tell them that it is unliberal and uneconomical to carry out that promise. "Because you, Dr. Bacchelieri Tudor," shouted from his seat, "turned against General Gomez and became allies of the conservatism." False. Several voices disapproved from the lunette. The hitmen palped their weapons. Allied with conservatism? Never, Bacchelieri retorted, livid. But yes, enemies of Gomez because he betrayed us. One of the karatekas on the executive board questioned him with purpose. "Dare you to call the traitor to the general?" Among the crowd, Arturo Tropis's voice emerged. "Bachelieri notes a fact that is within the domain of the craft class," he said. "Then the Democratic Society," Quesada interrupted, puffing out his chest under his yoke-coloured jacket, "is no longer the exclusive preserve of craftsmen, but a broader instrument of the Liberal Party." "You've said it," grabbed the Basilisks flight, an instrument of power. But Quesada did not lack resources. "Should I understand," asked, "that you accuse the society of kowtowing to certain interests?" "I affirm it without flinching," confirmed, carelessly, the lawyer, hitting the table with clenched fists. Quesada then shouted, "So I must ask the Assembly if, by violating Bachelieri's statutes, which prohibit members from expressing themselves in a disrespectful tone regarding the organization, he decides to expel him from his midst." A dark majority approved with a clap. Troches, Ladino, Bocanegra, Marin, and Diaz shouted in protest. "This is an abdication," Arturo shouted. "You, Arturo Troches," Quesada objected, "does not even belong to this democratic. What are you doing here? Let's not go on with this farce." Then begged Bachelieri from the gallery. "I ask my friends to leave with me from this place where traitors now roam." He began to withdraw. Troches and his companions did the same, among cries. On the lobby they joined him. Descending the steep steps of the external staircase, a group of policemen approached, led by a captain who came straight to the lawyer and asked, "Are you Ovidio Ramon?" Bachelieri, high-spirited, he replied, "A long time ago." This was the kind of answer dictated by his deep-seated insecurity. She felt aware of being a character in the corps of artisans, but she didn't ignore how mysterious her identity could be for a public force agent, or, anyway, for any other common citizen. Deep inside, he believed himself to be a man deserving of respect and even some honors, but he didn't fail to understand the anonymity in which, like within a sort of iron circle, it forced him to debate somewhat systematically that same society which today used him and tomorrow would treat with contempt. That ambivalence was the beloved dagger that tore him apart and plunged him into a sense of helplessness. With an unofficial air, the captain announced, "You are arrested for hurling insults at the President of the Republic." It was clearly a maneuver by Quesada and his henchmen. Irritable, Ladino reached for his weapon, which was no longer a pistol confiscated by the police, but a hunting knife tucked into his belt. Troches held him back. Diaz and Marin shouted protests that were heard by one or two passers-by who didn't understand what could be going on. But Bachelieri imposed his voice, aware of the problematic it could result to resist arrest by police. "Friends, calm," he said. "I'll go with the gentleman. I beg you to mobilize as soon as possible the true representatives of craftsmanship." Two unarmed officers grabbed him by the arms. Saturnino Torrealba left town about 2 in the afternoon. He did so without bidding farewell to Agustina, who had gone there to pay her respects. While he was having the horse saddled, he watched in silence as the twin girls played blind cow with Milena in the backyard. With his eyes bandaged, searching for the other two, either of them seemed to him a picture of justice that sought him out. Since the dawn of day, he felt like a blow had disorganized his psychic center. The twins, though small, seemed not to understand what they saw in the dim room. But their eyes had seen, and Saturnino feared them. It is true that he forced them to lie down again, in strict silence, soon after the mulatta, and he regained their composure. Sure that the house fell again into calm and silence, without Agustina seemed to have noticed anything. Many things were floating, however. Who could guarantee that the girls, however spontaneous it might have seemed in their reincorporation to the world into which they were accustomed, would not be guilty of indiscretions against their mother? One word, one mere allusion would have been enough to set off Agustina Yanez's whole complex building of suspicions. In London, once, without any genuine reason, that machinery was set in motion. And what was curious about it was that, to her sight, it did not respond to the natural desire of keeping the beloved man, but to preserving the agreed indecency that the Frenchman spoke of. In other words, it preserved the gloomy virtue of order. In that occasion, the one who raised suspicions was a beautiful but reluctant aristocrat, sensual yet decadent, exuberant in tulle and lace, who lived in an autumnal palace, strangled by tapestries and armour. Now, my God, now I was a creature of no more than 15 years, defiled by someone of far greater rank, and in the sacred sphere of the family room. Half a day passed, submerged in an unreadable depression. At breakfast he abstained from words and pretended to be engrossed in reading an old newspaper. Then he went to his desk and shuffled useless papers all morning. He asked that they bring him his lunch there, to the bewilderment of Agustina. 2 or 3 times it was Milena herself who, at the woman's order, came to ask if anything was offered to her. He dismissed her with a dismissive gesture. When Agustina, around 1 o'clock, announced that she would go and pay the visit of condolence, he made up his mind. He would leave without saying goodbye. He would go to his cottage in the savannah, and there decide how to behave in the future. He needed solitude, clear mutism, to organize the ruse with which he was to evade any possible inquiry, to determine, moreover, the way in which he was to escape the perhaps imaginary siege of Milena, to resolve in extremis what horrible fault he had fallen into by allowing the candor of his daughters to witness that wild scene. At this point in his reflections, having already crossed the pavement of San Diego, the horseman suddenly realized that he was unarmed, that he had forgotten in the bedroom. Under the pillow his usual pistol. He didn't pay attention. His background was calm in the imposing plateau. Crotches and his companions led a noisy demonstration outside the president's palace. Slowly they fed them those carpenters, cobblers, shoemakers, who had at first organized the Society of Artisans. The unanimous cry was, "Freedom for Bacalieri," and the repression. Mouvements vagaux ont été vus depuis un balcon du palais. Le président Gomez, avec sa tunique ornée d'étoffes et de fourrures, est apparu sur la tribune, entouré de ministres et de valets. Il a dû se plaire en vain le silence, en faisant des gestes de ses 2 bras, avant de pouvoir parler. Je vous dis de douzaines, messieurs. Arango! I want to notify you that my office has ordered the immediate release of Ovidio Ramon Bacalieri. There was an over-the-top jubilation in the crowd. But I must warn you, the president continued, when the commotion had subsided, that the government will no longer tolerate insurrections, and that there will be an investigation into Dr. Bacalieri's conduct in any event. The crowd booed. Troches touched Ladino on the shoulder and asked, "Let's hurry to escort Bacalieri home." They arrived just in time. The lawyer came out of the main gate of the prison and was greeted by a few tough guys from the trade guild. Troches and Ladino ran alongside him and, in front of everyone, helped him down a flight of stairs. Many people sadly saw this. On the front sidewalk, apart from the crowd, Cliff Hone, Pernell Williamson, Filiberto de Onzaga, and Graciela watched the scene, each forming their own peculiar judgments. While the woman frowned at the sight of Arturo in the center of attention, Onzaga's reaction was one of disgust at the dishevelled and eccentric appearance of the freed agitator. "We'll have to make an example of that guy," he said. "He's a social pariah. We need to get rid of him." Owen agreed with his labyrinthine accent. Williamson feigned astral indifference, but Graciela couldn't hold back and protested. "But what are they saying, God damn it? Bacalieri is an untainted man." They won't dare beat him up. The others fell silent, ignoring him. With his head in his hands, Bacalieri sat alone in the darkness on the cold stone of the weird basement. He knew that, amidst the gloom, the rat's sharp, fearful eyes would sometimes flash. It was as an unbearable weight were already pulling him down. Leaving jail, he was touched by the warm support of the cheering crowd. But alone, a failure once more, he felt overwhelmed with shame. His party's burden, and even that of Tomasa's reasons, weighed heavily on him. Yes, he was a failure. His old dreams had wrapped themselves around him and strangled him. He remembered his melancholy childhood in a stern town called Ecce Homo. The Latin phrase could, of course, and he didn't ignore it, evoke illustrious paintings by Guido Reni, Giotto, Mantegna, Tiepolo. But it was ridiculous as the name of a settlement, even of a miserable corregimiento of the village of Leyva. A lunar and salty landscape surrounded it, full of eccentric marine fossils, product of the probable drying up of some antiquissimous interior sea. His ancestors had been Italian immigrants who came, no one knows when, from the region of Emilia-Romagna to a South American viceroyalty, where they only found the most relentless poverty. His father was already an old peasant, acclimated without European traces. After the plague had ravaged her family, she moved to the capital with what was left of it. Her arthritic aunt, a newborn niece, whom they cared for as if they were treasure. She became a lawyer, thanks to countless efforts, studying and working as a shop assistant, and even as a court messenger at the same time, in a dreary municipal courthouse. But his career in the law could not be fruitful to anyone who lacked prominent surnames and family background. He managed this house of studies, where he taught certain letters, among many other people, to Graciela Hernandez de Onzaga. The establishment, however, went bankrupt, as the capital's midwives had no reason to trust their children to a newcomer with suspected Jacobin sympathies. The disaster came one day when he taught his disciples that wisdom is science and intuition of the most distinguished things by nature, and therefore it was said of Anaxagoras and Thales of Miletus that they were wise and not prudence, because they seemed ignorant of the things that would benefit them. But it was recognized, on the other hand, that they knew about superior and wonderful and difficult and divine matters, since what they sought did not reside in human goods. The concepts had been taken, of course, from the ethics of Nicomachus, which he held so dear. But the parents of families seemed to be more drawn to Saint-Just. For some damn reason, Baccellieri didn't care about human welfare, but knowledge, and his failures he took then as something natural and easy to handle. Now he knew himself in a crossroads, and looked with despair at his lost life. Never had I known a woman, and that was another calamity which at first I judged to be amenable, but which, it is true, was but the product of her early timidity, and also of Afrodit. That never-ending consciousness of her own ugly, apparently conceited, and declaiming appearance, altogether repugnant to me, which bit at me like an incurable cold wind. By this time there was no cure for it. His shameful boyhood virginity, which many seemed to intuit, weighed on his soul as an insult of metaphysics. In his youth he had fervently read the verses of Hesiod. Man is superior who knows all by himself. It is also good to give credit to him who speaks with judgment. But he who neither knows for himself, nor stores in his mind what he hears from others, is a useless subject. The commentary of Aristotle inspired even greater fervour. Only the crowd, and the most vulgar, put the highest good in pleasure. They loved the voluptuous life, therefore. Most humans showed, without a doubt, slave souls by choosing a beastly life. The chosen spirits, on the contrary, identified happiness with honour. But God, had he preserved his honour, on what could the honour of Ovidio Ramon Baccellieri be based? Two things alerted him to what was about to happen. The first, a gust of light that came through that crevice in the wooden partition, at the height of the 5th step leading to the loft, looking through which it was possible to dominate the whole picture of the bathroom, situated on the 1st floor. The second, that little tune trilled with a lark's voice, which never failed to indicate the intentions of his niece. Creeping almost noiselessly, she climbed the 5 steps and applied her eye to the observatory. Indeed, Michaela had just entered the bath wearing only a nightgown. She brought a large bucket of hot water, which she poured into the cold water of the tub. Under the secretive gaze of Baccellieri, the girl set down the bucket on the ground, pulled her dress over her head, and stood completely naked, her budding breasts defiant, and her attractive sex barely covered by incipient moss. Baccellieri felt the weakening rise up to the marrow of his skull, and heard his heartbeats quicken. Michaela stuck her toe in to test the water temperature. She then stepped into the bath, but didn't sit down as Baccellieri had feared. Instead, she stood and poured the water over her body with the help of a tocuma. The sight was splendid, mesmerizing. Baccellieri quickly unbuttoned his fly and freed his erect penis. He began to caress it with real madness, without taking his eyes off the blessed crack in the wood. He couldn't hold back a bit to prolong the pleasure. The positions that Michaela adopted when she bent over to fill the tocuma were disorienting. Very soon the sperm streams splashed the ceiling. Baccellieri experienced a supreme delirium in his mind, and then, after having satisfied himself, he withdrew from the temptation and sat on the step to weep with convulsive sobs, but in silence. For my money, those robberies are being committed by the same police. The fat, greasy cat watched impassively as the parishioners held court with Losada. The Spaniard had made the statement without being at all convinced of it. But there is always an air of sagacity to be found in such remarks. One would think Saturnino Torrealba was implicating the authorities for those acts that are supposed to. Practice is common to all Latin blood countries, and seems to entail a restrained revenge against the state and those who hold power. No, second. Don't you read the newspapers? Replicated someone. Those are the communists from the Democratic Republic. Well, well, the Spaniard thought out loud. In that moment, Dominguito Acuna entered with a package in his hands. I'll see it. Losada's eyes were filled with cheer. The newcomer looked at him without saying a word. It was the Spaniard who asked, "Hello, boy, what do you have there? Another pound of fly-ash wings?" Very wisely the blacksmith replied, "As you can see, Mr. Second, so that we make the same deal." "You're right, man." The merchant rejoiced. "For her I can give you another pound of raw iron." Stupefied, but amusing, a tavern-keeper took the opportunity to comment, "How? Are you letting yourself be robbed by this con man, boy?" Making himself look silly, Acuna replied, "Don Segundo, I know kind of deal we're making." Losada then simulated a bullfighting maneuver. "Leave him alone, man," he said. "He knows what he's doing." He took the package in his hands and placed it on one of the scales. "Well, well," he sang to himself, "this goes on the buy scale." The scale indicated just over a pound. Losada placed a little heap of raw iron on the other scale. "And this goes on the sell scale," he said with a flourish. The other scale indicated its peculiar, fussy pound. With artful, painstaking gestures, Losada packed the iron away. Meanwhile, happy to be cheated, Acuna investigated as carelessly, "Don Segundo, have you heard about the robberies? Don't you fear they'll rob you?" The Spaniard set aside the package with the iron, adopted a statue-like posture, and feigned driving mock daggers into an imaginary bull. "Hey, you!" he taunted. "Those beginners won't even be able to touch my fine image before they get ass-busted." I wouldn't be so sure, the boy thought to himself, with a smirk. With pendulous eyes that wanted to convey obviousness, Losada suspended all activity and led Acuna up to the locks of doors and windows, which really made the store into a fortress. "Aren't you?" he said, drunk with pride. "Come on, kid, take a good look." Unable to fathom his own naivety, for it was not, had he been Saturnino Torrealba, within the reach of a Spaniard, a self-righteous one by day. Nature, who else but would have egged him on with his trite jargon, he showed off without further ado to the studious intruder his complex of locks and windows clad in sheets of iron. Dominguito took careful note of everything. "How could they get at me, those fools?" continued the fat man. "Come on, kid, climb up here." He had gestured him to mount a phallic sign made with his fingers. Dominguito Acuna feigned dismay, smiled with simulated innocence. Then he took the package of raw iron and left the warehouse. Losada rejoined the conversation. Adding out the rhythm and adding a fashionable melody, he sang the verses of the canon. "There is no merchant good without money, and I do not collect from those who give. Nothing, nor do I lodge them." He was radiant with the petty business deal he had just made. One of his critics, without paying much attention to the matter, returned to the previous topic, and, holding up a newspaper, said, "Look what the editorial in La Civilización says. It says that Bacchalieri may be involved in the thefts, that he is one of the most fervent apostles of socialism, whose eloquence contributed to the spread of that doctrine among members of the Democratic Party." Replied Losada, "Your comrades recently expelled Bacchalieri." Acuna, meanwhile, had taken the road uphill. On the downhill side he saw Bacchalieri and Arturo Croces coming just then. "It's a request I'm making of you," Dr. the Southerner pleaded. "Please accept this small monthly sum for allowing me to stay." Bacchalieri shook his head. "Solo si no le hace falta," Arturo repuso. In that instant they crossed paths with Dominguito. He gave Croces a wink of intelligence. The vessel with drawings of two phoenixes came from the kilns of Sijo during the Yuan dynasty. But on the other hand, the round vase of white porcelain, with an albino dragon surrounded by blue waves or tree-like shapes, was a Ming dynasty heirloom, which had 16 emperors, and was wiped out by the Manchus. How many dynasties would it have taken to equip this complicated hall, which no one had ever imagined from a pale and provincial Andean capital? The Japanese screen, the French porcelain, a Russian silver teapot with a stove, mediocre paintings set in Florentine frames, Louis XVI-style consoles that held German, clocks, English candelabras, or small busts of Latin poets, the now scandalous divan, all of it summed up foreignness, an exotic and expensive taste, a perhaps desperate desire to dazzle, rampant excess. The 5 masked men suddenly appeared, without it being possible to guess how they entered. Trotches, in front of them, took off his outdated hat with plumes, and made a pronounced and comical bow. "Are we," he asked sarcastically, "in the presence of Don Agustin Yanez de Torrealba, or, as the Limitador said, of the quick-witted and more than that beautiful Agustina?" The wife of Saturnino Torrealba looked at them with an impervious face. She was a woman accustomed, since the times of the independence campaigns, and since the dawn of the Republic, to shocks and conspiracies. With one glance she understood the situation, and preferred to avert these scoundrels from her reputation, or her invisible and untraceable lady's halo. "I know who you are," she declared, gathering her 2 twin daughters to her skirts, both of them with surprise, sparkling in their eyes, those same grey and laconic eyes that were Saturnino's, and which he had come to fear. "My husband is not here, as you obviously know. Still, do whatever you want, but spare me." Trotches had to contain, behind the nose-mask, a wild guffaw. "I assure you," he said, "that we will not touch even the hem of your crinoline. It was no more than 6 in the morning, and the inhabitants of the house were just getting ready for breakfast." The woman mobilized herself so as to get accommodated on a sofa-bed, surrounded by the girls. Trying to do so without blinking, he announced, "I promise you that I will not leave this room while they carry out their vileness." "Don't worry, Arturo promised." Then, addressing Ladino, "You, doctor, take care of keeping the servants away. You, Marin." He was ashamed to have given away a name, but the mask hid his blush. "Take care of her, so that she doesn't make any unfortunate carelessness. In the meantime, we will do the request." 3 of them handed themselves over to go through the house. In no more than minutes, everything was an indecipherable mess. Drawers, clothes, and a variety of objects were scattered on the floor. Agustina, with a forced calm, was drinking coffee in the living-room. The twins had lost their voices. Trotches displayed a gold coin purse high up. He was with Bocanegra and Fräulein Diaz, in the main chamber filled with bees and Cuba-wood curls. Very confident, Don Saturnino, he thought, preaching for years the need for foreign banks to join the country and keep such beautiful sums at home. Bocanegra held a silver crucifix in one hand. On the other side a wide bag, where I was putting the loot. "A fortune will be this Redeemer," he said with sarcasm. He put it on the sack. In that instant Trotches seemed to recapitulate, and to light up with some sudden idea. He went until the head of the matrimonial bed, whose Hollanders and covers still were intact. He lifted one of the pillows reposada. Almost harmless, he found there the pistol of Naker stock, gift of Cliff Owen, with which Saturnino practised shooting, and that, once, had been eloquently admired by Filiberto de Onzaga. I already knew it, he congratulated himself. Don Saturnino likes to sleep with a pistol caressing his cheek. "Look at how neat!" She exposed her to the admiration of others, but put her in the belt. It had to be a personal trophy. Such a jewel could not be wasted on gang wars. They were about to leave when a loud noise came from the back of the house. Agustina leapt from the roll sofa, but Marine soothed her with an emphatic gesture. Without thinking any further, Trotches left the bedroom and ran towards the back. The cold air of the courtyard sliced through his nostrils. The noise and screams came from the branch where Abelardo Ladino was supposed to keep the servants immobile. Arturo understood what was happening, and berated himself for his clumsiness. The incident at the home of Alfonsina, Urania de Holmes, should have cured him forever of entrusting doctors with missions that would involve losing sight of them. Irreverent and twisted, Ladino never took account of reprimands. However, they came from General Montalvo. Despite the cholera that overcame him, the scene almost made him laugh. In the common room, the doctor had tied up the 2 old servants. The young girl, a mulatta of about 15 years old, had him tied to the bed with his athletic arms and legs, while he penetrated her unfettered virility. The tight ass of Ladino was naked in front of Trotches, who felt tempted to unleash Saturnino Torrealba's weapon on them. Instead, he grabbed the big boy by the neck of his shirt. By then, the doctor had already come inside Milena, who cried out of horror, and, feeling herself freed from the armed arms of the predator, raised one of her own arms, and with her nervous fingers tore off his mask. Only she was able to see the face of the attacker before he put on his mask again, but it was a clear and final vision. There was an error in the original text. Here is the corrected version. Troches pulled the doctor away, and they started to run. Losada clapped his hands, as if to the sound of some Andalusian rhythm, and sang, "They raped her, raped the negrita." One of his companions inquired, pricked by curiosity, "What are you talking about, fat man?" "Come on, fuckwit," replied the merchant. "Don't you know that Torrealba bought that girl? Did the thieves rape the general?" The news had spread, thanks to the loose tongue of one of the old maids. "Pure lies," replied the other. "It is well known that the robbers behave like gentlemen. Not this time, Gilly, not this time. Ay, ole, 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 la violaron, la violaron, la violaron, violaron, la violaron, violaron, violaron a la negrita. El contertulio pronto la policía los, eso si fuera en España, cortó el farolero, olvidando que España había precisado la ayuda de impíos forajidos para expulsar a las tropas napoleónicas. Que en un pazuco de estos, los ladrones mandan y se pasan. Algunos de los presentes protestaron. Al fin y al cabo, Losada era un refugiado, gilipollas. Le dijo todavía suave de esas a quien, por la patria, por aquí se va a Sevilla. Que os duela el bolsillo, chavalas. Y siguió palmoteando y bailando. Se las traen, las traen, los perdularios. Torrealba volvió como un rayo a la ciudad. No había en recadero, lo puso al asher. Corriente de todo. The first thing he did, after consoling Agustina with heartfelt cuddles, was to arrange for everyone in the house to refrain from giving more information to the police. His decision caused astonishment, but he was an attorney, and would certainly know what he was talking about. No one would have guessed that he was only looking out for himself. The rumor that Milena had been raped had spread everywhere, but it was just a rumor. However, a careful complaint would oblige the corresponding forensic examination, which would leave in clear terms that the young mulatto girl was not a maiden at the time of her time, being forced. Frightened by Agustina's rejection, whom he still loved above the fleeting and trivial impulses of lust, Saturnino limited himself to reporting the amount stolen. He said not a word about the rape, even though the authorities had asked him to so do. In this way, Milena never gave testimony, even though she was the only one to have seen the face of one of the assailants. For this purpose he invoked his minority. Eager to do so, in some fleeting moment of intimacy, while she was making him tea, she said to Torrealba, "I don't understand, Mr. Saturnino, why you won't let me speak. I saw the face of that bandit. It's a man with ugly features, very strange eyes, a dirty moustache, and a scar on his cheek. I could recognize him if I saw it again." "Be quiet," he ordered her. "Believe me, it's not in your best interest for people to know that you were raped. Besides, from Agustina's perspective, the mulatto was no longer a virgin now, and she would ascribe this with parsimonious simplicity to the attackers. Since the twins hadn't opened their mouths, Torrealba could feel safe. Now, otherwise, I knew that if anything he felt for the mulatto girl, it was true convulsive desire, mixed with a faint and dim love. A feeling, in any case, which had been erased from all magic by the aggressive violation. From that day on, he did not go to the meetings at 2 o'clock in the morning. Curiously, without him ever knowing it, Milena didn't either. Arturo Troches paddled in a boat across one of those small, high-plain lakes that wrinkling wisps of light even under the sully skies of dusk. On the other end of the boat, Graciella was gently rocked by the waves while wearing a beautiful taftan dress and a tall flowering hat. The placid and grey landscape of the plateau engulfed them, with its imperishable cypresses and fragrant borders along country roads, its coarse-skinned willows, its fiery cherry trees, and its Babylonian willows that poured a wide and faltering foliage into the waters. That afternoon, as if the parched sky of the plateau, shrouded in mist, had wanted to wrap itself in a blanket of fog, but a day at sea was not something they were given early. Choice to choose freely. With a slight frown, she murmured, "You don't seem to realize how dangerous the situation is now." Noting the direction of the boat, he replied indifferently, "Trust me, trust me." "Love?" Graciela raised the pitch of her voice, confident that he was unaware of the magnitude of her concerns. "It's not the same," she said, "to assault the home's Urania. Family as it is, to attack Saturnino Torrealba. He will seek revenge, I assure you. Now, Arturo had noticed her extreme distress. We won't give him time, he explained. There will only be one last assault. We will go to the deep south, where the scenery is much more stimulating than this one." She saw how the boat turned at that moment to the weak juncos and erect grasses of the bank. "God wills it so," she sighed. Arturo tied the boat and helped her get down. They lay next to each other on the wet grass near the back of a gentle-beaked tree. He started caressing her as his fingers played with the opening of her blouse. Graciela hesitated and felt uncomfortable before revealing, "Arturo, we're three who will go." "What do you mean?" He was concerned. The young woman looked up at the grey sky in the instant she declared what he could already imagine. "I'm expecting a child. Yours." Trotches stepped back and lay down on her back on the grass. He snatched a bush of grass and gnawed on it. "Are you sure?" he inquired with a lost look. She sat up halfway before confessing. "I'm scared." He held her tighter, this time very strongly. "Don't be afraid," he said. "I love. Very soon we'll be away. I can't help it." "I'm scared," insisted Graciela. The sky had grown even darker. A droopy dropples slipped from his hooded face, downing the landscape. Supported by an ordinary stick, always dressed in his coarse clothing, second Losado was returning to his stall at the hour when light was fading. It was Sunday. He hadn't been open all day. He'd spent the afternoon watching cockfights in a southern suburb. A half-stupid smile was floating on his lips. A very humble old woman, bundled in a shawl, crossed his path a few steps from the store. "Next week I'll come see you, Mr. Second," she said. "Do it without fail," the merchant replied, "for your interests have grown greatly." With a grimace of annoyance, he continued on his way. No, it wasn't the debt that causing that annoyance. At last, and in the end, if the old one persisted in her debt, he would know how to strip her. It was his life, his own life. A bachelor at that age, living like a beggar, despite his good fortune in one of the most sordid shacks in the storehouse, his life lacked reason, although he himself might reason, not have realized it. The boredom suffocated him. 20 years ago, I had deserted from a Spanish garrison in the town of Batabano and taken refuge in this half-ruined republic, which still opened its doors to fugitives from Spain. If freedom, as I believed, lay in America, it was certainly not in Batabano. She had found it in this cold plateau, filled with autumn mists all year round, but also people still subject to the Iberian accent. People whom she had become accustomed to depossessing gently, because the law allowed her to do so. She had arrived at the door of a shop. She took a bunch of keys from her pocket. I was going to put a nail in the lock when it gave a start. "What is this?" he exclaimed with horror. He pushed lightly, and the door opened by itself with a soft creak. Rosada went in hastily. He was consumed with anxiety. Just as he got a grip on his nerves, so that he could scratch a match and light a candle of tallow, by whose flickering light he was able to observe the disarray that reigned. In the shop, overturned drawers, shaken chests, goods tossed about here and there. From an unknown place he heard the cat purring. The thief's breathing became violent. He opened the door of a closet, and, with an awful moan, out came the terrible claws, feeling the animal jump on his chest, who had been, no doubt, locked in the furniture by the attempt. He pushed him away in horror. The cat rolled over and ran away, panicked. Losada then opened some drawers in the desk and found they were empty. "Damn it! Damn it!" In the candlelight she opened other drawers. An ice snake coiled itself around her spine. She staggered out into the street, haunted by the twilight. She shrieked with all her lungs, combing her hair. "Help!" she screamed. "A disaster has happened." A group of passers-by, like a snarl of shadows, began to gather slowly around her. "They've stolen me," the man with the big hat was shouting. "They've peeled me like a potato. They've stolen the work of my life. There were already quite a few people in front of the warehouse, more interested in having fun at the expense of the usurer than in providing any assistance. But don't they understand me? They've robbed me, the work of an honourable life. There was 1,000 ounces of gold in one of the lockers. That's $20,000. A curious person thought to ask, "But who stole it, Mr. Losada?" With a gesture of obviousness on his muddled face, the Spaniard answered, "They'll have to take out my damn cowskin. You're so stupid. Who else could be? The thieves, man, the thieves. She promised it would be the last one." He remembered it with anxious opposition. At that hour, the gate of St. Augustine was already closed and locked. In the porch of the church they sheltered from the torrential downpour, whose branches were like icy needles. With sincere pain, Trotches replied, "I trusted in it, but the government is heavily armed. A new guerrilla would demand the least." "Never-ending affair?" interrupted Graciela, whose face from her hat fell a discreet black veil. Oliver quivered at her side, and, upon hearing the persistent hiss of the wind, which hurled water gusts at them, did not conceal her nervousness. "Of course not," Arturo tried to argue, "but does it really make sense to put together that guerrilla?" She then interrupted again. "So much that our love is in question?" The man lowered his gaze. "If I didn't love my people," he asked, "what right would I have to love? Have you never considered the possibility," she murmured roughly, "that you might be wrong?" A figure then emerged from among the curtain of rain, as if it were a ghost of fog. It seemed agile and determined. Graciela jumped up in surprise. Soon they saw Domingo Acuna approach, soaked, with his hat dripping water, onto the dock. Trotches shouted at him with a sort of revulsion, "What do you want?" "Get out." But the blacksmith did not move an inch. With his angular face, standing under water and in the darkness, he demanded, "I want my share. More than 24 hours ago you entered, thanks to my locksmith skills. The Spanish saw." In silence, he repeated, "I want my share. You're impatient, aren't you?" "Accused of him, Trotches." Graciela tried to hide her face. She felt ashamed to be seen there in such company at such a late hour. Suddenly he remembered with a sigh that Oliver's sole face was equivalent to finding himself in the same place in rags, or something like that. The smith replied, "My family is hungry, sir." "That's fine," agreed Arturo. He stuck his hand into a pocket. He took out the bag. He emptied it into his other hand. He handed all the contents to Domingos. "Take this," he said. "This is everything I have on me. The boy received the money, but stayed put. Now get out," the other ordered, annoyed. Acuna spoke, looking from one side to the other at the gold ounces. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" he exclaimed. "What else do you want?" The mountain man sighed impatiently. That young scoundrel had inspired some sympathy in him, but he wanted to save these moments for Graciela, and not for petty squabbles. Everyone knows Dominguito insisted that there were more than 1,000 ounces of gold in just one of Losada's cupboards. "You're giving me 10 ounces. In the middle of the night and rain, Trotches felt a wave of heat flooding his head. "Listen, boy," he said, "your greed does not fit into our plans. We rob to raise political funds. Accept it and go." With a snort of laughter, the blacksmith was amused. "Political funds? Do you think I'm stupid?" Trotches glared at him in anger. "Think what you like. You won't get another cent. What do you say about going to the police?" Acuna then threatened, very nervous. "I can go to the police." "Don't repeat that," warned Arturo, but Domingo Acuna seemed desperate. It was obvious that he had formed grand plans for his share of the loot. "They tricked me," he insisted. "I'm going to report them." In a fit of rage, Trotches pulled the stolen pearl-handled revolver from his belt and placed the barrel against Acuna's nose. "Listen closely, baby," he warned. "Don't you dare repeat that. One word about this, and you've dug your own grave. Now, go away." Acuna stepped back in horror. He still lingered a few steps under the rain, but he must have taken stock and went away. Trotches readjusted the weapon in his belt. Graciela had followed the scene's development with a certain stunned sadness. "I told you so, murmured. It'll be too late soon." Arturo made sure that the figure of Dominguito had dissolved in the middle of a lace of rain. Before speaking, "There will only be one last assault on Laureano Arcila's house," he said. "Then we'll flee." Graciella's eyes sparkled beneath her dark veil. "The choice is not now between politics and I," she declared. "It will be between politics and your son. I could not deceive my husband. She would know the baby was not his." Arturo strode erratically about the portico for a few seconds. Then he faced her and spoke with supplicating air. "Only a couple of days." Graciella posed inflexibly. "Now, Arturo, or never." The light from a street lamp filtered through the panes and thin curtains of the window against which he was sitting, facing the desk, magnified on the wall behind. Him, the silhouette of Filiberto de Onzaga, assimilating it to some sort of fantastic gorilla that was stalking his own master. The office, otherwise bathed in darkness, had ceased to exist the moment its inhabitants stopped thinking of it as an outline, per Berkeley's which Onzaga clearly never heard clearly. Mention its statement that the external physical world only exists so long as it is perceived by the spiritual ego, and the spiritual self of Onzaga had been far away for a long time. He was at the dawn of the century, in his happy childhood of the Criollo, when he frolicked among the tobacco leaves or among the reeds where the Indians, meagerly paid by his head, father, spread out the tobacco leaves. When they took him to study in Pamplona, that beautiful city, all white, in which churches and cloisters he abandoned forever the idea of God, but where he vowed instead to persevere in that ghostly phantasmagoria, so as to deter with it those whom he needed to exploit. Soon his mind turned to that remote 30th of October, when he saw Heriberto José de Miel, the botanist, executed in the Plaza of San Francisco, without giving him any aid, courtesy of the naive independentist, who, according to them, had surrendered years ago to such trivialities as boiling water heights or mapping the Peruvian viceroyalty. No, for him, more practical matters absorbed him, and he only admired one who was capable of making money. He accepted independence as a given, but just as well would he have accepted the continuation of Spanish power. In both regimes his prosperity was guaranteed. Indeed, he refused to join the famous conspiracy against the Libertador when his young friend Saturnino Torrealba proposed it to him. On May 25 I recall him for the last time in his procession from the Plaza and Alameda of San Victorino to the presidential palace on January 15, 1830, accompanied by Orfief, cavalry militia regiments of the plateau. The bells were ringing, salutes were bursting our ears, people were crowding the towers, windows, and balconies. But that triumphal caravan was a funeral, and he knew it, and he was glad about it. He never sympathized with that impetuous warrior, with the airs of an intellectual who always seemed to be opposed to pragmatic solutions. In addition to his sympathy for Laureano Arcila, he simply joined, because despite his Atlantic origin, he seemed a sensible man, sufficiently conservative, and also because, when he was elected vice-president in 1843, he had acquired power that could benefit him. After all, it was convenience that moved him, just as it had moved Graciella to submit to being married off to an old man like him. Why did he become attached to Graciella? No, not because he needed company. Expensive prostitutes were something he could afford as many as he liked. It was for Arcilla, who succeeded in convincing him that a single politician can give rise to rumors. On the other hand, his youth and beauty won him now greater attention than his single status had ever done. Sure, it was convenient to be married to her, and yet, another kind of rumor had now arisen. I was aware of that. The drunkards round and round and other gossip could not be free. Graciela Fernandez was unfaithful to him, and if he had not been subjected to a strict surveillance, if the very loyal Oliva had not always surrounded him, he would not have hesitated. The word doubt hollowed out his mind, took him away from reflection, and hurled him into contemplation. Why that strange silence in the house? Why this feeling of being alone and mocked? Ah, yes. Graciela had assured him that he suffered from migraines and would leave early. But what could be hidden behind this? Was it a new ploy? He stood up from the desk and, groping in the darkness, headed for the upper floor. In the hallway upstairs he found an oil lamp with a candle, which he lit with a match. He held it high and made his way to his wife's room. Time had passed since they had slept separately, and he had never tried to snoop on her sleep. But today, the quality of the silence was different. He entered the room in darkness. The candle made the whole scene spectral, accentuating his overwhelming loneliness. Still, Graciella's body outline was clearly visible under the blankets. Yes, she was there. Or maybe the doubt came back to haunt him. He pulled the blankets off with one pull. Disgust was reflected on his face when he saw that the form in the bed was not his wife's, but a fake built with pillows. The downpour continued to batter and glitter the cobblestones. Water that somberly flowed in the channels cut into them. Graciella, Oliver, and Arturo stopped, dripping wet, about 10 steps from Gonzaga's gate, ignoraben that he, while adjusting his suit, was watching the scene from a window. The difference in temperatures outside and inside had fogged the panes, and, viewed through this mist, the outer lights took on an immense, radiant luodulo, making yellow. The city looked ghostly. Troches insisted, "Try to understand. I'll see how to put everything in order." Hindered by her veil, nervous about the nearness of the marital home, Graciella merely looked at him with ardour. The vehemence with which she summoned him at the portal of San Agustin did not amount to, and he knew Thesa, desperate emphasis. If he determined not to take her, not to remove her from the milieu in which, without remission, she would sink into ruin, what was left to me but to submit to cholera, or the improbable kindness of her husband? I had no weapons, only arguments with which to persuade Arthur, and Arthur, without ignoring it, tended to bend, thus giving a proof of love. I tried to imagine where I would go with him, how that deep south would be like, and succeeded in remembering only a watercolour at home of my mother, which copied the gardens. Oh, Villa Negroni! He signalled Oliver that they should proceed without delay to the door used for this night escape. Arturo watched them go through it with a stab of anguish. Defending themselves against the relentless water with hat and lapels, he went on ahead down the drive. Gonzaga came out by the main gate and saw Trocche's bulky form, the obvious lover of his wife, walk half a block away. A punch in the heart drove him to follow him under the rain. He saw him enter one of those old-fashioned taverns with hanging clusters of candles from the ceiling, eerie in its flickering lighting, where provisions and liquors were sold. After the bar counter, under the light of an oil lamp, the owner, a slow man with bushy moustaches, served cups of chicha to a shady clientele in the tobacco-smoky atmosphere. Troche approached him. "A canelazo, please," he ordered, from the shadows of the street. Gonzaga watched as the southerner drank the mistela with a concerned look. Indeed, she was wondering whether she could rely on her accomplices to deliver the spoils to General Montalvo. Irony of all ironies, the one she suspected most of, was Ladino. At that moment she thought Graciella was a priority. The senator saw him place the glass on the counter with an assured gesture. She heard him ask, "How much do I owe you?" 2 reals, the owner informed him. Troches dropped his hand in the pocket to fetch the bag. Only then did he remember that he had emptied it, half an hour before, at the San Agustin portico, into the impertinent Dominguito Acuña's hands. In other words, that he was penniless. "Damn it, I'd forgotten," he muttered to himself, and later, to the owner, he forgot I didn't have any money, but I live nearby. "Without paying you can't leave," warned the man behind the counter. "I live nearby," repeated Arturo. The merchant stared at him without getting upset. "How am I supposed to know that he will return?" demanded Troches. The latter made a gesture of annoyance. Finally, he took from his belt the pistol with nacre handles. He did it carelessly, overwhelmed by concern. "Esto servirá," dijo. "Tomalo en prenda mientras traigo el dinero." El dueño asintió con los ojos. Gonzaga seguía espiando los movimientos del amante de su mujer desde la casada. Ahora su mirada quería abandonar la escuela. Acababa de reconocer la pistola que tanto había elogiado a Saturnino Torrealba. Se replegó para no ser advertido por Arturo al salir. Once I had seen him get lost in the maze of streets, he entered the establishment. He stood before the counter. The shopkeeper discovered with amazement his presence. It was not place or time for such an enlightened gentleman. "Senator Gonzaga!" he exclaimed, subserviently. "What can I do for you?" The other looked at him with authority. The man who had just left gave him a pistol in pledge, he stated without further ado. The bearded gentleman nodded. "Let me see it, Gonzaga," demanded. Arturo was always under the rain, and he had pounded 3 times on the foggy glass of Oliver's room window facing the street. Inside, in the room which was furnished with only a bed, a chest of drawers, and a wooden crucifix, the young black woman leapt from her underclothes among the sheets. Without opening it, she asked, "Who is it?" "I am Arturo Trocchis," she heard a voice murmur outside. "Listen carefully. Tell your lady that at dawn I will come for you. We will leave." Despite recognizing the voice well, Oliver was shaking. It was 5 o'clock in the morning when, dressed as if he were leaving on a journey, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and riding boots, Arturo left the room that he had been renting, from Ovidio Ramon Bacchelieri since his arrival in the city. In a robe, the lawyer, an early riser like it pleased him to be all his life, was reading in a chair facing the bust of Aristotle. The book that he was holding in his hands sported a modest title, despite its stern Latin, Adagiorum Chiliadis. As he looked up, he noticed that his tenant had brought with him a suitcase and bundle. "Are you leaving?" he asked, furrowing his brow. "I must, Dr. Confirmed Trocchis." The lawyer questioned him with his eyes, as if he had an interest in the decision, while he began to roll one of his weary cigarettes. "You know better than anyone how things are going in the south." The other man apologized for me. "I don't see any other destiny than rejoining the forces of Montalvo." Especially wanted Bacchelieri not to associate his trip with the impending disappearance of Graciela Fernandez de Onzaga. I didn't want anyone in the city to link it either, until such time as they placed a respectful distance between themselves and the Altiplano. Otherwise, the hounds would be on them in a matter of days. On thinking this way, he turned his eyes on the taxidermied owl over the pendulum clock, and felt as if it were watching him malevolently. The lawyer simply looked at it with some seriousness and whispered, "Dulce bellum inexpertis." Trocchi's Latin was, of course, limited. Gently, he asked the beloved doctor to be more clear. "I just read it here." At Erasmus of Rotterdam, the lawyer condescended to explain. While lighting tobacco, it translates something like that only for those who have not experienced war can be good. The southerner laughed with some frankness. I had always understood so. Bacchelieri was an incurable pacifist. "It seems to forget, Doctor," he said, without erasing her smile, one that I had certainly experienced, "that desecration of meat, as they say in Latin. No, I do not love the scent of blood, but I have been condemned to live surrounded by it." I know, the other agreed, letting out a sigh. "Nobody in this world has ever lived as they wanted. I, for instance, would have wanted to found a family, to be loved. Do you guess why I didn't get it?" "A little awkward." Arturo shook his head. "Bravura, my friend," confessed the doctor. "Never declared myself to a woman for fear of an affront of a refusal." Trocchi was unable to say anything. I should go to Graciela as soon as possible, to whom I had promised to leave early in the morning, and now this old professor, this failed man, he thought in a flash, and then, repented, so habitually secretive, was resolving to take him for an intimate. "But don't listen to me," Bacchelieri begged at that moment, guessing perhaps the thoughts of that individual who, a rare thing, had respected the customs of the house. "Sweet and beautiful one is not for you. I only say that it seems to me that Montalvo would do better to practice politics. He could definitely become the next president. Son asuntos acerca de los cuales habrá que discutir habló por fin Trojes. Por ahora, doctor, quisiera compensarlo por desocupar tan inopinadamente mi alojamiento." "No es necesario, créame", aseguró Bacchelieri. "Insisto, dijo Arturo. Y llegaron a una avenencia. Habíalo oído." Down a little staircase that opened onto a small horse patio, where the excuse door was found, Graciela slipped down quietly with a suitcase, her nasal passages assaulted by Beshan. The sour smell of wet manure. Oliver followed her, looking scared. "Be careful. Let's not make any noise," the lady warned. They took shelter in a bush-lined curve near the door. It shouldn't be long now. The hills were already tinged with shades of rose and yellow, a sign that the sun would rise very soon. And indeed, in the saddle on a Moro horse, and accompanied by 2 other horses from the harness, Arturo Trocchis had just dismounted in front of the inn where he had left the former. Pearl-gripped pistol, he tied the animals to a post and advanced towards the counter. In addition to the owner, there were now 2 haggard men in the establishment, with their faces almost hidden by their hats. They appeared to be drinking and chatting. Addressing the merchant, Trotches said, in a nearly dismissive tone, "I'll be back for the close." The owner glared at him, not responding. One of the men approached, pulled out Saturnino Torrealba's pistol from his belt, and asked, "Is this the girl, sir? Trotches understood the trap." Like an exhalation, he rushed out through the door with the policeman at his heels. He quickly mounted the moor-horse and galloped away, leaving the other two behind. These were in turn ridden by the couple of secret police, who set off in pursuit. The hooves echoed on the cobblestones. In their hideout, Oliver said, "I can hear a horse." Disturbed, Graciela urged, "Open the door, quick." They did so. They peered out and could thus observe, perplexed, how Arturo Trotches came galloping down the street, pursued by two other riders. They had got close enough. One of the pursuers, as they came right up to the door in question, leapt from his mount onto Arturo and sent him tumbling down on the cobbles. While they fought hand to hand, the other dismounted and joined his comrade. Trotches punched left and right, but the odds were against him. With his pearl-handle revolver in hand, the second policeman forced him to stand and give up resistance. In that instant he was able to see Graciela's features and directed a deprecating look at her. She, terrified, closed the door. She then lay down on her back. Her face was one of stupefaction and panic. "Are you sure that Arturo fell into capture because of Domingo Acuna?" Abelardo Ladino had asked the question in an angry and resentful tone of voice. They were in the house on Old Mill Street, near the river that was rushing by. Making the most of Gonzaga's narrow absence, who had left that morning, more cheerful than ever, towards his tobacco estates, Graciela had dared to talk to him and the other, Trotches' minions. Now, in addition to the beds and firewood, there were several hidden boxes under raw canvas in the ruined building. The doctor, Ladino, was sombre, but at the same time more disturbed than ever before. "In my presence he threatened to denounce me," she assured herself, recalling the incidents at the Augustine portal. "Have you heard, Francisco?" asked Ladino of Boccanegra. The former shoemaker wiped his nose with the sleeves of his shirt. "We'll have to fix it, doctor," he said. Graciela suddenly felt invaded by a dark premonition. She was enveloped in a sudden silence that affected everything, from the bustling earth to the stars. Now she regretted having come with these ruffians, so different from the gallant, delicate, and imprisoned Arthur. "Without violence, isn't that right?" she asked, overwhelmed with anguish. Ladino let out a laugh. "Just the essentials, madam," she said dryly. "When you're attacked, you defend yourself." Edelmira and Erna were standing with Bacchilieri in the room. The lawyer held a bag of money in his hands. He poured it onto the coffee table and counted it. The clock on which the owl rested showed 6:10 p.m. "I had to pay some debts," she said, "but I can give you something that will ease the situation." "God bless you," Dr. Edelmira thanked him. "Is there any hope that our husbands will be pardoned?" Bacchilieri looked at them with abnegation and compassion. "In the political situation we are living through," he mused, "I cannot promise anything. I would have liked to be able to inject some life into them, but doing so would have been a lie and even nefarious. I'm sorry," she added. She handed out some money among the women, who kept it in their bosoms. At that very moment Tommaso Bacchilieri's face appeared at the usual door. "You've already accounted for the Trotches' money, haven't you?" she inquired, her voice poisonous. The lawyer forced a sad smile. "Everyone who does not believe in sharing of wealth is a thief," he said. "But I still have something out." "You distribute poverty," she retorted, with a bitter tone. "Will it be too much to share it with me, and bring me laudanum from Andrade's pharmacy? When I'm free," he promised her. "Let it be before 8, the old woman ordered, with an imperious voice. "Otherwise, the pains of rheumatism will intensify." And she closed the door abruptly. In his workshop, Dominguito Acuna worked on the same car tires that he had promised to finish much earlier. He wore the same tight apron. The glow of the forge was agonizing at that hour when the sun was also dying in the west. Dolores watched him, as if passed by a bad suspicion, counting his slow, fire-breathing breaths like a lunatic. "Te vas a proponer esos malditos zapatos?" preguntó ella. "Esta misma noche. Lo prometo", dijo Dominguito. "Entonces daré primero la comida a los niños", anunció ella vagamente. Se retiró por el fondo. "¿Ha fantasmado el rostro por la fragua?" Acuña siguió enfrascado en su trabajo durante un rato. En algún momento, una especie de exaltación en la sangre lo puso sobre aviso. He looked up and saw 3 men at the doorstep of the street. They were Bocanegra, Diaz, and Marin. They were staring hard at him. The first displayed a sort of sardonic smile. "What do you want?" the blacksmith inquired. "Come talk to you," Dominguito Bocanegra said sardonically. The boy felt the fear as a weight in his stomach. Knowing that it would be of no use, he argued. "I'm busy." Diaz and Marin were advancing towards him. The first said, "It's better if you obey, Dominguito." From the beginning, Acuña, with that magical intuition that often warns us of danger, had understood that he couldn't resist. So he left work and went with them. Night was falling. The twilight, which was the enchanted hour of the plateau, blurred and made unreal houses, streets, and people. They headed toward an old shanty-town, located on the same street where Ovidio Ramon Bacchilieri's house stood. "What do you want with me?" dared to ask Dominguito Acuña, whose conscience bullying the stupid words he had uttered to the arrogant Arturo Troques in the San Agustin Portal. He was between Diaz and Marin. Bocanegra spoke with ironic malice. "Are you scared, Domingo?" "Almost," he replied. "Come out with it, you bastards," the young man pleaded, his legs beginning to tremble. On the other hand, Bocanegra continued, "You didn't hesitate to go to the police with gossip about Arturo Troches." A dark intuition seized Dominguito. "I? You, Dominguito?" Bocanegra confirmed. "I can swear that. Don't swear, Dominguito. We know everything." They entered the bar. There was, outside of them, no clientele, only the sleepy proprietress, so ugly that it was brave to see her, behind a short and sordid counter full of bottles. The light of a candle trembled in the background. "Your orders, gentlemen," said the woman. "4 glasses of chicha. Doña Simona," ordered Bocanegra. Acuña felt despairing. He thought of Dolores, who must have imagined him busy with the footboards. She pleaded, "Just 3. I can't drink. I must finish that work." "You'll drink," Domenica advised Bocanegra. 4 glasses. The owner poured the chicha from one of the bottles. As the horizon hid the last traces of twilight, Agustina Yanez, having lit the candlesticks in her bedroom, was still poring over her beloved volume. For several days I had tried in vain to find that poem again, which I had known since childhood. Now it was before my eyes, and I believed to see in it the gift which its father always gave to poetry, the gift of consolation. Beyond the door, a tremulous gloom filled the house. Only minutes earlier my Lena had come to bring him some chamomile tea, whose scent, evoking licorice, enveloped her in a dreamlike state. While she thought about my Lena, she looked for the old ode that Horace dedicated to Jancia. Ne sit ancilia. Su padre la leyó alguna vez, ante toda. La familia, para excusar la inclinación que algún general de la República manifestaba en aquellos tiempos por cierta moza de cántaro. No se había ella atarayado en los laberintos del latín, pero tenía antes la versión admisible para su padre, realized by one of those Creole poets who are skilled at the eye at K, singing battles, celebrating loves, and translating the classics. Horatio enjoined his friend Jancia Forenens to not be ashamed of the love he felt for a servant of the earth. Briseida, with her white bosom, had also captured the heart of the indomitable Achilles, and the captive Tecmesa also defeated Ajax with her beauty, just as the son of Atreus had a captive maiden in times when the barbarian hordes fell before the Thessalian phalangers. And Horace thought that perhaps this dazzling servant, with golden hair, might be without anyone knowing a daughter of noble parents, who could ennobling Jancia by making him his son-in-law. And perhaps that slave wept in secret the inexorable harshness of the gods, who reduced her to a slave. In any event, the Latin poet addressed his friend an aesthetic and pious speech. I thought then about my own behavior with Saturnino. His pride had kept him from showing her for years that she was never in love with the Libertador, and that the caresses he made towards her, although intended to break his defences, fell on deaf ears. Why was that obstinacy in silencing it, knowing that Saturnino suffered countless burns in the intimate? Her nature demanded it of her, without her being able to do anything about it. Perhaps in London he erred, when his love of honesty maliciously led him to believe that he had fallen in love with a certain aristocrat. On this occasion he undoubtedly behaved like an immature teenager, like an unmature woman who endangers her honor by pretending to save the honor of her marriage. No, on the other hand, when he recently learned that Saturnino was flirting, or he gotten involved with this mulatto teenager, the day he brought her home, he understood everything with a scintillating clarity. Afterwards, there were those clandestine meetings in the wee hours of the morning, during which she tenaciously, or rather heroically, pretended to be asleep. And it wasn't just his pride at play in this instance, also his tenderness, for he was greedy of the love which she had failed to persuade him into giving her, and her maternal urge. Milena had awakened him, and he didn't want to shatter that innocent, damn little mulatita, nor destroy the desolate love it seemed to feel for Saturnino. When a woman loves the man we love, she told herself, she's ready to become our double or our caricature. By the way, wasn't this silent, adulterous affair at home preferable to a passion that would unleash him outside the house, which would take him away from her forever? Here was undoubtedly the background argument. Saturnino had never fallen in love with Milena, whom he could only find as a casual pastime. The crossroads of Jancia Fonense could not be revived in him, whose haughty character he knew very well. Late or early, I would have returned to her. Now Milena had been disrespectful by a thug, and Saturnino prohibited her, for reasons that Augustine could not escape from carrying out the compulsory deposition. At that time she rejected it, as a second-rate delicacy. She closed the book with sadness. Inevitably she thought that love, shining in what it offers, is gloomy in what it hides. He thought of Saturnino with bitter love. Now they drank the chicha on the pavement, silhouetted by the faint light coming from the chicheria. The street was plunged into silent solitude. Boccanegra continued to shoot his verbal darts. "Promise it, Dominguito," he said. "Promise you'll keep your good health by withdrawing that complaint. You'll do it, won't you?" The poor blacksmith, growing more bewildered by the drink they forced him to drink, defended himself. "I can't withdraw a complaint I never made." Boccanegra stared at him, his eyes bulging. "Don't test my patience, little son of a bitch," he recommended. "Desperate," Acuna adopted an air of sweetness to articulate. "I swear." Marine brought more drink from inside. They forced the boy to drink the bubbly, turbid concoction. And in that instant, from the shadows of the street, Abelardo Ladino emerged as a bat from a cave. He came, half hiding in a baeton, with a felt hat over his head and a wand in his hand. If Baccellieri had ever dressed like that, due to the profile he gave him from the peon's shoulder, in that semi-oscuridad, it would have been perfectly indistinguishable from him. "Good night," saluted, the most natural way. "Good doctor," replied the trio of Boccanegra, Diaz, and Marin. Acuna was very dizzy with that brumous liquor of corn. His eyes strained to identify the new arrival, but he seemed to dissolve into waves of darkness. All I could make out was that profile, which I immediately associated with the man I had seen so many times in company of Arturo Troches. Confused, I approached him. "Doctor," I asked, "are you Dr. Baccellieri? Please, Dr. Baccellieri, get these men off me. I haven't reported anyone." Ladino glared at him with contempt. "Let's put a stop to this as soon as possible," he said. "Doctor," Acuna insisted, "I swear I didn't hear anything." If the shadows had not been so thick, and if Acuna had looked across only 20 steps to the sidewalk in front, he would have seen the real Dr. Baccellieri, with his Heath, well-known Spanish cape, with a dogskin collar and his grey felt hat, close the gate of his house and walk away in the opposite direction from them, towards Andre's pharmacy. But Ladino now brandished the wand in front of his face and threatened, "If you don't recount before the police, little thief, you will regret having been born." With a last gasp of conscience, Dominguito cried out, "But I didn't make any complaint." Then Boccanegra intervened. "We'll have to employ more convincing methods, Doctor." The doctor was pounding on Acuna's ear. "Doctor, Doctor, Doctor Cellieri!" he cried out in despair. "I beg your mercy. Tell them I didn't denounce anyone." The Ladino drew his machete from its sheath and held it to the blacksmith's nose. "I'm going to cut you to bits, you damn scoundrel," he roared. In a kind of panic epileptics, Acuna managed to break free from Marin and Diaz, who were holding him back, and took off at great speed, completely out of control. The group chased him. They caught up with him just in front of the gate to Ovidio Ramon Bacalieri's house. The rascally one was now trembling with anger. "You'll see, little rat," he muttered. Boccanegra tried to stop him from using the knife. "Take care, doctor," he warned. "This won't do Arturo any good." But the rascally one was boiling with rage. "Don't make fun of me with those little steps." It didn't seem possible to stop him. "I'm going to tear you apart." As in so many of his countless tavern brawls in the south, he skilfully wielded the knife. He plunged it again and again into Acuna's body. He howled with pain. "Help! They're killing me!" His consciousness was slipping away from him, sliding through a crack. "The Dr. Bacalieri and the other thieves are murdering me." Exactly in front of Bacalieri's gate, his body fell to the ground, lifeless. The assassins fled in different directions. In a neighbouring house, window locks were broken. A 40-something woman appeared at the window. Upon seeing the bleeding man below on the cobblestones, she began to scream. Ovidio Ramon Bacalieri was walking down one of those colonial streets with lanterns and torches. His pace wasn't slow or washed. He entered a grocery store. There was a destroyed woman behind the counter, serving a few customers with the light of a candle. "Neighbour, please, a reel of tobacco?" asked the lawyer. Occupied with other orders, the tailor did not pay attention to her. Bacalieri was aware of his bodily repulsion, and was used to this happening to him. Thinking about arthritis and Tomasa's aunt's anxiety, he nervously consulted his pocket-watch. He could never have imagined what was happening in front of his house. Acuna was lying half buried in the pavement, but his wounds were gushing blood. There were several women and a few men gathered around him. Dolores, who had been warned, arrived like a hurricane. Bundled up in a blanket, she came confused and disoriented. Seeing him like that, her despair grew. "Oh, my God! What have they done to my husband? Domingo, tell me something. Domingo?" A few blocks away, the merchant was still attending to other customers. Bacalieri checked his watch and grew impatient. He didn't forget that Aunt Tomasa had to take her laxative at 8 o'clock. "Neighbour," he pleaded, "I asked for a reel of tobacco," but seeing that it was getting late, he decided to leave. As he walked out of the store, he stumbled over 3 gentlemen coming in the opposite direction. With his usual baseness, removing his hat, he greeted one of them. "Goodbye, Dr. Mallarino," he said. The one addressed looked at him without answering. He commented to the others very loudly, "And this dressed-down one, from where did he conclude that he could greet me?" Disturbed, Bacalieri continued on his way. At that moment, Acuna was carried by 2 men under his armpits and legs to his room. His wife, out of her mind, cried, "Who did this to you, Domingo? Who?" The blacksmith, agonizing, managed to stutter, "The thieves from Old Mill." Among the people there was a kind of repeated phrase, "Old Mill." A woman urged Therese, "We must seek medical help." Run to Bautista Andrade's pharmacy. Her out-of-sync mind, Dolores obeyed. In the pharmacy there were the usual interlocutors, including the caustic and little sympathetic face of Coim. Andrade was unaware of the conversations. He read the newspaper. Bacalieri entered, and, without greeting anyone, he had just been snubbed by a salute, asked the apothecary, "What time is it, Andrade?" The man raised his eyes from Friedel pamphlet and looked at the wall clock, which read almost 8. He indicated this to the newcomer, suggesting that he check for himself. But Bacalieri persisted in consulting his pocket-watch. He was a little dazed. He had half a mind on Aunt Tomasa and the other on the arrogant Mallarino. "Aren't you ahead of time?" He bellowed. "I set it by the hour of the cathedral this very afternoon," replied Andrade, slightly annoyed. "It can't be," insisted Bacalieri. The druggist had gotten back into reading the paper. Then the lawyer took a chance to appeal to the face of bribery. "Are you, Olegario? What time is it?" "Olegario," he corrected the other, just to humiliate him. "I'd say 8 o'clock by the look of things. How can that be?" Basilisks was baffled. And then, almost to himself, in a whisper, "The old Tomasa is going to kill me." At that very moment, the bells of the cathedral began tolling for 8. It sounded still when the lawyer approached Andrade, nervous. "Well, wait, I need, he began to say, but then, like a wind, transformed by distress, broke into the pharmacy, Dolores screaming, "Save me, please! Save me! My husband has been wounded." The company's guests observed her rather with indifference. Andrade barely raised his eyes from the newspaper. It was Bacchilieri who inquired, "What's happened?" "Dominguito has been seriously wounded. In front of your house, doctor. But who could have done such a thing?" The lawyer exclaimed. "He claims it was the old mill thieves. Please help me, or Dominguito will die." It was also Bacchilieri who urged, "Have you heard, Andrade?" "I think we should go." The pharmacist seemed reluctant. He hesitated. "I don't know, at this time of night. It's dangerous on those dark streets." "Where is the wounded man now?" "In our residence," Dolores replied. "On the workshop. We can't refuse, Andrade," Bacchilieri observed. The pharmacist still hesitated, but finally put down the newspaper, took off his apron, grabbed the coat. In a miserable bedroom with only 2 bedrolls, an ice bucket, and a picture of the Virgin Mary in a corner, illuminated by a votive candle, the 2 men entered with Domingo, wounded, and laid him on the bed. The children were crying on the other side, without understanding what was happening. Cutting through women who were gawking at the door, arrived Petronio Preciado, police chief. The wounded man saw the scene through patches of fog. He was in agony and kept losing blood. His eyes were rolling. The police chief approached him. "Tell me who they were, Cunha," he growled. "You don't want this to go unpunished." With the thread of a voice, the wounded man stammered, "They attacked me. Dr. Bacchilieri and the bandits from Old Mill." Preciado took notes in a notebook. "El doctor Bacchilieri repitió, tienes más en concreto, casi esperando, Dominguito Acuña, el número Francisco Bocanegra, Froilán Díaz, Gregorio Marín. La banda de la calle del Viejo Molino los comandaba Ovidio Ramón, Bacchilieri." "Pero por qué le hicieron esta vileza?" interrogó Preciado. With one last gasp, Domenico declared, "They believed that I had denounced Arturo Troches." He was transfixed with wonder. He was dead. Bacchilieri, Andrade, and Dolores were walking towards the latter's home, hoping to witness Acuña. "Let's hurry up, Andrade," the lawyer worried. They quickened their pace. The apothecary had brought bandages, gauze, and disinfectants with him. Suddenly, a police patrol intercepted him. The captain approached Bacchilieri. Andrade and the woman looked on, bewildered. "Take your hands out of your pockets, Dr. Bacchilieri," the officer warned. The former apostle of the craftsman did not seem surprised. "The truth is that I thought it was," again famous summary for verbal attacks on José Valerio Gomez. That's why he limited himself to comment. In a nice moment, "José Valerio," he said to Dolores and the pharmacist, "follow them, hurry up," and to the captain, "Let's go then." The patrol escorted him. While Diaz and Marin drank from the same bottle of rum, Bocanegra occupied himself in front of an open box, and next to other boxes covered with raw canvas, in polishing and sharpening the breastplate of St. Augustine. Outside, the river flowed almost without a murmur, and pulsed with silence in the Andean night. Discreet knocks were heard at the street door. "Open up," ordered Bocanegra. It must be Dr. Ladino. Diaz hurried to do so. He still managed to say, "Thank God." "I'm hungry as a bear." He then opened the case and found himself in front of the police chief, Preciado, and 3 other officers who were pointing guns at him. "Put your hands up in the air on behalf of the law," the officer bellowed. Diaz held his hands up and was followed by Marin, who dropped the bottle while doing so. Bocanegra, on the other hand, quickly brought the pectoral into the box and rushed down to the bottom. Preciado fired, and the bullet opened a spatter in the railing of the staircase, very close to the fugitive. He gave up and lifted his arms. "I advise you not to try anything else," said the police chief. "You are charged with the murder of Domingo Acuña and several burglaries." They were dragged out of the house, and their hands were tied behind their backs. Preciado began to count the rescued goods, which lay in boxes. About 30 meters away, Abelardo Ladino, who was heading to his nest with a food bag, stopped to watch the scene. She turned around and, slowly and discreetly, first among the small crowd of spectators, and then along a lonely path next to the river, was fading away under the numb gaze of the moon. 13. Graciela had just found out about Bacchilieri's arrest. Knowing the ins and outs of Arturo Troche's business, her surprise could not be greater. Did they arrest Dr. Bacchilieri? Why, to Dr. Bacchilieri. A couple of dozen men and women, dressed with some care, but the former in short-sleeved shirts, with frock-coats scattered here and there on the grass, were celebrating one of those country parties where people ate and danced. They did this on a flat, profusely flowery plain in an old sugar plantation. There was a small string orchestra playing a slow waltz, to which about 3 couples moved with a dreamy air. Other people were picnicking in the park. Gonzaga, who had unexpectedly returned to town, made a point of saying, "That scamp was the band leader, his second." Some Arturo Troches observed her husband from landmark to landmark in order to see her reaction at the mention of that name. Graciella simply said, "Baccellieri has never been anything other than a scholar. This seems like an infamy to me." Gonzaga, with sarcasm, questioned, "How can you be so sure, my dear Baccellieri? He was my teacher in Paviglia Agustina, as well as Cliff Hone and Pernell Williamson." The first one noticed some tension in the couple and intervened to calm it down. That was in other times, he conceptualized. After, Baccellieri became a self-made agitator. Don't trust Graciella. In my opinion, they were criminals with political goals. I think that they brought resources for those southern guerrillas. He, too, had just learned of the arrest of the eccentric lawyer. For a few moments he pondered the peculiarities of these recent events. He recalled the description Malena gave him of her tormentor, and concluded that it could only have been Baccellieri, yes, the protectionist scoundrel who at one point came close to ruining all his free trade reform. Baccellieri possessed the chivera, the sinister gaze, the horrible mien. A detail was missing, that of the scar, but a solar reflection could have deceived the mulatta. After all, she had only gazed at him for seconds, and she was so terrified. There, however, was a hazy fact. His accomplices called him doctor. In the depths of Torrealba, anger stirred. No would I let this slob go free, whatever the laws might say. At the end of the day, he owed Milena something. He had loved Milena. They should take a lesson from them, said Williamson in his laborious Spanish. Especially Baccellieri and Troche's fellow, a Montgomery Sabandija, insisted Gonzaga, again glancing at his wife. But Graciella had armored herself. She even allowed herself to blink. "No," added Torrealba, attempting, "I'm afraid the courts will be lenient." Pernell Williamson meditated for a second. Then he offered an opinion. "A course of action would. If we had that institution in England since the days of John without land." In the face of the general expectation, he clarified, "I am referring to a jury of conscience." "Explain yourself, Pernell," inquired, intrigued, Filberto de Gonzaga. "What benefit?" "Very simple," hurried Williamson. "The jury could be selected from people willing to inflict punishment." "Always smiling," Hone added, "and it would give the impression of a verdict emanating from the very people themselves. Do you see it, Gonzaga?" The landlord was nodding off, but Torrealba was taking in what he had heard. He furrowed his brow and said suddenly, "It seems to me that it's a great idea, a brilliant one." He tapped his fingers together. Hone made a circle with his right index finger and thumb. Another hole in the coin. He laughed. Graciella was biting her lips, but neither could surprise the capture of Baccellieri as Alejandro Puebla. He had heard it in Andre's pharmacy, where he went to buy some chamomile flowers to make infusions. There the interlocutors were making languages about what had happened the day before. More than anything, Cara de Quan tried hard to convince everyone that he had always known that behind the lawyer hid a twisted soul. Then, in the cathedral atrium, he saw how many citizens relaxed with the news. In general, almost everyone ignored who would be Troches, Boccanegra, Diaz, and Marin, but Baccellieri's name reached the heights of fame. He entered a kind of shock, which cost him a sleepless night. He knew that Ovidio Ramon was incapable of such misdeeds. However, the clues seemed to point to him. Why? The next day he learned that Saturnino Torrealba, by Filiberto de Gonzaga, men of opposite parties, but united by free trade, had just entered into communication with Avanza, with Quesada, and generally with the new merchantman of the Democratic, to agree by common accord on the destruction of the old lawyer of the artisans. What was happening? What most alarmed him was learning, from reliable friends, that there was an attempted conspiracy to impose a new law of juries that would be applied retroactively to the tried. Convicts? He thought it impossible to go so far. Nobody could be tried by a law subsequent to the commission of the crime. In haste, he visited the newsrooms of the newspapers, where a climate of hysterical euphoria reigned. He questioned the journalists, just to check that both Liberals and Conservatives were keen on seeing blood flow. The headlines in the editions being prepared were terrifying and provocative. No one stopped to examine Baccialieri's background, but everyone he treated the rest of the criminals like wolf cubs, as if they were all one and the same. He tried to visit Baccialieri in prison, but was told that he was under investigation, and insisted on believing that he had been arrested for false charges against the President. When he wanted to ask parliamentarians for their opinion, he knew that almost all of them were heading towards the cathedral to attend the funeral of the murdered blacksmith. So he decided to stay home, waiting for news from elsewhere. There was something to be done, but he didn't know what. He was only overwhelmed by the impression that this time the crocodiles and panthers projected something great. Preciado, the police chief, was in charge of the surveillance. It had to be prevented that the matter, so far very orderly, degenerate into riots. Archbishop Nebels had just concluded, from the pulpit, the funeral oration, which poured upon the audience the most volcanic florilegium of platitudes ever heard in a long time. In front of the main altar, where acolytes now sat, a luxurious coffin atop a lavishly decorated grave marker lay the remains of the once wretched blacksmith. The cathedral, where the remains of the supposed and bloody founder of the city were kept, was overflowing. There was President José Valerio Gómez, his ministers, and all the apparatus of the relevant institutions there. Pastor Quesada, Julio César Avanza, Cristo Herrera Vélez, Laureano Arcila, Filiberto de Onzaga, Saturnino Torrealba, and other prominent men tried to summarize in their and gestures the citizens' indignation. Even the Liberator had not enjoyed a more pompous burial than this, which the vivos forces of the capital, according to Nebels, cost the rapacious and cunning Domingos. A little uneasy, Preciado strolled his eyes over the Caruticos, who seconded Quesada in the Democratic. They undoubtedly constituted a potential danger, it was said, as he calmed himself, on the other hand, by fixing here and there in Judge Hector Menjura, in the Jurist Evaristo Cardona, trustworthy people to whom he, with the scarce worthy people to whom he, with the scarce instruments at his disposal, would have a very short period to submit conclusive evidence against the alleged killers of the young man, whose body was today the focus of offals. Attention of the capital. This apparatus of faith in judgment was not going to be easy. The afternoon before, in that cell with only a straw mattress, the inevitable crucifix and a skylight overlooking the bleached sky had caused one of his men to hurl a bucket of water on Fräulein Diaz's face, that face already bearing signs of abuse. For the umpteenth time he had asked, there was a fourth person when they killed Acuna. It was Baccialieri, wasn't it? Diaz had tried to wipe his face with one hand. Desperate, going cross-eyed, he responded, for the 100th time, don't you understand? He wasn't Baccialieri. Baccialieri has nothing to do with it. In an identical cell he had tried to persuade Marin, whose features also bore signs of torture. With a soothing voice, despite his two scarred faces, he had ordered, do it for your own good. Tell me that the fourth man was Baccialieri. Marin had replied firmly, of course not. Are they crazy? If I were to tell you it was some Joe Garcia, or a Casimiro Perez, or an Abelardo Ladino, and then he had to hit him across the face with a slap. As with Francisco Boccanegra, Preciado had great political sponsors, thanks to whom he was reinforced in his position. One of them told him, it is imperative, and for you, simple to obtain the evidence against Baccialieri. The statement of an agonizing person has force before justice, but we must reinforce it with that of a collaborator, and much better with that of an impartial witness. And what if another name comes to light? Look, Preciado. We have the moral certainty that the fourth man was Baccialieri. Let's strengthen that, and under no circumstances weaken it. Any name different from his should be eliminated as a principle. Yes, Mr. Saturnino, but no, it wasn't that easy to bring those proofs. The illustrious Nebels concluded his speech thus. The Society of the Capital has wanted to pay for impressive obsequies for this martyr of the noblest and most just. Causes, who was the blacksmith, Dominguito Acuna, murdered by those who wished to drown the country in anarchy. We add, rest in peace, but we promise to never rest in the struggle against those who stain the robe of the patria with crimes such as this." During his ablution of the hands, he said with a resonant voice, "Grant me, O Lord, virtue that I may abstain from every unclean thing, so that I may be able to serve you without pollution of mind and body." After the festivities were over, the choir filled the space with the sombre solemnity of the Benedictus. President Gomez, walking like a sort of dance-master, advanced to set up, with his ministers, the sextet that would accompany the coffin to the hearse. The coffin, for a moment, seemed to float among the crowd of craftsmen, workers and farmers, who filled the main ship like a stormy sea, and amidst the edifying notes of the Fiat, Gaelic hymn. The procession down Royal Street was, for the poor boy who had recently arrived in the streets, an apotheosis of tears and white handkerchiefs. The people were moved. They felt the nation's pain in their very hearts, and experienced the knife-point entry and exit into the flesh of the young man as tears on a flag, cracks in a shield, misnotes in a hymn. Dominguito, an emu of Tacha Arambari, lay down to save the country, and for him the clarions of Junin, of Ayacucho, of Boyacá, of Carabobo sounded. An elderly woman suffered a heart attack from excitement at the gates of the cemetery, adorned with an allegory of death and a macabre Latin legend. Domingo, Domingo Acuna. Your heart had stopped, but all hearts were beating for you in this pristine and generous country. The cemetery overflowed when the final strike of the shovel closed the grave. While the grave-diggers were leaving with their shovels, Julius Caesar Avanzado, clad in his luctus satin vest, climbed up the base of a column and shouted, "Death to the Fae!" Assassins of artisans. From the crowd, Quesada echoed, "Death to the old mill gang!" The slogans were chanted by the mob. On the edge of the grave where the hero lay, Dolores, with inexorable grief and a face stained by tears, howled, "Death to Ovidio Ramon Bacalieri!" Under the petrified allegory of the facade, dominating over the crowd, whose murmur was like the roar of an angry dragon, Saturnino Torrealba took the floor and said, "Sir!" I asked to be heard for a moment. Little by little, silence began to settle in. I would like to ask all the honourable citizens of the city, the old conspirator and free trader minister, continued their presence in the University's hall this afternoon, to issue instructions that we will give to Congress in order to finally put an end to the alarm caused by recent crimes. Onzaga, between the wild acclamations, approached. Pastor Quesada. With this rally, he whispered to his ear, we will advance the law of juries. Bacalieri is lost. And indeed, the eloquence of Saturnino Torrealba triumphed that afternoon in the Hall of Grades. 14th, in the enormous and cold lobby, with bare stone walls. The light that penetrated through skylights clashed in the inert atmosphere. At the back, a wide staircase led to the cells. Graciela covered her face with a black veil, came forward to where an elderly servile official with a sombre face was waiting for her. Their voices echoed in the peculiar acoustics of the building. "Did you fix it, Mr. Vanegas?" she asked. The man rubbed his hands together before answering, "As a very special favour. It is imperative that no one finds out," the senator's wife warned, her eyes darting around. "The room. The Vanegas motioned for her to worry less," he inquired. "Did you bring the money?" Graciela handed him an envelope. "That's good," he said. "Just 10 minutes. Please follow me." They took the stairs. On the top floor, a gaoler with a pale and haggard face, very slanted eyes, led them through a rusty barbed wire barrier. They walked down a long corridor lined with cells before reaching their destination. She opened it and found herself face to face with a Troche without a shirt on, with a neglected beard and a weary, downcast look in his eyes. "I can't believe you're here," he said slowly. A very hefty bribe was necessary, she told him, moved by the diminished image of her once proud lover needed to see you so much. He clasped her tightly with trembling vigour. He kissed her closed eyes above all. "I do too," she said. "But don't you see the danger you're running? What does it matter now?" The woman sighed. "My husband goes and returns to town without warning, day after day, as if he were trying to throw me off balance. He's been doing this since the very day they jailed you." She looked him in the eye with candour. "You know, I wouldn't lie to you, my love," she said. "We've all covered for Bacalieri, but nobody seems interested in that evidence. Marine even let the name of Ladino slip. I have no doubt it's a political conspiracy against your teacher." Graciela exhaled another long sigh. "Who are you telling me this? My husband and Saturnino Torrealba are behind it. It would be of no use, then, for you to insist on denouncing Ladino, but there must be something that can be done. Unlike the others, the cell Troches occupied had a very large, barred window, which that afternoon let in waves of dusty light. She looked up at the fragment of blue sky, the last image she had left of freedom. "Just one thing promise me," she beseeched him, "and that is that you won't do a single thing." Graciela approached him, who turned to her and held her again. Their lips met in a long kiss. "God, I feel so confused." She then lament Arturo turned away from Graciela. At the moment he confessed, "I'm afraid we can't avoid a death sentence, Graciela. But promise me you won't do anything stupid. At least let our son survive. It would be the greatest comfort for me. And, with heightened sadness, promise me that when I die, our son will know he's my son." Graciela's eyes went wide in a sudden void. A tear began to sprout from each of them. "Our son. Gonzaga will never accept our son." He stroked the silk of his hair. With bitter conviction he declared, "I know men like him. Between dishonor and our son, he'll choose our son. You can be sure of that." The tears were already running down Graciela's cheeks. "Also," he concluded, "you're going to start living a long death, Arturo. It's a fact, Aunt. There are only circumstantial evidence against me. No proof." Baccellieri was standing behind the bars in the visiting-room, shirtless. On the other side, standing like him, Tomasa and Michaela showed faces outraged by insomnia and suffering. However, they had done their best with their poor clothes. Michaela kept her head down. "Assuming myself my defense," continued the lawyer, "with my innocence will be enough to get out free. They can't base a guilty verdict on the mere statement of a dying man, who they apparently forced to drink chicha." Sister Tomasa knew little about law, quite clearly. Her hunches sprang from intuitions and premonitions that Baccellieri's science would have barely backed up. However, she was less naive than he. He was a daily rosary reciter, precisely because his vision of the universe and human beings had been pessimistic since his deep childhood. His forecasts were always gloomy, for life had taught him that almost everything was more susceptible to darken than to ruchen. Rather than forecasts, he tried to express salvific warnings. In her thoughts there was no magic, but silent desperation that sought to cling to the metaphysical wood. But she was a practical woman, and, above all, resigned. This did not mean that she ignored the fact that there is a limit beyond which patience ceases to be a virtue. That's why she said, trying to hide the tremor that shook her whole body, "I'm afraid, Ovidio Ramon, if you leave me in prison, what will become of us?" Through the grate, perhaps making the one who had not heard his aunt's admonition, Baccellieri placed his fingers on Michaela's chin and forced her to raise her head. The young woman was soaked in tears. "Come now, darling, lift up that forehead the lawyer advised." With despair, Michaela looked him in the eyes. "Balbucio, creo que siempre me conduye con usted a la izquierda. Tío Ovidio, perdóneme, lo quiero, es tan bueno." Baccellieri lo miró fijamente por un instante. Sus ojos podían volverse como agujas o como taladros en ciertas circunstancias. Sí, aquellas canciones de Alondra eran para avisarle que se dirigía al baño para exhibir su desnuda belleza como un ludibrio, y que era la única mujer a la que había visto desnuda, y eso se lo agradecía en solido, como cómplice que había sido de la maniobra. "No, my love, don't blame yourself," she said. "Pray that we get out of this mess." With her hands, she caressed her and wiped away her tears. "Let's dry those tears." Like this is better. She had asked him to read the judicial tests and the introduction to the principles of morality and legislation by Bentham. When he saw them leave, he felt and stroked those books not because of the wisdom that they might have imparted to him, but because of the aesthetic pleasure that he knew could be found in the study of law. Like Bentham, he would have wanted to be able to declare himself a citizen of the universe. Like him, I would have liked to propose prison reforms, sketch out a new system of logic, It had all been nothing but dreams helped one live. On their way back home, Tomasa and Ikela headed up a steep road with low overhangs. A group of construction workers began to observe them from the corner they were approaching. One of them shouted, "They're coming!" The killer's aunts. Another, witches. The women tried to squeeze together, but a stone hit the wall near them. The old woman cried out with a broken voice, "Cowards!" Attacking women. The Congress of the Republic that very afternoon passed the law on juries proposed by former Minister of Finance Saturnino Torrealba. As he left the parliamentary building, Alejandro Puebla caught up with him and said, "Once I called you a sellout. Now I beg you to at least spare Ovidio Ramon Bachelieri from this new law." Saturnino looked down his nose at him. "How dare you?" he retorted. "Listen, Puebla, it isn't just Bachelieri, it's the old mill gang that the new law will be applied to, but it's illegal." Taylor objected. "Not at all," the other man replied firmly. "The Constitution of 1843 simply requires that the punishment for the crime be specified by a law in place prior to the act that is being tried. Terms of procedures that must be followed, so procedural laws can be issued after the criminal act." "Satisfied? That's just a ruse," almost shouted Puebla. "You do not understand. It is about implementing an effective method so that the law has prompt and effective action. Justice cannot continue to be mocked by the delays and tangles that arise from the current trial system. Now, stand aside." In haste he climbed into his landau, where Gonzaga and a stout, obsequious man were waiting for him. He introduced himself as Evaristo Cardona. Puebla managed to shout even from the pavement, "You're lying. What they want is for the jury to be composed of those scoundrels of the New Democratic." The carriage set out, gliding down Real Street. An interesting conversation was held inside. "It's all set up, Dr. Cardona?" Torrealba informed. "You'll act as prosecutor in the trial. Bachelieri won't be able to escape alive. Judge Mendura is on the case, but we need your discretion." Cardona gave a mischievous smile and said, "Senator Gonzaga has told me that." "Yes, yes," interrupted Saturnino. "You will get paid. Let's not talk about now. I'm interested in making sure you're discreet." "Evaristo is a tomb," Gonzaga clarified. The intended recipient of the comment smiled again. Torrealba did too, but it was for his cape. The crime perpetrated by Bachelieri on his beautiful whore was certainly going to be punished. In the Plazuela of San Carlos, almost entirely framed by Isidro Morales' moving company, next to the pile with its angelote on top, the appointment was held. The night was foggy and lonely. Embossed in a tuxedo, Abelardo Ladino slowly advanced until he was within a palm of the taps. The sound of the running water, far from refreshing his imagination, put him on alert. After a few minutes, a car noise was heard going in the opposite direction, which stopped at a sensible distance. It was the Gonzaga's land car, from which Graciela and Oliva descended, veiled their faces. They walked the necessary stretch to meet Ladino by the pile of rocks. Graciela approached the man in disguise. "Are you the doctor?" she asked. "The same," he replied. The woman came closer still. They spoke in whispers, removing their disguises. She began just to say something. "Fräulein's wife delivered her message to me," he confirmed. "The woman who waited for Fräulein told me what Arturo wants from me," Graciela hesitated, feeling nervous. I'm the one expecting something from you." The old companion of Troche's warned. To the extent possible, my lady, she was unsure how to address the matter. It was a compulsion that drove her to declare, "Abelardo, it was you who Acuna mistook for Dr. Bachelieri." The man took a step back, but his coolness defended him. "It is God who confuses the heads, lady," he replied. Graciela spoke in a pleading tone. "Only your confession could now save him from prison and perhaps from death." Ladino tilted his head, brought a closed hand to his mouth, and coughed into it. Finally he said, "Forgive me, lady. I was like a father to Arturo. For him I would do anything. With Bachelieri I am not bound. It is a plea, Abelardo," she ventured. "An innocent man cannot be allowed to die." "Tajante?" he asked. "Would you have me put my head on the block?" "Perhaps with you they will be compassionate," she argued. "There is a plot against Bachelieri." "With no one will they be compassionate," he said. "The wife of Gonzaga, Arturo's lover, Bacchilieri's pupil felt that it would all be in vain, but spoke with vibrant anxiety. "Abelardo, Bacchilieri gave his life to the cause of the artisans, of the peasants, of the workers. There is a duty towards him." "I know that too," said the man, "but I also know that the fear of death is greater than any duty. Forgive me, my lady, I can't." His face remained hard, but in his eyes there was also a desperate plea. A horse-drawn carriage pulled up, and Judge Hector Mendura stepped out, his umbrella of lustrina hanging from his arm, solemn in his black suit, which was more like the type you would wear to a funeral than anything else. A concierge helped him. "After you, Your Honor." Inquisitive groups were already gathering around the main entrance to the Congress building, whose recently built 19th-century edifice was to be the venue for the trial of Ovidio Ramon Bacchilieri and the members of the old mill gang, given the huge number of attendees. Among the nervous crowds, a young boy was running around selling newspapers and shouting, "Be impartial with the latest news." A jury has been formed in the case of Bacchilieri and his associates. Bautista Andrade, Cara de Quine, and other bar talkers from the pharmacy had been called to testify. Andrade bought the newspaper. He quickly glanced at the front page and commented, "What do they say?" "Isn't it some kind of maneuver?" Face of Coin answered maliciously and cynically. "On the contrary, take it as a tribute to popular sovereignty, source of all powers, and therefore of the judicial." Another of the present ones, with a legal air, ventured, "I don't see an objection to approving the jury law, but I do object to applying it to the band of Old Mill. Remember that no one can be judged except according to laws pre-existing the act imputed." Another Lando approached the building. From him descended Prosecutor Evaristo Cardona, armed with a pontifical frown. The doorman also helped him. "Good morning, Sir Prosecutor." He entered the building between respectful glances of those present. "Those are legal paparuchascaras de coin. Violating a principle is like drinking water when public opinion cries out for it to be violated." I agree, another of the shop's customers intervened. "In this case, it's the popular outcry that demands the law be applied retroactively." "But it violates the Constitution," protested Andrade, as scholarly as any apothecary. "Legal baloney," snapped Shady Face. Someone suggested it was time to enter, and invited them with a sweeping arm gesture. They entered the building, in whose hallways roamed all kinds of rascals, charlatans, uneducated people, politicians, opportunists, beggars, jurists, porters, servants, and, above all, the representatives of that necessary evil called journalism. The room where the trial was to be held was vast. Consider that it actually constituted the chamber of sessions of the House of Deputies. At the place reserved for the presidency were Judge Mendura and his secretaries. On his left there was a bench reserved for the jury, and on his right another for the accused. The rest of the seats were occupied by members of the public, so numerous that Andrade and his friends had to stand because they'd waited until the last moment. Among this crowd, here and there, Graciela and Oliva, Tomasa Bacchilieri and Michaela, Maria Salome, the concubine of Boccanegra, Julio Cesar Avanza and Pastor Quesada were seen. Likewise, the witnesses who would be called forth, but for the most part it was made up of workers and artisans who had previously supported Bacchilieri, and now, due to the course of events and the machinations of the Democratic Party, had become his worst enemies. Mendura hit the table with a hammer and fell silent. He announced, "The criminal case of the state against Ovidio Ramon Bacchilieri, Arturo Tropes, Francisco Boccanegra, Gregorio Marin, and Froilan Diaz is open. It is ordered that the defendants appear in court." The defendants entered the room amidst the murmur of comments. Bacchilieri and Troches carried themselves with their heads held high in an attitude that the audience interpreted not as pride, but as a frank and cynical challenge. Boccanegra, Marin, and Diaz came more like defeated. While the former wore a suit, despite Bacchilieri's worn-out clothes, the latter wore modest clothing, revealing their social origin. The old lawyer of the Society of Craftsmen carried with him 2 or 3 volumes of legal works, since he had taken his own defense. They occupied, among the high tide of comments, the place that was marked for them. Among the crowd, the robust figure of Cristo Herrera Velez suddenly emerged and shouted, "Let President Gomez come now, to continue hugging his good friend Bacalieri in a public. The judge then struck the gavel. Silence. I order it. While delaying the jeering of the Democratic Party, please ask the jurors to enter the courtroom. Despite the 5 members having obeyed, a ferment of comments arose among the competitors. Graciela observed them, perplexed. They were nothing more or less than the Caruticos, who occultated Pastor Quesada in the new policy printed to the society, or, to put it otherwise, a tip of bitter enemies of Tib. Bacalieri? From his place, Andrade said to Cara de Coin, I tell you if it is not surprising that the jury had been picked from among the elite of the Democratic Party. The other shrugged his shoulders. The jury took its place. Vacancy for Graciela de Onzaga, whose corset could hardly continue to hide her pregnancy for much longer. The trial took on a foggy atmosphere from the start. She was attacked by hunger and bouts of nausea. At times she had the urge to stand up and scrape off the plaster from the walls to eat it. Vaguely the Bacalieri bothered that, confident in his innocence as he was indifferent to the severe depositions of witnesses, and deliberately, offering to the greed of the public his lechuzo profile, limited himself to taking notes and leafing through books, but he did not feel with absolute certainty what happened around him. All seemed to possess a quality of sweet sleep. Humans were either demons or sudden angels. The world was a big piece of sand or scum, devoured by chaos. He wondered what Arturo could feel within himself. Can faith in an ideal inspire such composure before the brutal steps of death? Then there was Arturo, who was in prison when the murder of Acuna took place. Why were they putting him in the same corral with the alleged murderers? His head spun in a vortex that struggled to disguise itself. He had to continue pretending to be the very dignified wife of Senator Onzaga. By that vortex passed the testimonies of Rafaela Escandon, the neighbor who heard the screams of Acuna as he was stabbed, and who said she was sure it was 8 o'clock when she opened the window; of Simona Atahortua, the owner of the chicheria, for whom at least 3/4 were missing from 8 when they killed the blacksmith; from Dolores, the widow, who expressly requested that they bring her back the Bible to swear that it was 8:4 when she went to warn him that Domingo had been wounded. Suddenly she realized that she had already gotten used to the idea of the inevitable execution of Arturo, and that the situation of Bacalieri, whom she knew was innocent, was the only thing that still seemed unbearable to her. The situation of Bacalieri, who had taught her as a child that justice meant truth in action. And anyway, wasn't Bacalieri the only one being judged there? They were not seeking to condemn you, and only your condemnation in all those testimonies aimed at determining the time of the crime. The Dr. Mallarino's testimony, according to which they had passed 8 o'clock when the lawyer tried to greet him on the street. The counterfeiter of Andrade, who said that it was much past 8 when the lawyer arrived at the pharmacy, but he insisted that it wasn't even 8 yet. There were, of course, perfectly honest testimonies. The one by Andrade himself, who stated, when Bacalieri arrived at the pharmacy, there were just a few seconds left until 8 o'clock. Without a doubt, he was very concerned to show us that it was earlier. The other of his interlocutors, whom he described in his outfit by saying that he wore a Spanish cloak with fur collar and a tricorn. And there were some completely scumbag ones, like the one of Coin Face, who, pretending a prudent doubt, said, I think he came wearing a baton and a felt hat. Whirlwind, in Graciela's mind, turned even more quickly when Prosecutor Evaristo Cardona spoke. Oliver, by the way, the carelessness of that man, one of those who believe that being a brilliant intellectual lies mainly in neglecting the shine of the shoes, caused him to laugh. His intervention was as slow as the process in general. From it, Graciela only managed to hear fragments, for such disorder tragically imposed itself on his ideas and transported him through time and space and distant orbits. He heard them say, Bacalieri's men have the greatest proof. The very victim, Domingo Acuna, declared in his agony that one of his murderers was him. They heard it from the first people to arrive to help, all the way to the last who assisted him, including Chief of Police Mr. Petronio Preciado. He noticed that, while Cardona was speaking, Bacalieri pretended to be absorbed in reading Bentham's judicial evidence. Wasn't that a most innocent tactic, given fair, obvious plot against him? And yet this attitude was far from winning him sympathy with the public. It was interpreted as a scandalous display of cynicism. Graciela, by the comments she heard around her, checked it with pain. She heard the prosecutor say, "Meditate, then, the jury on that singular statement. Examine what was claimed by the dying man with all the rigour of criticism. Ask later to your conscience, the conscience of all men." She couldn't help but fly back to the times when Bacalieri was her professor. At that time the peculiar lawyer managed, thanks to more solid income, to dress with greater elegance. He would have wished perhaps to be a dandy, maybe to erase that impression that his appearance gave of an omen bird, and which many preferred to erase by imagining him as an insignificant being. Was it that to overcome shyness, from where all that complexity came, that apparent affectation? At those times I spoke passionately of René Descartes, and maintained that, provided our soul had something with which to satisfy itself internally, all external misfortunes would not have enough strength to harm us. He maintained that the good we had done would give us an interior satisfaction, which would reach a sweet point in all passions. Ingenuous Dr. Bacalieri, he never lowered himself to consider how changeable it can be. As a rule, this conscience of the prosecutor invoked as a kind of divine oracle. The jurors whispered dubiously among themselves. Bacalieri still seemed absorbed in Bentham. Arturo Crocchis yawned visibly. Suddenly their eyes met, and hers looked away, and he winked at Oliver, who smiled with his sharp teeth. Bacalieri was asked, the prosecutor said, where he had been at the time of the murder, and replied that since 7:30 in Bautista Andrade's pharmacy. He trusted to be indifferent about the pharmacies the hour when an individual arrives, a try which failed with the final declarations of the present witnesses. Cardona then recounted the events immediately following, omitting, of course, the circumstance that it was Bacalieri who had persuaded Bautista Andrade to go to the wounded man, an action that he certainly would not have undertaken, thought Graciela, knowing that the wounded man could point him out as his killer. The idea annoyed her, especially because, when she looked at Bacalieri at that moment, she believed to see the accused sleeping in a peaceful and pernicious way, as if what was happening around him had nothing to do with him. However, something soon indicated to her that the lawyer was only faking to be asleep. The prosecutor said, on the way a patrol car stopped him, ordered him to surrender, and he, without asking why they were arresting him, surrendered and barely uttered, "Come on, then." Then Bacalieri opened his eyes and shouted, "Objection, Your Honour. I thought I was being detained for the summons that was issued against me for slandering President Gomez. The objection is sustained. Majora ruled." Graciela sedulously exhaled with a hint of relief, imagining that her old teacher was still capable of certain reactions. But, at the core, wasn't her interrogation rather directed to casually inform the competition that a summary for political actions was being issued against him? It didn't fit, in a way, within his natural reticent nature, that made him take off his hat to a Mallarino, just because his self-esteem would grow if Mallarino were to reply with enthusiasm his greeting. Bacalieri felt pain, deep pain inside his soul at that moment. Poor mutual spirit, thought, able to rise to the most vertiginous heights of the intellect, but unable to make a deal with humans in accordance with what humans are. Poor reader of Aristotle and Descartes, incapable of seeing that humans appreciate more those who despise them, and only thank those who slap them. At that time of his wanderings he sensed the name Arturo on the lips of the prosecutor, and turned back to listen to the argument. Cardona continued, "Arturo Crocchis denied knowing Bacalieri and having any relationship with him. However, the fact that Crocchis lived in the lawyer's house was known by many people. Why did he deny it? Because he feared that, once the crimes of this man were discovered, he would be enveloped in the misfortune of his companion. Now it was very clear to him the stupidity to which good faith can lead. Of course, Arturo only wanted to exonerate Bacalieri, but it had been a joke to deny his stay at the lawyer's house. That was public knowledge. The faces of the jury now looked grey, crotchety, suspicious. There was an eerie calm among the competitors. Graciela had no doubt that everything was lost. Perhaps one person, just one person in the world, could still do something for Ovidio Ramon Bacalieri, and that person was herself, who knew beyond a doubt who was the killer of Acuna. At that moment Evaristo Cardona began the most chilling part of his speech. If the jury still demanded additional evidence to believe, if their conscience was not yet satisfied. He said, "Then let them look at the accused." Bacchalieri, feeling that everyone was watching him, assumed his most pretentious air. Her shyness couldn't help but prevent it, and at such moments as these it was when his gesture became sinister. Pageruno. If anyone in all the nation had known, by those years, the famous novel of John Polidori, there is no doubt that he would have related Bacchalieri to the image of Lord Ruthven the vampire. Read it on her face, Cardona said with a click of his tongue. That label nature has stamped on the soul of man. She'll be denouncing the crime. Examine her more closely, attend to her manner, full of repulsive affectation, to her affected voice, like that of one who is trying to imitate or conceal something, and she will be convinced that there are natures which constantly tend to reveal themselves as they are, and that when it comes to disguising them with a false politeness, mask becomes transparent and reveals at its core a meagre reality. All that was lacking was that he invoked the house in which he dwelt, with its staircase that went from the attic to the cellar, so apt for sheltering delusional conspirators. Instead, he came out as a finale to his tirade, the owl placed on the pendulum clock, but in an involuntary effort of his fancy, prosecuted it for a dead bat. Lehuzar, Senor Juez, tried to correct the prisoner, aware that a bird of prey will always be less alarming than a bat, but his voice was drowned out by the emphatic way in which Cardona articulated his. I said, "Gentlemen." Michaela was crying. Tommaso Bacchalieri was overcome with tremors. Graciella barely managed to keep back her tears. I had come to confess with Prior Facundo Arambari at the Church of St. Augustine. I needed to pour out the confusing contents of my conscience, and to learn if I should appear personally to aid Bacchalieri as an informant. The trial had been adjourned until the following day. In the city, everyone considered Bacchalieri and his gang of the old mill lost. She had resigned herself to Arturo's condemnation, which she bore in her own heart. But Bacchalieri, oh my God, Bacchalieri! No mercy from divine providence could justify such an act. All this was revealed to Arambari, who was kneeling at the side window through a partition. It became clear that the prior, cowering in the confessional, knew all about it. The temple looked lonely at that hour. With a voice broken, Graciella concluded, "Now that I've told you everything, Father Facundo, more than my absolution, I ask for your advice. As a Christian, isn't it my duty to make the innocence of Ovidio Ramon Bacchalieri shine, no matter what?" Inside the woolen confessional, the prior spoke with his forehead resting on his right hand. His voice sounded hollow, a little ghostly. "I find here, woman," he said, "what the casuistry calls a collision of duties, two equally urgent duties, and which, in claiming simultaneous fulfillment, exclude each other. You have one toward your old teacher, the other toward the son who lives in your womb." And suddenly he left the confessional. He indicated, "Come with me." Surprised, Graciella joined him and followed him. They walked towards the main altar. "We are in the presence of the sacred presence," the prior continued. "We are in the presence of God. The collision of duties exists only in the flawed knowledge of man, not in the holy and wise mind of the Creator. He always possesses the truth, and he can transmit it to us." "Yes, Dad," she nodded solemnly. "I want to leave you alone with him," Arambari pronounced. "By addressing your prayers to him, he will illuminate your mind." "Yes, Dad," she replied. This added, "I won't withhold absolution from you when you've decided what to do. But before I let you be alone with the Lord, I'd like to make something clear to you." Gracia looked at him in amazement. On the face of the prior now painted all the experience and all the cunning of an old priest. In the background of his pupils was illuminated the yellow flame of the ex-votive candles. "Think first of what your testimony would really be worth in practice to you. Think about how you'd ruin not so much your own life, but that of the child you're expecting, by confessing yourself an accomplice in such evil and abhorrent crimes. And think, also, that you would do all in vain, because Ovidio Ramon Bacchalieri is already found guilty in the conscience of all citizens. Think that your sacrifice will be nothing. Think about it, and now talk to the Lord and let him shine your dark understanding." Without waiting for his reaction, he turned his back and went back the way he had come. Graciella was confused. He saw him walk away. He lifted his eyes to the main altar, and an infinite emptiness began to fill his soul. Succeed. In the courtroom, a sinister silence reigned. Judge Menura announced, "The floor is now open for accused Ovidio Ramon Bacalieri, who, by his own choice, also acts in his defense." Bacalieri stood up pathetically, with his forehead high, and took his place in front of the jury. His eyes shone as those of an owl. Now he seemed very confident. To someone seated in the neighbouring seat, Herrera Velez whispered, "Now comes the good part." The accused began his speech with his usual affectation, but also with some unusual calmness. "In this very holy place said the defenders of the people recently approved the law on juries. They found it convenient for the good running of our justice. I, to whom that law applies retroactively with illegal retroactivity, only ask for now that hopefully it will serve only to dig the grave of real criminals." Graciela now thought about the collision of duties, about abstract duty. Why did God impose an obligation without leaving room to fulfill it? Would Prior Arambari have asked that question, or hadn't Paul asked it when he wrote that everyone should bear his own cross, if she were to raise her voice today for this man who spoke in his own defense, and who years ago taught me that it was worthy of praise to do, not what is lawful, but what is lawful, but what is our duty? If she raises her voice for him, after a few months rejected by her husband, she would have to serve as a fool servant in some house of old friends, or perhaps sell her body in a brothel. Could she bear this Pauline burden? Was it more of a burden imposed by a certain monster called society, in which St. Paul barely stopped to think? He noticed whispers and nervousness among the audience, and turned back to listen to Bacalieri's words. "I believe I am a man of certain precedents," he noted, with unblemished conduct. "Sensible judgment will acquit me. Acuna accused me for his murder, but he made it in moments when alcohol clouded his mind. His accusation only gave, therefore, a mere indication. As evidence against me, it will have to be agreed that it is strictly circumstantial." He also did not clarify what motive I could have for murdering him. Through the cheeks of Graciela tears now rolled. Sense! But was Bacalieri so ingenuous that he hadn't even smelled the conspiracy? Was he so helpless to think that mere innocence served to save him? It has been said that because I had a friendship with the members of the gang, because I showed myself in public with them, and because I defended them at the Craft Society, the lawyer continued, still calm, necessarily I am their accomplice. Anyone with even a modicum of common sense would see that this was an emotional conclusion, said Onzaga's wife. It was evident that Bacalieri had decided to put an irrevocable barrier between himself and his old friends. At that moment, a stab in the left flank caused her to change her position on the seat. The lawyer was referring to Arturo, and doing so in terms that she didn't share, but could explain herself. She said, "Arturo Tropez lived and dined at my house for a time. I haven't denied that. Even more, I only accepted money from him months later, when he asked me for it. But I didn't need to know that he was an individual wanted by the law in the South. That's when I first met him." Judge Menjura had used his gavel. "The accused, Troches, is not fit to qualify here his own mistakes. He is ordered to remain silent, and the jury is requested to disregard this interrogante." Menjura, thought Graciela, had just shown the fangs of the law. What did Arturo believe he could achieve with such statements as that? The laws of his homeland had never condescended to consider the political nature of the supposed crime. His heart tightened as he recalled the times that Troches and he had spent together. They now belonged to a turbulent past that had acquired a dreamlike quality, and suddenly possessed it as a nightmare. He felt like vomiting, and had to leave the room in search of a toilet. When he returned, not entirely relieved, he was surprised to see Bacalieri transfigured. He had lost all the calm with which he began his intervention. It was as if, little by little, he had grown within me the certainty of the futility of everything I said. "Put yourself in my place, Mr. Prosecutor," he almost begged. "Let's assume that I have reasons to kill a man. Would it be logical for me to choose the very gate of my house to do it? Would a lawyer like me commit such a silly thing? Would I be going against common sense, even that of the most unintelligent man?" "Cristo Herrera Velez!" shouted from the stands, defiant. Menjura had to impose order ere, practically, the defense was over. Basilisks had presented all his arguments. He tried to scrutinize the faces of the jury members, and found in all of them a searing contempt for his arguments, expressed in a harsh laugh. He realized that his words had fallen on deaf ears, and his face began to be covered with sweat. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," he pleaded with anguish, "I ask you to compare my arguments with those of the prosecutor. If I am condemned, even after hearing my side, despite the transparency with which I have tried to present myself, then I will have to believe that a fatal fate hangs over me." A huge and humiliating laugh then broke out among the audience. Baccialieri scanned the judge, the jury, and everyone present in horror, understanding that there was nothing to be done, that his words they had not had any effect. He was lost. A grimace twisted his face, an affected, unpleasant grimace of misfortune. He shouted, "Are you all deaf? I am innocent and have lived pure. If I am wounded to death, it will be by men who do not know what they are doing." Cara de Coim whispered in Andreides' ear. "That scoundrel is comparing himself to Christ." A heavy sweat now ran down the face of the prisoner. Graciela could not restrain a sob. The poor doctor extended his arms and again cried, "My death will rest on your conscience. I shall die innocent, without remorse." He inclined his head and raised it again. "You are, without knowing it, becoming the instrument of an official revenge. If I die, my death will be nothing but an official murder. Don't you understand that?" A perfect silence fell, flattening everything out. Baccialieri suddenly punched the judge's desk with his fist. As if immersed in some kind of agony, he howled, "But it is better not to ask for mercy from sheep without conscience." Baccarat, glass. The cup was placed in the hands of Saturnino Torrealba, who in turn passed it to Agustina, to the redeemed Agustina, and waited for the servant to serve the next one. They were in the reception hall of the presidential palace. The candelabras blazed in the consoles. Portraits of heroes and an enormous buffet solemnized the occasion. President José Valerio Gomez, dressed in his best suit, was being showered with congratulations by Filiberto de Onzaga, Judge Menura, Prosecutor Cardona, and a loud crowd of household politicians and wealthy men. The event was a reception to celebrate the final approval of all the reforms proposed to Congress by the executive branch. Saturnino raised the glass. "For the fairness of the reform. For you, who made it possible," Gomez answered. They drank. The general then made a gesture to gather them all in privacy. The circle closed. Gomez said, "There is something you must know. As soon as the jury found Baccialieri and his gang guilty, they have started raining me with requests for clemency. When will the verdict be pronounced?" "Tomorrow morning, General," reported Menjora. "Well, it is something I can only leave to your conscience," postulated the president, "but wouldn't it be possible just a life sentence?" The others looked at each other. It was obvious that they did not want to offend the first magistrate, but also wanted condemned to death the accused. Onzaga secretly hit Saturnino Torrealba with her elbow. He understood the implication and took the initiative. If anything, Excellencia, he argued, such a sentence would embolden those who want to make trouble. "No, General, I think the punishment of death is warranted in this unfortunate case." Everyone looked at him with an approval gesture. Gomez hesitated. "A little mercy?" He insisted. It can never do harm. More than the pleas for clemency, it was his own conscience that spoke. Onzaga hurried to interpose. But compassion would keep them alive, and, of course, with areas of influence, he said, "No, General. Mercy would forge future miseries in these circumstances. No one would fault you for saying that you intervened on their behalf to pay old debts. Here." Gomez jumped and frowned. He had sensed the threat. "So then, not another word, Senator. Forget it. Let the judge act according to his own conscience." He approached in that instant, with almost papal pomp, Archbishop Nebels, who, indifferent to the recent expulsion of the Jesuits, had just entered the room. Without seeing that a servant had intervened to serve him wine, Gomez moved nervously to greet this priest, who, without anyone then being able to even dream it a year later, would have to leave the country precisely because of differences with the civilian power. "Dear Archbishop," but his hands stumbled over the bottle, and the red wine spilled on them as if they were bleeding. For a moment they were bloody hands. With promptness, a servant brought a washing service. Gomez washed his hands slowly and dried them off. 19 centuries ago, Pontius Pilate had done the same in Jerusalem. On that occasion, also a sentence had been pronounced, just as Menjora had done at 11 o'clock on the following day in the courtroom, and for such considerations decided, Ovidio Ramon Bacchilieri, Arturo Troches, Francisco Bocanegra, Gregorio Marin, and Froilan Diaz will be sentenced to death by firing. Squad in the Plaza Mayor within 2 weeks of the date. Basilisks and Troches are calm now. Graciela Tomasa and Michaela only accused a stupid gesture. 2 guards had to stop Mary Salome, who was screaming like a maniac. More discreetly, Oliver shed a single tear in her servant's cubicle. Secretly she loved with passion, with impotence, Arturo Troches. With the darkness and solitude, dressed only in a sleep camisson, ragged, without covering herself with blankets, Graciela Onzaga was lying down, with inert arms, face up on the bed of the Legatorano, where she had joyfully embraced Arturo's body just days before. She had just rejected the little dog with a weak kick, which was planning to make parties for her. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he made no effort to wipe them away. His pregnancy was already evident to the simple sight of him. His imagination wandered, and he saw images that were not there. He imagined Professor Ovidio Ramon Bacchilieri with a palm tree in his hand, watching as schoolchildren entered his study-house in single file. I used to hear him preach that greetings are governed by identical basic rules as introductions. The gentleman greets the lady, the junior the senior, the subordinate the superior. Ah, yes, among equals and people of the same rank, the greeting is always initiated by the most polite one. But it's imperative to return the greeting, even if for some reason we dislike who gives us the greeting. It was not good form, he said, to humiliate someone of lower social or economic status. Indeed, it was the clearest proof that there existed an evil soul. It was amazing how he could bring those classes to life as if he were attending them. Where did Bacchilieri get his picturesque examples, which he often brought up? Did he invent them? I assured, for instance, that Miguel de Cervantes dined on some occasion with an aristocrat, a count or something like that, and with a director of trifles. The aristocrat had just described his fascinating trips across Italy as described by Vittore Carpaccio in his Atmospheres, his experiences in the Lombard and Piedmont countryside, the impressions he got from the subtle light of Parma and Venice, his admiration for Italian banking. Don Miguel then wanted to liven up the conversation with Anne, authentic story which he had lived in Messina when he was travelling with the Christian fleet towards the naval battle of Lepanto. It happened that in front of the Norman church of the Annunziata dei Catalini, 2 well-born knights, the Duke of Naxos and the Duke of Orsini, got into an uncontrolled dispute with people from the countryside. It was Cervantes, who happened by there occasionally, who had to intervene. But at this point in the anecdote, the Count, or whatever he was asked, the wily director, if those cabbages that they served them for dinner didn't taste excellent to him, notified thus that he was considered a second-class commensal, and that his wandering in Messina was of no concern to his companions, Miguel de Cervantes chose to rise and leave the table. He did so, abruptly remarked Bacchilieri, but he was right, because he had just been humiliated by an individual who judged himself superior to him. In the celestial realm, I wish that scoundrel God would have him sit down to dinner with Cervantes. The double and fantastic thing about that anecdote was that it didn't seem to be from Cervantes, but rather Bacchilieri himself. Graciela could find out in some social gathering. The aristocrat wasn't really a count, but an aborigine who looked like a mullet. Bacchilieri took revenge in an innocent, almost artistic way. However, the story of Messina could be true. Someone once said he had read it in the Memories of the Duke of Orsini, translated into Spanish by Mr. Mujica in Argentina. I remembered Bacchilieri in hundreds of circumstances, but I couldn't imagine him walking towards execution. Despite all her harsh reflections on the social monster, deep down Graciela still had the Christian conviction that Providence could never permit the execution of an innocent person. Providence, according to Thomas Aquinas, was the divine plan of the order of things. Nothing fell outside it. Everything was governed by it. The church tradition offered 2 philosophical demonstrations. A priori, it was necessary to conclude from the infinite wisdom, goodness, and omnipotence of God that he had predesignated ends appropriate to their natures for each and every creature, and provided them with means to attain them. Posteriori, this was demonstrated by the irrefutable existence of the order of the world. There was nevertheless a grave argument against it, and it arose from the also irrefutable existence of evil. Acaso, it was said, Providence sometimes needs a helping hand. She might have given it, but the fruit that she encouraged in her bosom established the implacable collision of duties. There might be, however, a last resort founded by misfortune in being less providential than he had known. Could that resource not be called Filiberto de Onga? He stood up, dried his tears. Hope had returned to her, and hope made the castaway wave his arms in the middle of the waters. In the luxurious office there were a profusion of beautifully bound books that had never been read, lined up on shelves along with beautiful porcelains and ceramics. There was also a rococo-style desk with a few sheets of paper, an inkwell with a magnificent goose feather, a Murano cigarette case, and a leather-bound journal. The sofas and armchairs were luxurious. The lighting of candelabra-like chandeliers fell on a huge oil painting, which depicted Filiberto de Onzaga, and that night, from the peculiar position of Graciela, framed Fiera. Flesh and blood Onzaga, who held her by the shoulders. Her hands hurt, but she kept begging, "I implore you, Filiberto, do something. I swear I can testify to Basilisks' innocence." Unperturbed, he held her fast and responded with a powerful voice. "So you also don't think Arturo Troches is innocent?" She was desperate and cried out in confusion. "But that Troches has nothing to do with it. I speak of the innocence of Ovidio Ramon Bacalieri." "Doesn't it have anything to do with it?" Onzaga smiled sinisterly. "Is Troches the man who came to this house to make love to you disguised as a friar? Who visited you in prison, as Vanigas reported to me, in exchange for a nice sum?" Graciela remained suspended, idiotized. The reply from her husband had suddenly struck her in a spot not part of her mind or her sensibility. Onzaga was now shouting in a fury. "You are surprised, aren't you? You thought I didn't know. You and that ruffian thought you could make fun of me." Graciela had to make a conspicuous effort to beg, "I'm talking about my teacher Bacalieri." Her voice had managed to be humble, violently contrasting with Onzaga's rough tone. "Bacalieri and all those scoundrels will die on the date indicated. Their heads will be displayed on the public gallows. You are the last person to move a finger to save them would be exactly me." Blinded by alarm, Graciela struck out with all her might against his unmoved chest. "I hate you! I hate you!" she screamed. Onzaga pushed her away with one blow. Graciela fell to the floor. She managed to half sit up, and while her husband kept talking, she hid herself in fear on the sofa. "And you disgust me!" Onzaga roared. "Disgust you, and I abhor the damned seed that I know you carry in your loins." The woman now fell into stupor. "You expect him to be yours, don't you?" she continued. "Well, then, in the name of my honor he will be born. In the name of my honor I shall raise him as my own. But in the name of my honor I shall hate him until death, just as I hate you." He turned away from her, his back to her, seemingly brooding over his dishonor. Suddenly he turned again, and, out of his wits, broke the dam that he had long imposed on himself, and howled. "Cursed!" The figure of a ragged woman was digging through the filth. Extravagated already completely in the districts of madness, Mary Salome took out any waste from the garbage and brought it to her mouth, savouring with delight. She wavered forward, with a blurry smile, until she stopped in front of the facade of San Agustin Convent. There she raised her arms to dance a whisper, almost inaudible that she hummed. The door of the convent was opened, and out came Prior Arambari, holding the chalice of the Eucharist, an acolyte carrying a black cross with the image of Jesus, and at his feet the Dolorosa, two more acolytes, bearing tallow-lit brass lanterns pierced with holes that carried the wicks of the suffering candles, and a fourth acolyte who was agitating the viaticum bell. It was the radiant morning of another Thursday in the ocean of Thursdays. As they emerged, Mary Salome pointed to them with her index finger and launched a chilling laugh. The viaticum proceeded towards the jail by a colonial alley. Tommaso Bacalieri, sitting on the edge of her bed, was hugging Michaela. Both in a nightgown, they heard the bell. "The food for Ovidio Ramon," the old woman murmured. "Let us kneel down." They fell to their knees. There were tears in the eyes of both women as they eagerly crossed their fingers and prayed with fervour. There was also a sombre sense of resignation. The procession turned into a side street, where high stone walls fortified by the prison loomed overhead. He then reached the main door, whose guards were discovered. It was a gloomy hall, which occupied the upper part of the prison, with 2 windows barred with iron and a door in the centre. The altar consisted of a table and a crucifix with 2 candles. At the opposite end there was an oil painting in blue, the image of Our Lady of Carmen. The roof revealed the bleached rafters. There were sentinels. Police Chief Petronio Preciado entered, driving the 5 condemned, who were to spend those hours prior to execution there. As they filed into the chapel, Boccanegra said, "Dr. Baccellieri, I received a message from Alejandro Puebla. Did you receive it?" "Yes," the other man replied curtly. "He said that there's still hope if we beg the president to commute our sentence." Baccellieri didn't respond. His face showed a silent internal struggle. With a sinister air, he made his way up the stairs towards the chapel. Upon entering, the acolytes retreated to the altar, while Prior Arambari took a seat on a bench at the back. Preciado announced, "The prisoners are free to receive or not receive the sacrament of confession." All except Troches marched toward where the prior was located. "Is prisoner Arturo Troches refusing to receive the sacrament?" Preciado asked. Troches replied with a strained face, "My confession is with God, not with false ministers." Preciado was confused, but he preferred to forget the matter. The southerner sat down in front of the altar, while Marin began his confession, kneeling on the stone floor. Mentally, Arturo wove a laborious and profane prayer. His particular god was, after all, a complex socialist deity, whose judgment was not to be that of the eclipse of the stars, or that of an apocalyptic throne, but a social and revolutionary judgment. In this, as in so many other things, he never condescended to accept that I might be wrong. After a while, it was Baccellieri who confessed to Arambari. He had the head rammed into his chest. The prior's eyebrows were quivering and twitching. "I spied on my niece while she took a bath," said the lawyer. "I know that this is something unworthy, depraved. With sudden cholera, Arambari urged, "By God, Baccellieri, stop confessing nonsense. A worse burden lies on your conscience, a murder." Baccellieri was startled. His face was pleading. "I've never stolen nor killed, Father," he pleaded. "I had nothing to do with the death of Acuna." Arambari stood up. Thanks to Graciella's confession, he knew for sure that the condemned man was telling the truth. But first came the conventions they had laid down for this day, on which, as it was said, he was to play a leading role. Her eyes sparkled as she declared out loud, "In that case, there will be no absolution for you. I refuse to absolve someone who lied in confession." Desperate, on his knees, the other assured, "I have not lied, Father." Arambari walked away towards the altar. As he passed by Troches, he turned his eyes and claimed, "It is still time for you. Repent, and I will hear you in confession." The one referred to did not lower himself to look at him. "I do not need your forgiveness. Take away, friar," said. The prior looked at him with hatred. Facundo Arambari was celebrating Mass at the altar, facing away from the convicts who were to witness the sacrifice. The convicts, including Baccellieri, had lined up in front of the confessionals for communion. Only Troches remained apart from them. The prior turned and brought the chalice containing the Eucharist towards the communing convicts. "Lux aeterna luceat eis, Domine. Let them rest in your eternal peace, for they are more. Grant them eternal rest, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon them." As he was placing it on the lips of the condemned prisoners, but when it came to Baccellieri's turn, he overlooked him and took care of the next one. Tears appeared in the eyes of the old professor and lawyer. Now Baccellieri, Boccanegra, Marin, and Diaz were robed by Preciado and the sentinels with the tunics they were supposed to wear on the way to the Plaza Mayor. They were made of white canvas, stained with blood, with a white hood as well, symbolizing murder. On the other hand, Troches was given, as leader of the squad, one black Valencia with a San Benito instead of a cap. The faces of the convicts reflected each one a separate tragedy. Troche gritted his teeth, summoning up a superhuman courage. Boccanegra grumbled an awful resentment, but he did not seem to be cowed. Marin seemed lost in his own fear, full of involuntary movements, while Diaz had entered some kind of stupor elation. Baccellieri was filled with self-pity at the time. When they went to put on the tunic, he made a gesture of repulsion and horror. "I won't allow myself to be humiliated like this," he declared. Arambari turned to him with soulless eyes and almost screamed, "You are indeed presumptuous, Bacalieri, while the innocent and sweet-natured Jesus accepted with humility. The mockery cloak imposed on him by his executioners. A butcher like you allows yourself to protest." At a loss and angry, Bacalieri replied with a hurt tone, "You would not speak to me like that if I were in misfortune. You know I am innocent." They forced the tunic on him. In that instant an officer entered the chapel. "Comandante Preciado informo, está aquí fuera don Alejandro Puebla. Tiene permiso del juez para hablar con los reclusos. Que pase estuvo de acuerdo Preciado. El oficial se retiró y regresó trayendo a Puebla. El recién legado avanzó hacia el grupo de condenados. Buenos días, señores, saludó, y en su rostro se advirtió al rompe que comprendía cuán irónico y absurdo resultaba lo que había sucedido. Bocanegra, Diaz, and Marin looked at him intently, as if waiting for a saving revelation from him. Puebla understood it thus, and made a desolate gesture. "No, I don't bring good news. All my pleas have been knocked down by the obstinacy of José Valerio Gomez. He thinks that an indulgence would be proof of weakness, however." He took out a sheet of paper from his pockets. The convicts, with the exception of Bacalieri and Troches, advanced towards him. "I think that a plea signed by yourselves might have an effect at the last minute," he said. "I drafted it with some cunning, making clear that you renounce any future claims or public action from prison. And do you expect me to sign this abject petition?" protested. Bacalieri looked at him with pleading eyes. Arturo warned him and added, "I prefer to die with dignity." "It's all I can do, gentlemen," Alejandro Puebla apologized. Bocanegra, Marin, and Diaz rushed to sign. Between Troches and Bacalieri a silent dialogue of glances was established. The eyes of the first indicated that he would die abominated of the lawyer if he were to sign that memorial. When the others had finished signing, Puebla went up to his old fraternity brother. "You're missing, Ovidio Ramon." Crunching every muscle in his face, he replied, "I'm not going to sign it." The cathedral clock was striking 10:30 a.m. Amid a quadrangular space formed by rows of soldiers, there were 5 benches and 5 posts, each one of the latter with the name of a prisoner painted in black letters on a blackboard. That of Bacalieri was at the eastern end, and that of Troches in the centre. Beyond the military perimeter, the square was packed with people who had entered some sort of joyful intoxication, as if they were about to witness a bullfight or a circus performance. On the eastern and western flanks were the artillery battalions and grenadiers. At the northern end, the hussars. Abelardo Ladino pushed through the crowd to get a better view of the gruesome scene. Also making its way was Gonzaga's landau. At last the senator himself descended, along with Graciela, who by now had become pregnant for him, and Oliva, her heart full of tears. The slaves, and then the maids, used to be taken to witness these exemplary banquets, to take up a reserved seat in the front row. They were already there, along with all the caracos of the Democratic Party, and numerous pro-father of the fatherland, Saturnino Torrealba and Agostina, with Cliff Hone and Pernell Williamson, porte-aide. By her side, Malina gazed admiringly at the bustling scene, bathed in a sky that was an ecstasy of turquoise. Saturnino hoped that the sight of her executioner would make up for not being able to testify against him. Everyone greeted each other. Graciela was rigid, barely able to restrain her tears. Lost among the crowd, as they pushed their way forward, Tomasa and Michaela strained on the tips of their toes, trying to take in the festive yet solemn scene. On their side, with an air of superiority, Julio Cesar, Avanza, and Pastor Quesada asked for permission to pass. A little further on, surrounded by friends, Segundo Losada was pretending to perform bullfighting passes. In the cathedral's atrium, the crowd pressed in together and marvelled as a madwoman meandered through them, warbling a silly little tune. A troop of the artillery battalion, under the command of a captain, marched in with military precision and took positions in 2 ranks before the prison gate. An altar boy rang the cathedral bell twice. When the bells rang out, Preciado announced, "The hour has arrived. Several sentinels entered with ropes to bind the prisoners. The latter, dejected and distraught, save for Troches, who wept piteously and kissed the stone floor, groaned in despair and pressed their foreheads into their clasped hands, as if fearing their heads would explode. Froilan Diaz Rodo, as if struck by apoplexy, his head swelled, and he squeezed it with both hands, as if dreading its explosion. A sentinel took water from a fountain and gently rubbed it on the reprobate's temples. Troches made a gesture of contempt. Now all of the city's churches were ringing out with prayer. The convicts were tied by the elbows to their backs, but left their hands free so that they could hold on to respective crucifixes. Troches did not want to appear in public with that Christian symbol, but he was forced to wear it. A page came with a shrieking peacock and placed it on the head of the funeral cortege, which came out of the chapel. The battery of artillery produced a roll of drums, led by the priest, who was blowing the whistle, and with Prior Arambari pretending to offer them comfort on one side, the convicts left the prison. The procession towards the gallows began. Artillery accompanied it on both sides. They walked down an alleyway. There were curious people on the sidewalks and in the windows. A child watched Arturo Troches intensively. He winked at him. The procession reached the Plaza Mayor. The regiments made a pathetic roll of drums. There were now 8 soldiers before each bench, with rifles at will. A captain read out morosely the sentence to be carried out. Upon entering the rectangle, Baccialieri saw Edelmira of Calzadilla amidst the crowd, and attempted to bid her farewell, despite the chains and cross that encumbered him. The woman rejected him with horror and brusqueness. An artillerist asked Arambari and the acolyte to step aside. The convicts took their places in the benches. Before doing so, Boccanegra placed a kiss on hers. Among the crowd, Maria Salome watched him without recognizing him with a clumsy smile. Baccialieri remained standing for longer. He saw, far away up there, a flotilla of watchful clouds that stirred in his soul the impulsive and sad illusion of sailing. He shouted with anger and despair, "But I swear before God and men that I die innocent." Graciela had to make colossal efforts to repress a sob. Gonzaga was watching her from milestone to milestone. Saturnino Torrealba glanced at Malena and gestured with his eyes, the pitiful scene presented by her presumed rapist. The mulatta looked at him in amazement, and all she could say was, He wasn't." There was silence in the crowd, through which Tomasa and Michaela were still trying to advance, being impeded by the Minister of Finance's box. Baccialieri took a seat. Troches, in a braggadocio attitude, had crossed his legs on the bench, as if he were there making a visit. Suddenly he changed attitude. I had seen Graciela, who was advancing towards the captain in charge of the platoons. They exchanged a loving goodbye look, holding back excitement and devastating sadness, under Gonzaga's watchful eyes following her from a distance. The woman whispered into the captain's ear, "Aim well at their heads. That way they won't suffer." "It will be done so, lady," the officer promised. Graciela returned to her place, bidding farewell to Arturo one last time with a glance. Once she had escaped his gaze, she fell into Baccialieri's, who were waving goodbye with the gesture of someone who doesn't understand, but has given up. She lowered her eyes, troubled. The captain ordered, "At ease." The soldiers obeyed. He said, "Aim rifles." Order fulfilled. There was a substantial silence in the square, as if from another world. Gonzaga glared with hatred at his repressed wife's reactions as, with life stirring in her womb, she was already living the death that had been predicted. Saturnino Torrealba, with his conscience in disarray, had fallen into a paralyzing stupor. Milena looked at him without understanding. Tomas and Michaela had managed to reach the first row of spectators, behind the main people. Baccialieri murmured, "Take my soul, God." Troches had closed her eyes. A tear ran down one of her cheeks. A funeral drumbeat was heard. Then Fräulein Diaz shouted, "Are you going to kill us now? It can't be. Wait!" Alexander Puebla would not be late with the pardon. The roll stopped. The captain screamed, "Fire!" A volley rang out. Baccialieri rolled over a bullet in his skull, in that innocent and perfect skull which would later be shown as a war trophy, as a bounty of bandits, in a museum with its perfect perforation. Graciela had fainted in the arms of Saturnino Torrealba, who, overwhelmed by remorse for a second time, but now with guilt, had barely been able to hold her. Tomasa and Michaela broke through the ring of soldiers and threw themselves, bathed in tears, on the corpse of their nephew and uncle. Abelardo Ladino turned indolently away with a lolloping pace to go off. 21 years later, just before he died of natural causes in a remote hamlet, he was to confess, with remorse and solemnity, humbly, on his last and aching moments, that it was he whom Dominguito Acuna mistook for Ovidio Ramon Bacalieri on an ill-fated evening on the high plains. But for now he was limited to just turning his back on the corpses lying in the square. Now the hills drew a frown, as if they had been lightly displeased, and a crowd gathered around Mary Salome. The woman danced to the beat of the clapping of the amused crowd. Yes, everything was over, and Mary Salome could only dance and dance and dance. Bogota, March-April 1983. November 1989. April-May 1982. German, Espinosa, Cartagena, Colombia, April 30th, 1938. Bogota, Colombia, October 17th, 2007. In his youth he was a chronicle writer and columnist. As a diplomat he lived in Europe and Africa. An inquired traveller, his works have been translated into German, Italian, French, English, Chinese, and Korean. He also delivered lectures in Latin America and Europe, and for a time taught literature. Among his works are Litanias of the Sunset, 1954, The Night of the Inn, 1965, The Emperor, 1966, The Devil's Courtship, 1970, Anatomy of a Traitor, 1973, Underground, 73, Underground, Clarity, 1974, A Reinvention of Love, 1974, The 12 Winters, 1976, The Magnacide, 1979, 3.5 Centuries of Colombian Poetry, 1980, The Crown Weaver, 1982, The Sign of the Fish, 1987, News from a Convent by the Sea, 1988, Guillermo Valencia, 1989, Luis Carlos Lopez, 1989, The Hare in the Moon, 1990, Symphony from the New, 1990, Symphony from the New, World, 1990, Book of Spells, 1991, The Tragedy of Belinda Elsner, 1991, The Adventure of Language, 1992.